All right, and we're live. Welcome to episode 18 of the Otter Players Podcast. This week, there is a ton about to happen in this upcoming week. Everybody knows the Summer Games Fest is on the way. So, as usual, you get the calm before the storm, where really no news really comes out. But there's a lot of things that have happened. The PlayStation update for their numbers. The state of play also happened that we got to see, revealing Astrobot, which looks phenomenal, which we're definitely going to get into. Then you've got controversy going on with review scores, Hellblade discussion, and a lot more. But in the interest of getting right into it, we'll go ahead and get into our intros. Morgan, how are you and what have you been playing?
Yeah, I'm good. So this week, most of it was dedicated to Hellblade 2. Beat that 100%ed. I guess that's what you call it on Xbox. I can't remember the term, if that's the correct term or not.
That's all you get, or 1,000 points it, like, honestly.
Yeah, I didn't know if there was it was called like completion or I don't know, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, did that. Enjoyed it. Gave it an 8 out of 10. It definitely wasn't what I expected from it. I was expecting a lot more when it comes to the combat, and I definitely wanted a bigger game, with the backing of Xbox now.
Mm-hmm.
They got bought by Xbox back in 2019 or 2018 or whatever. So I was definitely expecting a bigger experience. So when they announced that, yeah, it's kind of the same, I was just like, well, okay, I guess I'm gonna have to temper my expectations a little bit. But
Absolutely.
Yeah, but all in all, I still had a good time with the game. For me, the story, I enjoyed the story. I enjoyed Sinuous Journey. It definitely hit a lull though for me, and I'm not gonna spoil specifics, but I think it was chapter 3 or 4. I was just like, oh my god. I was just like, can we get through this, please? But thankfully, I picked up afterwards. After I got through.
That's saying something in a 6-hour game.
Yeah, I know, right?
Right.
See, I ended up spending 11 hours on it. I don't ask me now. I don't that long on it, but yeah. So after I got through that one part, it definitely picked up for me, and yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy that I played it. I had a good time. I think I'm gonna try it again with the because if you complete it, you get different narrators at the end of the game, so you can play it again, but now from other people's perspective for the story. So I think I might try it again. When I'm not too busy, because
I mean, it's only 5 hours. You can run through it very quick.
Yeah, I definitely, but I got other shit to play, so it'll probably happen later. But yeah, so I did that. Also, just a few moments before the podcast started, I platinum Stellar Blade, so that was done. It's definitely
Congrats.
My game of the year. Thank you. My game of the year so far. 9.5 out of 10. Loved every fucking second of it. I mean, the only negative I can think of when it comes to that game is the platforming. It's just her precision is just not that great when it comes to having to, jump a certain distance or, cling on to something at the right time. It's just not, the controls aren't tight as they should be for platforming. But other than that, I mean, the story is great. I loved Eve. Performance was rock solid. The OST was fan-fucking-tastic, and it just kept getting better, with each chapter and each level we went to. I was just like, I'd have to stop and just kind of just chill and listen to the music for a little bit before I could play, because I knew I was going to get distracted if I didn't. Combat, fantastic. Her skill tree is amazing, and you unlock even more skills in the New Game Plus. And it's just the fluidity of her combat is fantastic. I was doing all of the different moves and skills and the beta moves and her special moves, and it felt like, especially if you're playing it on normal or hard mode, you're gonna have to use every skill that you get in that game. And, you know, nothing felt like wasted or, you know, there's no wasted potential. Everything just felt really good and really clean. And I don't know, the game was just great. Shift Up did their thing with that.
They really
I
did.
can't wait to see what they do next. I mean, I don't know, from what it sounds like they're doing some kind of like gotcha game or something next. I don't know if I'm gonna be on that, but if they ever do another AAA single player game, I'll definitely be there day one. Or if they're you know, they're in talks of maybe doing a sequel for it. So if that's the case, absolutely I will be there day fucking one. They did an amazing job for their first AAA game. I give them all the kudos in the world. Yeah, my game of the year so far. I'm sure, you know, it's early. It could definitely change, but it's one of the greats of 2024 for me. So yeah, definitely worth playing. Loved every second of it.
No doubt. Sounds like you've been having a good time. Got 2 completions under your belt, both 100%.
Yes, you know, on Xbox and PlayStation. So you know, I ain't trying to hear like, you know, too much of a pony. All right, I got it. You know, both systems. You know, 100% it on here. So
you earned that ambassadorship, unlike the rest of these clowns.
oh, absolutely, absolutely. You know, Phil, send me my free merch.
Absolutely, you're just about to get flued out. But yeah,
I'm trying to go to that summer showcase.
Exactly. All on the company dime, like the rest of them. You know,
Facts.
We got it. Then, you know, you got to take several pictures when you break bread with Phil, so you let him know what's going on. But yeah,
Box when they start sending me some free shit. I'm just throwing that out there if anybody's listening.
nah, right. That's what I'm saying. As speaking of Nelson, there you go.
I ain't upgraded yet.
How have you been, Nelson, and what have you been playing?
I finished Stellar Blade. First one. I've been playing.
Wait, he's cutting in and out.
You were cutting in and out for some reason.
I finished I'm playing Bramble the Mountain King. I finished Dead Island 2, the first DLC.
Okay.
Finished Stellar Blade, and I'm turning Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth on fucking easy and finishing that day today because the last
no
boss
judgment
takes forever.
I thought,
And I've died on the last leg of that like twice, and after like 3 or 4 hours, it's like I gotta go to work or I gotta go to bed.
why? You only died twice?
No, I died more than that. I'm talking about on the last leg of the fight. I died.
Yeah, I know.
probably
The
12
last
times.
boss, I died
But-
more than 10 times.
You have to fucking start over the whole thing again.
I
And
know.
it's time.
Trust me.
I'm done. I'm
I
turning on
know.
easy. I'm finishing it today.
I know.
Like I
blame
can't
you.
sit there for 12 hours. I can't sit there for 12 hours and wait till I finally fucking. I got other shit I gotta do, like go to work. I was trying to finish it before work the other day, and after 4 hours, I was like, okay, like I gotta go to work or I'm gonna be late. Like,
Yeah.
and then I gotta start it all over again. So yeah, I'm done with that shit.
Yeah, that sounds like a whole lot of not fun.
The final
It's not like
boss.
you resume at the last leg of the fight either. You gotta start the whole sequence over again.
Omar has told us repeatedly.
If you die, you gotta watch the team up all over again. And you can skip it because it's literally a cutscene mid-combat. So it's atrocious to say the least.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like they need some quality of life changes.
I can keep. Yeah, at least have it like in sequences where it's like, okay, I got on the last leg and I died or whatever, and I gotta stop playing after several hours. At least I can start back up there. No, I gotta go through the whole fucking thing again, and like I got other shit I gotta do. You know what I mean? I can't spend all day on this, and if I don't beat them, just.
See, you sound reasonable like me though. I'm like, I have no problem playing on easy, throwing stuff on easy, getting through stuff. My enjoyment does not come from the difficulty of something. I'm trying to complete these games, and me completing it on easy is no different than anything else. I do not care.
Well, I've went through the whole game, and I make it to the last leg, and it's on normal, but I've just had enough. Like, I can't wait until I finally beat him 12 hours later or something like I just don't have that time.
Well,
to,
again,
you know
the game eventually gets
stop.
to the point where it's wasting your time when you could be playing something else.
Yeah, I want to see the last. I'm in the last goddamn part of the fight. You know what I mean? Like, there's only so many hours in a day.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
That's what's up. All right, Omar, what have you been playing in the meantime? We skipped a week, so I know you done probably completed like 16 games. So lay it on us. What you've been playing?
It's 17 games. Thank you very much. Um. So, hostile takeover, I assume.
A little bit, a little bit.
Okay. Yeah. Um. I beat Hellblade 2. We're gonna talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
Um. I beat also the Legend of Zelda quote unquote clone, Metrovania. Astalon something something something. I highly recommend it. Uh, it's a great game. Only if you want to get the best ending, you gotta finish the entire map 100%, which I'm not gonna waste my time on that. No, thank you.
Okay.
Um, I'm playing a game called Biogun Metrovania with a gun. Highly recommend it. Very fun. And as you already exposed me, I played a little bit of V Rising,
And how are you liking
which
that?
it's real talk. I can see you and Morgan playing that game co-op
Yeah, I
because
mean,
it
now
came
now
up.
that I know it is co-op, it seems like it might be interesting. I might have to give it a shot. So
You gotta need to look it up a little bit because it's iffy. How do I say this? It's like it's real time. There is no pause button, sadly, which
yeah, I mean
frustrates me.
that actually sounds like a Diablo esque thing, given the multiplayer.
Yeah,
Yeah, they do that a lot.
Diablo-esque, yeah. Um, you, you can actually hunt down your enemies, and if you beat them, you get to use some of their skills, which is cool. It's nice. It's not that difficult. Like I'm level, let's say 20, 10, 15, and I'm beat about at level 30. Like it's doable. It's fun. It's entertaining.
Oh, that's your favorite. Being
I,
lower level and being able to defeat higher level enemies. You should be loving
yep,
this.
I am loving this exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it it when you die, you gotta restart from a certain place, and your shit is on the ground. You lose everything, but it's very quick to go wherever you need to go and grab everything else and come back. Your weapons don't get lost as long as you have them. What you call it? Mounted on your buttons, like for example, analog stick or whatsoever. Do I recommend it? Yes. It's a four-player co-op, but you can also play it on your own. And there is a PvP element aspect to it if you want, but if you don't want, you can just do it PvE, and it's a lot of fun. I actually recommend both Biogun and V Rising over Hellblade 2, and that's about it.
Okay, that's
Oh,
what's up.
damn, the smoke, the smoke.
Sounds like you're enjoying all that. So a lot of Metroidvanias now, V Rising. So it sounds like you're having a lot of fun, which is
V
good.
Rising is not actually a Metrovania
No, I
per
know it's not.
se.
I'm saying your other games you played are
Yeah,
Metroidvania.
yeah, Biogun is amazing.
Yeah. And welcome now, Weeb, to the podcast, man. How are you and what have you been playing?
Well, thank you. So, Nate,
You're
you're the
great,
you're
motherfucker.
yeah, I know, but apparently Nate is taking over as the host of the show.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he is. Hostile
Today,
takeover.
today, today we will be done by dinner.
Fuck you, mate.
Oh, great!
Not if
So,
you start talking about Days Gone.
oh,
Oh man.
hey, did you have to bring it up? No, you won't shut up. No. What have I been playing? A lot actually. I did finish Final Fantasy Rebirth in the meantime.
Okay, congrats.
Which was thank you.
Yeah,
It
I mean that's
really
a big
felt like
congrats because that's a chore, bro. Like,
It's a fucking chore. Like I think I ended with like around 50 hours or something. It's insane. Oh man, yeah. It really felt like a job, like a full-time job, completing that game.
Yep, you and
And I
Chadley, the micromanager.
yeah, I really there is some implication that there's more to the story, which isn't resolved. So I think we're going to see him again in part 3. Unfortunately, hopefully he dies there. But I mean,
yeah, I would like to.
because
I would have liked to see a percentage of people who would have killed him if it was an option. I think that would have been a funny statistic.
Chadley?
Yeah.
yeah,
I would fucking murk that dude.
would like if there's going to be a side quest where you have to do or he'll die, people won't do the side quest. I'm 100% sure that people would let the fucker die.
Purposely skipped.
But yeah,
I would have so few complaints if it wasn't for that cocksucker. Like I love the game, but my God, he's like the what do you want to call it? Like the Ubisoft formula of the fucking game that just drives me absolutely insane. Because the gameplay and the fucking story and the cutscenes, the character, all fucking absolutely incredible. And then he shows up, and I gotta fucking run tasks for this bitch.
Mhm.
God damn.
it's really dragging down
It
the
drags
pace.
it out so bad. If you went step by step and just went through the game with a couple side quests, a fucking magical game.
Yeah,
Agreed.
man. Every time he just calls it, "Hey, it's Cloud. I see you found something," and then you're expecting him to say something profound, like, "Okay, good job, keep it up." And like,
But if you
dude,
don't do it, then you're not gonna get the XP that you're looking for either. And fuck.
even has the nerve, like if you talk to him in the town and you haven't done all of the exploration stuff, he's gonna complain to you like, "Hey, Cloud, I see you're not doing a lot of my stuff. Like, fuck off."
Exactly.
But okay, finish that. Also finish Hellblade. Between a cup of tea, like it's an incredibly short game. I think we're going to discuss it, but overall, I enjoyed it mostly, but I can totally see people shitting on it because it is absolutely mostly an interactive movie, and aside from the graphics, it's definitely a step down from the first game. But yeah, we'll discuss that later. Other than that, finally started Returnal. Omar, you will be proud of me.
Oh man, taking the plunge into the
Yeah.
crazy roguelike world. Okay.
Yeah. No, actually enjoying it so far, but I
Okay.
haven't played like a shit ton of games. Like I haven't really settled down on anything in particular. Like now I'm playing ZOO, that EA
I feel sorry
Metroidvania.
for you.
Oh, I started that too. That's pretty solid too.
Nah,
Yeah, it's actually pretty good so far. So I'm not sure what you're complaining about, Omar, but
I
yeah,
actually
you got-
dropped Lotus.
He
What?
wants it hard as fuck, and it would be Metroidvania, more Metroidvania.
Oh.
That's what that is.
I dropped it. That shit was boring.
Okay, whatever, Omar. We all know you're a racist.
He just
Oh man.
What else I play? Oh, Animal Well. I tried that too, Omar. But yeah, I haven't finished it. Sort of like this feels like something you can play in between, and when I
Still
feel
kinda get
like
through
it.
it.
Yeah, it's really like a really simple game. I mean, it's like all gameplay, but yeah, it's solid. But yeah, I mean, I've got too much shit to play. Played a bit of Gears, the first Gears on Xbox because well, I was finished with Hellblade and I was checking out what else do they have. That game didn't age well.
Yeah, I was gonna say don't get too far into that
every time I get
the
on Xbox,
collection
I end
might
up
be
playing really
coming.
old shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's like look again. I get it when it came out. It was the shit, right? But like I'm just getting off all these flashbacks from the PS3 360 era. Everything was like this everything was seen through this brownish filter, like we
Yeah.
didn't weren't allowed to have bright colors. Like this that was fucking insane. Um, and I also played a bit of Midnight Suns, which I actually quite liked. Like I was surprised how well written it was. Like I like it's definitely like you can see it won't have like the best graphics, and I'm not sure how the gameplay will hold up eventually, because I did notice like when you're fighting bosses, like I don't think there's an end to the reinforcements.
Yeah.
So you, but I really like the characters. Like I love all the dialogue bits. I was really surprised. Like it's like it really reminds you like I guess like Guardians of the Galaxy, right? Like if you
It
like
does.
that, you're definitely gonna love this. Because yeah, I loved it so much that I decided, you know what, like I like because I'm not playing it in PlayStation Plus, but like I want to own it, so I ordered the Legendary Edition,
Hey,
because
welcome
then
to the
also have
team.
the yeah. I figured like I could get it like a little cheaper, relatively. No, actually, I think it's actually like it's obviously cheaper if you buy the regular edition, but if you calculate all
The
the
DLC.
season pass, the DLC, like it's actually
Hmm.
cheaper to just buy the legendary edition. Like it's basically the same price as the game was full price right now.
Exactly.
Um, so yeah, I mean, I'll wait until that drops, and I'm not sure if the DLC like takes place after the main game or during.
There's stuff all it's in around, like it's
Yeah,
really well placed. So you get it really early on, and you get access to a lot of it and a lot of the characters early. So yeah, you're gonna love it.
yeah, that's why I'm gonna wait until it drops, like probably Monday or something. But I don't want to miss out on any of the conversations if I get too far ahead in the game. But yeah, I mean, so I have to see what I'm gonna settle on, because there's so much I still have from a backlog, like Unicorn Overlord, Grand Blue, um, uh, 100 Heroes. I think also the new Division of Mana is coming out somewhere. I think June, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
we got a mana.
yeah, I mean it's fucking insane. Yeah, now we know Astrobot's coming out in September. So, where do we find the time?
Absolutely. That's
Thanks.
yeah. That's the real problem. Me and Morgan are constantly running into. Um, yeah. What? No, we were talking about the Marvel. What was the full name? Weeb. Midnight Suns. Yeah, we were talking about Marvel's
Midnight
Midnight
Suns.
Suns.
Yeah,
Will.
yeah.
And what's up, Will? And Henry Heck. See, you guys popped in the chat. But yeah, no, all those are top quality experiences, man. You're gonna love the Legendary Edition. I refuse to play it without the Legendary Edition, so I got it as well when it was on sale a while back. Basically the same thing you did, where you basically get it for the same price as the regular full price game. It's a
Mhm.
phenomenal deal. Um, Kay, I know that you popped up. I didn't know you were even gonna be here. That's a surprise.
Kay's here.
I
Yay.
know.
Hey, it's
Hey,
Kane. How are
Yeah.
you, lady?
I
surprise.
know. I know. You
I
definitely
love the
got
good
me.
surprise.
I know, right?
Yeah. I
I
got a question real quick though.
absolutely.
So, Herman Hulse went and visited Kojima. Did you see that picture that Morgan had tweeted?
Yeah, yeah, I saw it.
Yep.
Yeah, that was really cute, and it just had me thinking, because remember Jim Ryan actually went and visited Kojima, like what was it, like a year or so ago,
Mm-hmm.
right? So yeah, so that really had me wondering, like, whose nipples were hardest when they went and visited Kojima.
Well, I mean, I think we all know
Yeah,
the
I'd
real
do it.
answer to that is Jeff Keighley. So, I mean, if we're being honest, that's his
Yo,
baby.
that's his man. Yeah, leave Kojima alone.
But of those two, definitely Herman's.
Yeah, yeah. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Herman has he expressed his excitement for securing Kojima, not only for Death Stranding 2, but for the future espionage game coming from him. and we all know that's going to be the real treat when we get to finally play that. So, yeah, I'm ready
Oh
for
yeah.
both of those. You know, unlike
Yeah, my body's ready.
right.
It's Death Stranding 2 as well.
Hell yeah,
Like
because
both.
I didn't like 5. I think he'll go back to his roots because that was a development mess with all the shit with Konami and Kojima.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Oh,
yeah, give me some of that new shit.
Oh, shut up. 5 is fine.
He said, "Don't disrespect 5, bro."
I can't hold
even-
you. The mechanic wise, I really did enjoy Metal Gear Solid 5. I really did. Just a lot of the way the world reacted to you and the way you could kind of take people and go back and forth. It did kind of drive me crazy when I was at work and somebody would attack my base though, because then I got to get home and see what damage they did, and then I got to go back and beat their ass. So that was a whole thing. But yeah, I still enjoyed it, man. It's not a game. I don't think there's a game that man has made that I haven't enjoyed, including Peace Walker and the card game joint and everything. Like that man hasn't missed as far as I'm concerned.
Facts.
Yeah, it's been top tier. But yeah, Kay, I know you popped up, but I don't know if you've been playing it. I know you're on the road, so I think you're still, and I know you're working on a phenomenal game, which is long as hell, which I fully understand because like I said, I have played it. I'm assuming you're still working on that.
Yeah, I'm still working on Divinity Original Sin 2. We've gotten off of Reaper's Coast, and now we are in the outskirts of Arcs. So we're like the last, I guess, fourth of the game.
Hey,
And
let's go. How are you enjoying it?
yeah. I'm really, really enjoying it. The first Divinity that I had actually played towards the end of last year was my first introduction to Larian games and like the turn-based, Western RPG genre.
Mm-hmm.
And so I ended up actually like just falling in love with it. So I'm really happy and I'm having a lot of fun. And I'm also from time to time I'm working on this Souls-like demo called Enotria: The Last Song. It's
Okay.
this 8-hour demo is what they claim it to be, and so far I've put almost 8 hours into it. And I'm enjoying it so far too.
Okay. You're gonna be the Souls-like resident expert at this point.
Facts.
Yeah, that's what's up. I'm glad you're getting to experience that. Like I said, that game is phenomenal. Yeah, the writing and character development and just crazy scenarios you get put in is just always crazy. It's gonna be really a great experience for you to get to experience, Divinity 1 into 2 and then eventually into Baldur's Gate 3, their technical current, magnum opus, to that kind of series. So also I know that y'all will have a lot of fun playing co-op and, seeing the results that happen with the dice. Morgan was definitely ready to laugh at me whenever I failed dice rolls. So it makes for some funny entertainment.
Yeah, it was always funny.
So yeah, that's
I
what's
mean,
up.
that's why you got to save before that dice roll, though.
Right? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I definitely was save scumming and using all kinds of stuff to try and make sure I never failed. But it does happen.
Yeah, I mean, but that's part of the fun, though.
It is. It is. I'm stubborn. I grew up on the era of save scumming with RPGs, so I'm stubborn. If something I really, really want to happen doesn't happen, I'm like, oh hell no, nah. I'm reloading that. So yeah, no, I definitely get that.
I know how you feel.
Mm-hmm. As far as myself, recently, of course, we weren't here last week because I was in the mountains and there wasn't really a lot going on. But I went back to finish up Pokemon Violet. So I was finishing that while I was in the mountains, and I did, and I was working on the DLC for that. That's been pretty good. Again, still performance issues. Like, I don't think the Pokemon Company cares at this point. They made that pretty apparent.
You're gonna buy that shit regardless if it runs at 11 frames or not.
I mean, to be honest, bro, I can never get rid of the original Red and Blue feeling when I got Red and Blue back when I was a child. Like, Pokemon is just, it's not fair. It's like cheat codes for me. Like, I can't help myself. It's just one of those games. It's like Assassin's Creed. Like I've purchased every single Assassin's Creed, and I'm like, I don't care what people say. I can't help it. Like Assassin's Creed comes out, and I'm gonna get the max edition, and I'm bad about it, and I can't help it. But yeah, I also tried out the Diablo 4 Season 4. I've been hearing nothing but crazy things about that. A bunch of quality of life changes and a lot of cool content they added specifically for Season 4. For people who don't really know about that, Diablo, of course, has its main game. But then after you're done, they've had a couple of seasons where basically content takes place afterwards where they add a bunch of new equipment and custom content for you to consume in other storylines that get added. And it seems pretty cool so far. I'm not that deep. Like I said, I just started it last night, ran a character. But like I said, I've heard nothing but good things. People are saying they're addicted to it again. And they haven't been since the start. So yeah, I'm enjoying that.
Well, that's good to hear because I know that Diablo was hot and popping when it came out in that first update.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen a game drop like that in my life. Like,
yeah.
My whole friends list was just done with it.
Yeah, it dropped like a rock.
Crazy.
They performed what they always do, what Blizzard is famous for, which is swinging the Nerf bat, and they nerfed everything pretty much across the board, and it was disastrous. So apparently they've done some better balancing in this year plus or so that they've had, and have recuperated a lot of people coming back into it. So it's good to see. It felt good to play. I didn't feel weak, which is my biggest problem. I hate games where they forget the power fantasy aspect. It's like I don't play games to feel weak unless that's specifically the purpose of the game, you know what I mean? But it's like when I'm supposed to be this badass warrior who's here to save the planet, it's like I shouldn't feel like, I'm fighting for my life every half a second playing on normal, you know what I mean? So yeah, it definitely feels a lot better. I'm also working on the platinum for Fallout 4, the next gen patch, PS5, apparently the best version when it dropped. Supposedly they have rectified whatever was going on with the Xbox version. I cannot confirm. But yeah, I'm enjoying that next gen patch a lot. Instead of working through the platinum on that, that's been a lot of fun. I did, since we've been on, I did finish Stellar Blade and got the platinum for that as well. That game is phenomenal. Appreciate it.
I wish I would have done.
He's a copier. He's a copier. Just know that.
I already started New Game Plus. I fucked myself.
I
just wanted to see the other endings. I don't care about the trophies, but I'll go back through and play it again anyways.
Yeah, man. I mean, it was worth. I love the New Game Plus on that game. It was surprising because it actually took over, like I said, in my game of the year as well, and I also gave it a 9.5. I 100% agree with Morgan. We've discussed this the whole time we were playing it, that the platforming is the one aspect that we're just like, oh, so like you go for the jump, and you're just like, yo, what are you doing? And she over jumps something, or
let's say Eve got a mind of her own when it comes to platforming. She like, no, I got this, and then she jumps off the side. I'm like, ah, girl.
Exactly. She really does. Yeah, so yeah, obviously playing that, I enjoyed that a lot. This is that current game of the year, which is surprising because previously to that, the tactical game that I was playing, Unicorn Overlord, was, and is still a top pick for me. But yeah, I did not anticipate Stellar Blade knocking that out for me, which is really crazy to see.
Yeah, you weren't even gonna buy it.
Yeah. Right before that last showing, which again brings us to the point where the importance of proper marketing when you're bringing a product to market is very important, because that last trailer they showed, that launch where they
I
gave
think we
you
know why
extended.
Hellblade wasn't marketed that much though. There wasn't a whole lot to show.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, the fact that they Hellblade specifically, yeah, that whole debacle about them showing like the last 20 minutes of the game or something in the trailer was crazy.
Fuck else were they gonna show you? Just you walking for fucking a 10-minute trailer? Like, you know?
Y'all leave my game alone.
hey, yeah, Morgan. Hey, that's by far.
But yeah, nah.
How much do you want to bet that Astrobot's going to score higher than Hellblade?
Astrobot's gonna be a fucking 92.
Listen,
Oh, yeah.
that game looks
Okay.
fucking phenomenal. So I mean,
That's the best looking.
shit.
I've never been excited. I haven't been excited for a platform like that since I was like 10.
Yeah,
That's facts. I was like, oh my, like everything they showed, I was just,
Yeah.
it checked
My
all the
kids,
boxes for
I
me.
actually like when I knew it was coming. My kid, can I tell a short story?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna tell a short story. Okay, so I got PS5 came out, right? I got my PS5. I got it day one. I got it right after work. I was working third shift at the time. Got off work, got my PS5, and I'm playing Astrobot and stuff. My kids see it, and they're like, "Oh my god, I want to play this!" And they started playing it, and it got to the point where I would be trying to sleep during the day for work, and all I would hear days, weeks, months on end was fucking, "I am Astro," like fucking. I would be at work. Like, it became a. I almost got fired. I was falling asleep at work. I was getting woke up by it. Was bad. So I bought my kids Switches. Like spent all that money. Like Christmas, Switches. I got you Mario Odyssey. I got you. I don't remember what the hell they like. Mario Kart. I got you some Mario shit. And they start playing. And they're like, "It's cool, but you know what's better? Motherfucking Astrobot." And I'm like, "Look, I needed some sleep. Get your ass upstairs and you play some fucking Mario, bitch. like you getting me in trouble at work."
Yeah.
Non-stop. Like I would be at work just like S-S-E-D, and people.
Yes.
What are you talking about? And I'm like, but I would hear that shit subconsciously because the main TV with the PS5 is in the living room, which is right by my bedroom, and it just fucking constant, dude. Like all day, and they'd fight over it. And I thought Switch Mario would get them. No, they were like, Mario cool, but Astrobot, that's my shit. So when they found out, they were like, oh my god, like, you know what I mean?
Oh, it's about to be over for you. September.
Yeah.
So what you saying is you're not about to have your PS5.
Yeah.
Exactly. I can play it when I'm at work. I work weekdays now, so.
Okay, I got you.
Staying home all day.
But yeah, man, it looks good.
And they can play it when I get my PS. That's the thing too, is I'm like, go play something on the PS4, and they're like, the games they wanted to play all the time was Astrobot and fucking Ratchet and Clank. The only I'm like, okay,
of course,
like
the two PS5 games. Yeah.
Exactly, right? Like ridiculous. And then now it's Final Fantasy 7, so I can't delete that when it's over because Marcus is playing that too. Because he's really into the characters and Sephiroth. He likes saying that.
Yeah, your kids are adorable.
Yeah, they're a pain in the butt too.
That's what's up.
Kay, did Audrey says she's seen it?
Like Astrobot's costing me a lot of money already, is what I'm saying. Like I ain't really been in a Nintendo like that for years, and I don't take public transportation, or I don't really care for handhelds that much. The only way I'd use them if I was like traveling for work a lot, or et cetera, But I got them just to so I could get some damn sleep, and all they wanted to play was Astrobot. Can you imagine how pissed off I was? I just dropped like 800 pounds.
They're like, no, thank you. We'll play Astrobot.
Yeah, they're like, no, we're cool. We'll play this in the car, but I want to play Astrobot. I'm like, yo, get your ass upstairs. I'm gonna get fired if you don't. You know what I mean? I need some goddamn good sleep.
Absolutely.
Oh man,
it was a problem.
Yeah, you were asking Kay if Audrey had seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I actually called her the other day, and I asked her if she had seen the trailer, and she squealed and said she was super excited.
Oh, yay! I love it. They got the kids excited. That's what I like to hear.
Squeal.
That trailer was awesome, though. They did a phenomenal job. That was a great trailer. Like Nelson said, like it got me excited I haven't been that excited for a platformer in a long time. So it just checked all the boxes. I was like, man, this looks so good. They're talking about, they gave in-depth details. They're talking about like 80 levels or something. Like a bunch of bosses. Like
I go to Bar. I said there was 80 levels. He goes, holy fuck, 80 levels. I was like, stop talking like your mother.
Your kids are never gonna be done with that game now. You thought Astro's Playroom was gonna be bad?
Yeah, they stretched that into like 100 and some hours.
Yeah, this was gonna be even worse. It's gonna be a problem. Everything just sounds so good that they said about the game. Like, their new DualSense feature is gonna be used.
Like 70 enemies.
Yes, a bunch of enemy types. I was like, man, that sounds like it's gonna be a
The
fun
boss
plat.
battles, instead of having like 2 or 3, they're gonna have like.
Yeah, all the boss battles look really good.
Mm-hmm.
I love all the
Yeah.
little Easter eggs and just
Yes, I love that.
Yeah, I actually saw an update on that. Apparently, they're gonna have more than 150 references to PlayStation
Wow.
characters.
Yes.
Yeah, so throughout the entire thing.
That was one of my favorite parts of Playroom, like just like looking around, like, oh, that's Bloodborne. Oh, that's Uncharted. Oh, right there, that's Jack and Dexter.
That's
Like,
how I taught my kids PlayStation history. I'm like, this is a PSP. Your dad had one of these in 2007. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, exactly. The way
Yeah.
Astro turned into a PS5 too was so funny.
I mean, it was smart for them to do that and kind of show people the history because obviously they got a lot of new people in for the PS5. So I mean,
Yep.
you could tell how good
Yep.
it was, and I was talking about that with Morgan the other night. That you could tell how good it was, like for a packed-in game. That like a lot of people were just like, no, you got to play this before you play anything else. Like it's been a long time since a game that comes with the console really had a lot of people excited
since
to
Wii
get people to play
Sports
it.
is like the last.
Yeah,
that
Wii
was like,
Sports.
holy shit!
Yeah.
Like, this is one of the
Yep.
best things on the whole system.
Facts.
Mhm.
I was
Or
definitely on
Super
Wii
Mario
Sports the
Bros. Or
entire
Super
time.
Mario 1, that's like the top 3 for me.
I knew Wii
Agreed.
Sports was banging when they got my parents to actually play. They always just come, y'all want to play
I'm not
baseball?
kidding. I bet you 75% of Wii's that were purchased only ever saw Wii Sports.
Yep.
Yes, they were like,
Nice.
okay, let's play some tennis. I'm like, Dad, you threw your shoulder out the last time. You really want to do this again? I got it this time.
People's
I got it.
houses who
Okay.
had a Wii, before I knew there was other software for it. Because all they did, people would bring it out when you're drinking and they play Wii Sports. Like, it wasn't until I went to my platoon sergeant's house and he had kids and there was like Mario Kart. I'm like, this shit got other games? Like, keep in mind, I was a
Nah,
gamer.
it got
I wasn't
other
really
games,
into Nintendo
though.
like that. I didn't even know that. It should have been out for like 4 years.
I mean, that
Like
was
That's it.
2009.
that game
That was
has
the pinnacle
like
right there.
yeah, that game has like the highest attach rate ever because it's like the only game that a bunch of people ever bought. But that's why third party
came
struggled
with
so
it.
much on the Wii because everybody just played
Nobody
Nintendo
bought
stuff.
anything.
Yeah, and then that was it.
Or Wii Sports.
Yeah.
75% of Wii Sports and the 25% that did buy it, they had Mario Kart and freaking.
That Wii Fit.
That
Yeah.
Wii Fit
Yeah, Wii
thing.
Fit.
A lot of
Wii
people
Fit.
had that.
Mm-hmm.
Nintendo's been like, he sold the most units. I'm like, yeah, but I bet you it sold the least amount of software that they ever sold in fucking history.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah,
If they were losing money on that console,
I miss
they
my
would
Wii.
money on that generation. Like,
absolutely. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. Like I said, everybody's clearly excited about a lot of stuff, which goes to show you the health of the actual health of the gaming industry when you hear people talk about it from actual gamers' perspectives. Into that, just our first topic in particular that we just want to slide and go ahead and get into, dealing with the PlayStation 5. You hear a lot of people in the streets saying this, that, and the third. This generation isn't it. PlayStation is struggling. Well, obviously, the meeting where Herman Holst and Hiroki Totoki and a few others had spoke, that's clearly been nullified, with PlayStation 5 being the most profitable revenue generating era for PlayStation, while also at the same time Herman Holst doubling down on maintaining their current strategy with console first and PC later, with the exception of gas. So they put a lot out there in a really concise manner. I don't think this really left any room for interpretation, which is good because there was too much of that going on. Just to put it into perspective so people understand, because the PlayStation 4 grossed $107 billion in its lifetime and did $9 billion before taxes, and the PS5 is already at $106 billion gross and $10 billion in
which is crazy because look at the economy right now. If people had more flexible money like they did back in the PS4 era,
Oh, absolutely.
I think it'd be considerably higher. Because I'm buying less just by fucking necessity.
Exactly. Yeah, with the inflation and all the other stuff kicking our asses.
I had more money 5 years ago than I do now. It
Yeah.
just did.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's making a big thing, and they also mentioned that per user. PlayStation 5 owners are buying more games per user on average than the PS4 as well. So, even in the state of things, they're still managing to give us things that we find undeniable, and people are clearly wanting to pick up a lot of these games. Regardless, whether you're getting a second job, you DoorDash, and whatever we're doing to get this bread so we can play these games, it's clearly working. Obviously, we've, like I said prior, we've heard a lot of the naysayers in the meantime. Personally, I know what this means for us, when a company obviously is grossing like this and they're doing so well. But, Nelson, when you see this and you see them doing so well, personally, how do you feel like it, what that does for you as a consumer point of view?
Well, I mean, if they weren't making money, I mean, not a lot would get great. Like, I'm surprised there was an ad. I'm not gonna lie, like I was hoping they would, but I wasn't really counting on it. I'm gonna keep it a buck. That's why I was really excited, because I knew how much my kids would like it. I'm excited for it, and I was like, well, there's not a ton of money there, and there's less. It's already with AAA games costing what they are. It's hard to, like, we're gonna do something completely fucking new and whatever. For anything really, with the prices of everything, to be able to try or get partners or subsidize, because they fund a lot of games. You don't have the money. I mean, if the PS4 era would have gone well, I don't think PlayStation would be around, to keep it honest. If you know what happened during the PS3 era, I think if they PlayStation anymore, I have no idea where gaming would have been, at least for someone like me.
Same. No, I agree with that. If you're not making money, you can't invest in anything. I'd probably be saving
a lot of money though.
Yeah,
but I'd probably be playing a lot less.
But I think, like you said, we're all benefiting from that money they're making, clearly, because as much as we all enjoyed Stellar Blade, that was a clear and huge investment. And I think PlayStation has constantly and consistently seemed to show us that they are taking the money that they're getting from us.
Wasn't cheap either.
Exactly, which was also a phenomenal
game. That was like 7 years.
Yeah, so they're clearly reinvesting.
I just bought that recently. I haven't played it yet, but
I think you'll enjoy it. Me and Morgan enjoyed that a lot as well. Morgan is definitely better than me at that game. But yeah, enjoyed that game a lot. Morgan, same thing. Like I said, hearing the numbers, like I said, what's been going on. Do you feel like, that the numbers being generated are warranted, and you feel like your investment is, speaking for itself? Like you feel confident in what PlayStation's doing with these numbers and this money and reinvesting in, your platform?
I mean, at the end of the day, I have to look at what I'm doing and how I'm gaming. And this generation, I'm gaming more than I ever have, even with the PS4. And I love the PS4 generation. Gave us some of our favorite games. But I don't know, this generation, I'm gaming even more than I did last. So, and it's not just, the quantity of games, like it's the quality of the games that I'm enjoying too. Like, I've been playing, well, I know myself, I'm a gamer that knows what I like and I know what I don't like. So I've been, playing nothing but bangers that I love, for me. So
I always find a lot of AA and indie games that they're putting money into that are great too. Like,
absolutely, like I'm playing
so
many indie
nobody
games.
ever talks about Kenna no more. That's in my top 10 for the gen. I love that
like
game.
Kenna was awesome.
Kenna Bridge of Spirits
was fucking dope ass game.
Phenomenal. Okay, like, and that's the thing. Like, I've been playing mad AA and single A games that have been fantastic. That Stray, like,
yeah, even like the game about a cat. Like, if you would have told me that a year ago,
like,
joke your ass.
I remember when I first saw that trailer, I was like, yeah, that's for me.
I was like,
I
don't know about
a
this
cat
shit.
game, and I'm like,
I don't know
yeah.
about, you know what I mean? Like, I was a real ass. I'm not gonna lie. When I saw that game, I was like, what do you do? What do you do in the game? Just walk around, fucking drink milk, and bother people, or what? Like,
it's like it had a whole gameplay story thing going on, and it was fantastic. Like, I've been playing that. I've been playing Coffee Talk. Like, I just been playing like Vimba, Tales of Noir, Dredge. Yeah, exactly. Like it's Far.
and the Mutanium too. I don't know if you ever played that, but that game's fucking fire too.
No, I'll probably add that too. Space for the Unbound, like Sea of Stars, like fantastic game. I platinum that. Oxenfree. It's just so many indies that I've been playing that I absolutely love, and
Cult of the Lamb.
Yes, Cult of the Lamb, another one. Fantastic fucking game. Platinum that. Even with it was a little buggy, but still great fucking game. I have to go back and because I never did go back and play when they added the DLC. So I need to go back and do that at some time. But it's just, I absolutely love indies, and I will preach it to the, into my ears turn blue that indies are freaking fantastic. And if you are upset at the AAA space and you feel like it's not giving you what you like, try something smaller. Like people are always like quick to like put down a smaller game, an indie, or
not to mention double A's and shit too. Like Kenna's not a huge isn't a huge fucking budget game. That game was fucking rocked, man.
That's what I'm saying. Like there's something for everybody. So if you're tired of like, sometimes I get tired of AAA games too. Like it's just they're too big, too long.
That was better than most AAA. That was
Facts.
I think it was like that's my bronze.
I'm waiting for that DLC to drop. I need that.
DLC.
Yeah, they're gonna release it supposedly. So they're releasing DLC sometime. They haven't announced when, but it's supposed to be coming. But it's just like if you can't find something in the AAA, if you're tired of AAA, I get tired of it. Sometimes it's just too long in the tooth, or I've just played an open world and it's just a lot. I take a break and I go for a smaller game. They're just as good, if not better than AAA. Sometimes it's the developers getting really to tell what they want to do without most of the time like the big publishers over their back trying to give them directions of like, we need you to copy and paste every other game out here. They get to make what they want, and you can feel the passion in those games. Like they're freaking phenomenal. Like I can't wait to find what next indie I'm gonna play next. It'll probably be a Plucky Squire whenever that decides to drop. That looks insane. But yeah, like I said, overall gaming's been fucking fantastic for me. I don't know what these people are on, but no, I do. It's people who feel that way.
Sorry.
People who feel that way, they're usually the ones who only play the big blockbuster games, and they're upset that you only get one or two of those a year, and they're just kind of, other than that, they're kind of twiddling their thumbs when it comes to gaming. But again, people got to branch out. There's so much more than just the big blockbuster hits that are made in gaming that will impact you, and you'll love just as much as those AAA games if you give them a chance. And people who stick to only one genre, like, oh, I'm just an action adventure, or oh, I'm just an FPS, or oh, I'm just this and that. Yeah, there's so many genres out there.
The detail and the performance and stuff that you expect from AAA and stuff like that, no publisher on earth is going to crank out 4, 5, 6 of those a year.
Facts.
It's not possible. I don't care
Facts.
who it is, unless you got 100 goddamn studios, which not even Microsoft can afford. We're finding that out.
Yeah,
you can't, because people are like, oh, why do games take so much longer now? Well, they're a lot bigger. You get a lot more for your money now. I don't care if it's $70 or not. Like, fucking, you look at PS3 360 gen. Most games, they were fun and shit, but they weren't as detailed. And most games were 8 to 15 hours long, and they were $60, which is like $95 in today's money.
Yeah,
it's
I
true.
don't think people really put that into consideration.
It's just there's so many good games out there, and I think this generation has been phenomenal. I can't wait to see what else is going to come, particularly from PlayStation. They've been a little quiet when it comes to their A string, their first string lineups.
You know why though? I said this a couple weeks ago. I don't see them doing a showcase till September, and people kind of, oh, whatever. It's like, look, they don't want to show you a bunch of their biggest hitters, and then when the fucking Pro comes out, because they don't want to show you it now, because that's gonna fuck up their revenue stream, because nobody's gonna go out and buy a PlayStation right now. They're gonna wait to get the Pro and whatever.
That's what I said. I said that to Tony the other day. I was like, I think they're saving.
What are they gonna re-show you the same games running on a Pro? Like they're
Facts.
not gonna do that.
I was like, Ghost 2 is probably going to be that game where they show off the Pro. Facts. That's why I was like September when they announced the Pro. That's when they're going to show off the big tent poles and show you, okay, this is what it looks like on the PS5 versus what it looks like on the PS5 Pro. And they're going to do the side-by-side comparison, show you the differences, and that's when we get the big tentpole
At
games.
1440-60, or you can play at 1880p,
Facts.
run at 60 at a smoother frame rate with better ray tracing, yada 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 yada.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not gonna re-show you those games and they're gonna show it in the best light right off the
Yep.
rip.
Yep. That's what I think they're doing. Like people like are brushing it off like no, it's
And
not.
I get
But like
it, I'm not very patient. State of play, but it's like all the shit they showed us for at least.
Your mic is cutting in and out.
Then people would have been like, oh, why don't we show any of these games off or whatever like that? If they wouldn't have had a state of play, you know what I'm saying? So
it's like, yeah, I know it's coming, and I know it's gonna blow people away. People are, they're a little apprehensive right now. They're a little, upset with PlayStation.
I get it, but from
but
a
it's coming.
Standpoint, it's like.
Like, trust me, when they swing, they will swing. I best believe that. But there's nothing wrong with being on PlayStation's ass
because they too, because they know people. I'll fucking be pissed.
Exactly.
The goddamn state of play this week was better than the goddamn showcase last year. That shit was depressing as fuck.
Yeah, I think the only thing they showed was like Spider-Man, right?
It was Spider-Man, and they showed that one game. The only thing I seen worth the shit was like Spider-Man, Plucky Squire, and the hell was that one game? The Phantom Blade thing or whatever, which I don't even know if it's a real game.
Phantom Blade Zero, yeah. I thought that was gonna get shown today too. I mean, not today, but at the State of Play. I thought that was gonna get shown again, but they didn't show it. Or the other China Hero Project game. What is it?
Where the
I
wind
want to see more of those too.
Where the wind blows.
Lost Soul Aside.
Something like that, yeah. But yeah,
Lost Soul Aside was probably what you were talking about. But
Lost Soul Aside, yeah, there we go. Thank you. Yeah. I thought they were going to show that off, but yeah, PlayStation's been quiet on the first party front from the ones that we want to hear from. But again, I think, like Nelson said, they're going to come later down the road to show off with the Pro. I think that's their plan. They want to, for those big games that they spending the big money on, they want to show that off on the Pro because they want people to buy the Pro. Mm-hmm. Yep. So yeah. But I'm
impatient too, just because I like to plan ahead a little ways. You know what I mean? Like, because so many games, like there's three games coming out in a month. I might only pick one, and the other one's got to go on the back because I'm not gonna buy a more of a backlog.
Yeah. But to answer your question, gaming's fine. Like I look at people like, yo, I got a backlog full of games. I don't know what the hell they're talking about when they say there's nothing to play. Like I'm over here trying to, divulge my time. Like, okay, I'm gonna do Monday, I'm gonna do this, or Wednesday, I'm gonna do this. Okay, this weekend I gotta finish this. Like, I'm trying to get time to finish all these damn games, but again, it's just about branching out.
All these publishers are having their show now, and then you still got PlayStation on the back end in September. So
right, you got the summer showcase coming. It's gonna be even more games.
More summer showcase. Xbox will be half third party or more. They usually don't have a whole lot of good ones, but they always have some. And then you got Ubisoft's thing and every Nintendo thing. Everybody
I'm excited to see the gameplay for Assassin's Creed.
Devolver Digital probably have a show. You know what I mean? Like.
Oh yeah, I think they are having a show. Yeah, that's the one I'm looking forward to.
They always have one or two games a year that interest me. I mean, shit.
No,
trust me. People are trying to find times to drop their games because you don't want to all drop in the same month.
That's the thing. I hope they don't.
Again, people haven't even beaten Hi-Fi or Hellblade 2, so what we doing over here?
Oh man.
Well, they never wanted to play it in the first place.
People they just don't game in general.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a lot of people out here not gaming that are complaining about gaming the most. So yeah, we know those perpetrators very well. But yeah, I heard you speak up, Weep. So I mean, like I said, looking at these numbers, despite what people are trying to say, you feel that the numbers coincide with you being happy with your investment in your PS5 this generation?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I agree with Morgan. I've probably been more than I have been since last generation. Like it almost feels like a job now because how many games are coming out.
I really didn't get pressed for games until the last 3 years. 2-3 years.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Like anybody who's complaining that they can't find any games to play is fucking talking out of their ass. There's absolutely no way you can't find anything to play right now. There's so many quality titles, indies, AA, AAA, and I guess the downside of that is that we see a lot of games, you know, not meeting sales expectations, so failing, whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not surprising because there are just so many releasing in such a tight release schedule, and there's just so much that can keep our attention. Don't even think it's a money thing. It's just like, yeah, you're not going to buy.
It's the length of games these days too. A lot of the games I'm playing these
Yeah.
days are 50 to 150 fucking hours long.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah, that's a Ubisoft effect. So let's blame
I'm like
it.
100. I didn't even do everything in Fantasy 7. I'm like 119. Bitch.
But
Yeah.
I think Hellblade was like, or Helldivers, not Helldivers. Stellar Blade, I was like
No,
48, 50 hours. I mean,
Hellblade had other issues with its length.
yeah, it should have been
The opposite.
From what everyone, they were like, that bitch should have been 3 hours because that was mostly just filler. Like,
Yeah,
that's just what I've heard.
That's what you heard. Oh, you didn't even play it. Come on.
Oh man.
No, I didn't like.
You're
I
not-
didn't
you're not
like.
doing it.
Hell
I got
no.
30. I got
Oh man, fraudulent.
fell asleep.
No, he played it. He watched it on YouTube.
Sir,
Bruh.
we're not doing
I
that
heard that
here.
was the best way to consume it, to be honest.
Oh yeah.
Make sure you put your headphones on, your double Atmos.
Mm-hmm.
That way you can at least fiddle a dick on your phone and stuff like that while people are controlling the walking. That's what I'm
Controlling the walking.
Y'all so mean.
Well, it's hard to use your phone when you gotta sit and hold the left analog forward all the day.
Whatever.
Wow. All right, so
We're getting to the Hellblade 2 slander later.
yeah, we will.
Oh man.
Thing about it is,
But my
Xbox
baby.
really gotta impress me if they want me to buy one because I got a Pro to buy in the fall, and then the Switch 2's coming out, and
Oh.
Xbox ain't really
Yeah,
doing
I
a
just
whole
bought an
lot to make
Nvidia
me go
Shield.
out and
I ain't,
buy
I
it.
ain't, I ain't investing in the console. I'm good on that.
Trust me, the Pro is a better investment.
Well, I know
Facts.
games that
Yeah.
are cross-gen that they can play, so.
I mean,
I've
had
You
one.
get my PS5 when I upgrade. You wait until that happens.
I've had one since last year. I don't know how many times I turned it on. Like I can probably count it on one hand.
Yeah,
Like
honestly,
Damn,
I'm looking to
not
get
like
one
that.
really, really cheap just because my game library, just to kind of like keep it with me.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically all I want one for. Unless they come up
Oh.
with Killer Instinct 2.
yeah, okay. Until Microsoft decides to quit game.
It would be
Yeah,
right
that's
after he
what-
bought a console.
No, that's what I'm basically I really think this 2026 talk is them like, okay, whoever we can license our shit out, we ain't making our own shit, and then that shit gonna be real cheap. I'm gonna be able to find one used for like 200 bones.
Yeah, but that's kind of the issue I have with Xbox is that like I'm not even.
Their resale value is great. On the,
Yeah,
what
well,
you're
no, but
buying.
I don't even want to buy games for Xbox. Not just because the Game Pass effect, but just that I know like you don't own those games. Like they require you to be always online. So if they at some point decide, hey, guys, we tried, we had enough, we're gonna quit gaming, then and they shut down the servers. That thing's useless, right? I sincerely doubt that they would try to fix that for anybody.
Yeah,
if
they're
they
the
said,
only
"Hey."
platform that does that too. Nintendo and PlayStation, anything digital
Yeah,
that you
yeah.
have, I don't have to be connected to the internet. I can go without internet for fucking 6 months and play everything. That's not an online game, obviously, but only Xbox has that issue.
You can safely buy all your games physically for PlayStation. If Sony decides to call quits tomorrow, and shut down the servers, you can still play all of those games.
Absolutely. No.
And that's it. If you're a collector, if you are concerned about keeping your library with you, that's something that you have to consider.
Agreed. Well, I mean, it's safe to say, obviously, we've been happy with it as well.
Yep.
I won't. I mean, I'm gonna just say I personally 100% agree with all you guys. I'm good with my purchase and then some. Like I said, I'm skipping games. At this point, just to try and find the time. And I time is the one thing that is really short. You can't get more of that. Can't work for more of that. So you got to pick, choose, and refuse. Wait for sales and pick some of this stuff up later. Which sucks because, like you said, some of the pretty solid games end up getting skipped. I did see quite a few people pick up Banishers of New Eden. That was definitely a game that came out.
Yeah, that's still on my wish list.
I've been interested in that too. Yeah, I was waiting. I was hoping that would go on sale. Just I don't have time to play it, but if I see a decent sale, I'll
same.
Yeah,
in line
same.
or something.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's pretty much where it is, you know. But at least some people did pick it up.
I can't buy a full game full price unless I'm ready to play that bitch.
Yeah, like right now, you got to really pick and choose.
Or real soon, within the next week, ain't gonna, you know what I mean?
Exactly. So Kay, obviously
I've had it happen too many times. By the time I $35 on sale, and I just fired the bitch up for the first time. Like, God damn it!
Understandable.
I'm for supporting games, but I support myself.
Yeah. Okay, obviously you've been playing a little differently than everybody else. You've been playing some new, some old. This generation, you know, you're getting to experience some of the games you missed. You know, like you're playing Divinity Original Sin and all that stuff, but you've also played some of the newer Soulsborne games since you're in kind of a different area right now, but you've also played, you know, and obviously are a really big fan of Horizon, and Forbidden West was phenomenal. We all love that a lot.
Yeah.
Has PlayStation 5, you know, warranted the profit that, you know, we spoke about? And are you happy with your investment this generation?
Oh, I'm definitely happy with my investment. There are PlayStation 5 exclusives. Now, some people might argue that there's not many, but in my opinion, that for me, that there are enough that that I would not be happy if I was on a PS4 right now. You know, I mean, the performance alone over the PS4, and you know, like Horizon, even though it was cross, you know, generation for the PS4, PS5, the DLC came out and was PS5 only, and it definitely did things that the PS4 would not have been able to do, and that was incredible. And then I feel like a lot of what we are experiencing right now is due to the profits that came off of the last half end of the PS4, because it takes, you know, like
2020 was huge for them, and like 2020 they had so many fucking games, it was crazy. And then 2022 they had a lot too, but 2023 they didn't really, or 2021 wasn't huge for them either. I mean, you can't really plan things out to be even, you know what I mean? They're ready when they're ready.
Yeah, and so like it takes quite a while for a lot of these games to get developed. So a lot of the things that we are benefiting now is like what I had just said, is I feel like it's coming off from the PS4. So when we get these reports of how well the PS5 is doing now, just imagine what the benefits we're going to reap coming up when they actually take that money and reinvest it back into the console, and going out making more exclusive deals and expanding budgets, and you know, and then looking at R&D for the PS6. You know, I mean, I know it's still a while, but still, like, is it really too soon to start looking at R&D for like the next generation, if you know what I mean?
You're absolutely on point.
So yeah, so I am so that excites me that even though we're getting the numbers today, and we'll have to wait for the benefits a little bit later down the road, but knowing that that is coming, and just imagine how much bigger those benefits will be, considering what we're benefiting now from the PS4 generation.
Facts.
Agreed. No, I think that was perfectly stated. Couldn't have said it better myself. I 100% agree.
Yeah, when you look at PlayStation 2, you notice they make a ton of revenue, but their ROI is always very low because they're always reinvesting into their platform, into their online infrastructure, into their games, their studio technology, all that. I'm not picking on Nintendo because I don't blame them one bit. But those motherfuckers just take home bacon, like, and they just stuff it in the mattress, cause they ain't upgrading shit.
They said
Like,
they'll
their
take it,
engines,
whatever
their
they
games
get.
look like better res GameCube games, and that's not a bad thing. I'm just saying, like, they're not trying to push the needle forward technology wise. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Mhm.
PlayStation.
And all that shit costs a lot of
Nintendo's
money.
definitely pocketing the money right now, wholesale
Yeah.
until that Switch 2 drops.
I'm really curious what the Switch 2 is going to be like.
Yeah, I agree.
I think that's the console that got me the most curious.
I agree.
PS4.
Yeah,
Not the PS4.
I'm interested to see. I mean, we're talking about the rise of a lot of technology, like Kay mentioned. We're seeing a lot of things change that don't purely depend on the hardware, but the feature sets and other things that you incorporate into your console going forward and making it more future proof and last longer, being able to do
services,
things.
all that stuff.
Exactly. Things like DLSS, FSR3, a lot of things coming
Game
up
engine
that
technology.
exactly that can be harnessed throughout the generation and continue to make games better and look better and, you know, give you more quality and more of an expansive viewpoint, more immersion and all these other things advancing. So yeah, I mean, it's an exciting time. Like you said, we're coming towards the full stride, what I like to call the full stride of PlayStation, where I always explain it like when people see
mid to the late half of the gen.
yeah, where people see a race. If you see everybody's seen a 100-meter race, you know, they start on the blocks. PlayStation started off the blocks phenomenally. You know, the launch of the PlayStation 5 was insane.
Exactly. They usually start off hella slow.
Exactly.
Right.
They usually start off slower.
The middle, they start to kind of just, you know, keep up, and then at the end they just fucking blow by everybody.
Exactly. And I told people, like, one of the biggest strengths and things that I've learned over time and love about PlayStation is their ability to foster relationships with second and third parties to fill the gaps in the places where they particularly don't want to invest in. But more so, it's also respecting the partners. Like, you don't need to develop, you know, an arcade racer if you're partnered with the top person that does it. You know, if Ridge Racer's coming out or Burnout's coming out, you know, you don't need to step on the toes of that. What you need to do is support that and create your games and then let those games flourish. And I think PlayStation does that really well, as well as we've also witnessed. PlayStation has always been the one to incorporate new tech. Everybody talks about the PS2 era and the DVD player and, you know, the PS3 and the Blu-ray. Like, you know, Sony.
And people were buying that PS3 just to have a cheap Blu-ray.
Exactly.
Wi-Fi. Actual true backwards compatibility with PS1 and 2.
They're like a Blu-ray player I can get under $1,000.
Exactly.
It was $1,000. Wi-Fi, a decent Wi-Fi was $100 back then, and that had state-of-the-art Wi-Fi. I needed Wi-Fi. If I would have bought an Xbox, an HD player, and fucking Wi-Fi, I would have been looking at $700. And HD didn't last very goddamn long. I'm just saying.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, PlayStation's obviously been at the forefront of all this stuff.
Yeah, and let's not forget about the Project Hero stuff that they've been doing. China, India, and the money that they can put into.
Fucking fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm loving it, and it's really smart too because you can take chance on other games, and then the what do you want to call it?
Yeah, I mean,
the salaries in there are a lot. They're a lot more. You can give them $10-15 million and do what $50 to $75 million here would take.
Yeah, I mean, you're pulling people out in their rookie years, you know, giving them opportunities, and we're getting amazing games out of it.
They're starting the India project now. That's their next venture. And it looked like some good games that Omar would like. It was a bunch of Metrovanias.
Yeah, it was.
I think Herman Holtz brought it up too. I've brought it up. One of the biggest, like Bend. I really want them to do really well in their next game, because being where they're located and stuff like that, I don't think people realize that a lot of PlayStation studios are located in California. And I don't know what you know about California, but the cost of living there, to get a dev for the same price as, you know, working at Bend, it's going to cost you almost double the pay. Because of the cost of living and the taxes.
Yep.
It is so expensive to do business there and to live there. So I'm really hoping Ben does well, because having all your Herman Host brought that up when they were talking financially too, and I brought it up months ago with having almost all your studios in California. Yeah, there's a lot of talent, but you know what? That talent's very expensive because
Yeah.
what it costs them to act.
No,
And so they spoke on outsourcing a lot for their next, for the future of their games. They were looking to outsourcing and putting the games in different places just because of the expense. Like it's just so expensive to make games, especially like Nelson said in
Yeah, like a
California.
top of the line animator at Ben probably costs you $100K a year, whereas
probably
if
180
you got one
to
in
150.
California, probably like 180. Yeah, exactly. Just because of
Yeah.
the cost of living.
No, I mean you're
And
not
the
wrong.
taxes, my God.
I think that's one of the things that they've definitely looked at, and not just them, but I know CD Projekt Red opened a team in Boston, in particular. Like you're seeing studios in other places now, and one of the, I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, it's either Insomniac or Sucker Punch. I can't remember which one, but I know one has they have a dev team in North Carolina.
It's Insomniac.
It's Insomniac. Okay, I knew.
Yeah.
I lived there for a while. It costs us
Yeah,
a lot more to live there.
I passed by the building, just kind of looking like,
Can a girl get in?
Can I just walk in real quick? I just want to see what y'all doing in here. Just a glance, just like
just say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm lost. I was just looking for the
kind of fumble my
bathroom."
way in.
I love
Listen.
Oh,
when I was in Dallas, Texas, I think I was like in high school. My dad was working in an office building, and we were riding the elevator, and there were some people going to the very top floor, and my dad's girlfriend asked them, "Oh, what do you guys do at the very top floor?" And they go, "Oh, we're working on a game called Borderlands 2."
Yo, I'd have been like, take me with you. Let me go. Oh, y'all would have been cheesing on that elevator.
Yeah, I could see Kay holding on to their leg, like, you're not leaving this elevator without
Tell
me.
me, Sensei, tell me everything I want to know.
I was like, I'll leave my phone with the secretary at the front desk. Just let me walk around.
Exactly. I won't take no pictures or nothing. Just let me see. Let me look upon it.
I don't blame you at all. What's up, Omar? Jump in, man. What you got?
Yeah, so the SSD alone, and I'm not talking about the quote-unquote smoke and mirrors that people want to pretend that it have, which it's actually working. I'm not talking about the gameplay aspect of it. I'm talking about strictly just the loading aspect of
X.
it.
Game changer. I can't go back to the PS4.
Yeah, as someone that never knew what an SSD was before, like, that's a game changer.
Bro, Spider-Man turned into fucking Superman.
Exactly. That's how fast he was. Facts.
Yeah, something like that. But more of
people are like, "Oh, Spider-Man's only like 40 hours long." It's like, bitch, if it was made like in the old days, that game would be 95 hours long because it'd take you all goddamn day to get across the city.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Loading times.
You're
loading
never
times.
gonna get away. And walk times. Like how many games do you spend walking or going to your next destination in Spider-Man? You flying across the goddamn city like Superman.
Man, it's so quick in Spider-Man.
If you had a Spider-Man that was $100 long, that game would cost $1 billion because you're zipping into the next thing in 2 seconds. It's fucking crazy. There's no downtime.
The way you can literally press a button and you're teleported to another area on the map in 1 second. Like, people been talking about Bloodborne, what you call it, load time, which was around 2 minutes.
Yeah, it was long as hell.
Like, that was atrocious, and I suffered through that, so I know what I'm talking about with this one. Other than that, I would have loved that other company developers would make use of ray tracing, but I understand it tanks the frame rate and stuff like that. But it's still, when it looked good, it looked really good.
Yeah, I mean, Ratchet and Clank, I'm sure, was one of your first ones you got to see that on.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Other than that, PlayStation cheated. What I mean by that is they still focused on last gen with their biggest games like Ragnarok and Forbidden West, which
That's gonna continue next generation, just so you're aware.
we've
There's
seen
no way they're gonna make a $200 million game for 10,
we
15, 20 million people.
we've seen what sneak peek of what Forbidden West could have been if it was PS5 only, with the DLC, which was amazing. Um,
So
other
wait,
than
so
that,
wait. Before you
yeah,
continue, let me ask you this though: did you or did you not enjoy those games, regardless of where they were located, on your PS5 at the
I
No,
fidelity
shut
you
up, Tony.
experienced them at?
I
Stop
have
making sense, Tony.
I have no idea how the difference was between 4 and 5, so I can only talk about 5. It was amazing. Like you already know, I got the plug for both games,
So you
but
didn't.
it
So you
just
did
makes
enjoy
you,
those games, though, right?
yeah,
I'm not.
absolutely.
I get the wonder. You're saying you wonder what it would have been if it was only.
Yeah, this is
But
that.
you did love
Yeah, but
those
those
games.
games were 3/4 through development on the last generation, so they weren't made from the ground up for PS5 anyways, because it didn't exist. I think people forget that.
No, I get
Unless you put
Do
it
you
together,
know
you put it together
curiosity.
in
time
2 years.
No, the
when
curiosity
they
is
were working on it?
fine. So I was just making sure. I wanted to let it be known that regardless of your curiosity about what they could have been, you still loved those games and thought both of those games were phenomenal,
Oh,
regardless.
yeah,
Stop putting
absolutely.
words in his mouth. He thought the games were ass, Tony. Shut up.
Not to forget one of the best game I've ever played, Returnal.
There you go.
That's a W&a half.
Yeah, I know you love
Yeah.
that.
That man was
Amazing.
playing Returnal at 30 FPS. I was weak. I was like, wait, what? When you played Returnal at 30 FPS, I was so
Yeah,
dead.
you
I was
forgot
like, you were
your
like, yeah.
T.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
was like,
hey,
how the
you
hell
gotta
did you do that?
you gotta do what you gotta do.
Only Omar.
He said, look, we
Bro.
make it work.
I don't know how you did it. I give you all the
Just
props for
works.
that because that game frustrates me at 120 FPS. So you do you.
Hey, I beat it. I beat a few bosses. No hate mode. It was fun. I had a blast. Other
No doubt.
than that, their first party output is lacking, but they making up with it with the Project Hero devs that Kay mentioned, but also exclusivity deals and what's so not, which they're actually smart to seek exclusivity deals, unlike what the other company is doing. We're not gonna talk about that right now. So all by all, I am happy as a PlayStation owner, which I don't even think the Pro is gonna make me miss having, like for example, a Pro,
Yeah,
because your core PS5, you already got close to no loading screens, amazing visuals, and haptics, and everything in between. Like,
exactly.
Yeah, if you don't have the upgrading, but I got the screen for it. Plus, I need another PS5 anyways, as we're getting farther and farther away from cross gen, and my kids want to share in my library and stuff like that, and I don't want them to play what I'm playing. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think
I gotta
you
ask
made
you
an
though,
important point though, Karaba, because this is something that's
what?
come up when the pros come up, right? People
Oh,
thinking
now I need to
they're
upgrade. You
gonna
ain't need to do
be.
shit.
Yeah, you don't
When the
have to
PS4 Pro that
upgrade.
came out, did you have to go out and get that? No, you didn't. The original worked just fine.
Yeah, PS5 as is the core of their project and how they program, and is going to continue to be a phenomenal device. So yeah, I agree with you. It's not going to make you miss that at all. You know, it's
Shout
for
out
us
to
out here.
the DualSense though. PlayStation did their thing when it came to the PS5 controller. People laughed at the idea of haptics and the triggers and stuff, and they were like, "It ain't gonna be nothing. It's not gonna do anything. It's not gonna add. It's just a gimmick." Listen,
You know what's funny? I
the
don't.
DualSense is
I don't
fucking
wanna go back.
amazing.
You know what's funny? I don't really know when I'm using it, but when I don't have it, that's when I notice.
Facts, because I was playing when I was
Yeah.
playing Hellblade on the Nvidia, because you have
Oh,
to have the
you
Nvidia
wish it
controller.
had haptics.
Yes, I was saying to
Exactly.
Nate the entire time. I was like, bro, the point of this game is to get you immersed into the world with the visuals, with the audio. I was like, what they need next? They need the next step, the DualSense. Like I was like, man, it's missing like the wind hitting her, the waves smashing on her,
I
the
had
combat.
the exact same
Question about
thing.
Yep.
See,
Like it would have made the experience so much less dull.
Yes.
If you're walking, you actually could feel everything.
facts. You feel the
Question
feel on
about
the sand. The
Hellblade
sand.
2. Did you ever feel that it had
Hellblade
an
Definitive
SSD?
Edition 2025 PS5. Watch.
Shut up.
That's
Did
how
you
it always
ever,
works.
like, is it just me or it was not impressive what they were doing
With what?
with the SSD? Like they have similar SSD to the PlayStation 5, yet they didn't make
Yeah,
use
that's
of
the
it.
thing.
I said similar, not the same.
No, they have both an SSD. That's as similar as it gets.
Yeah. So
I
just to be clear, their SSD is slightly less than half the speed of the one required for a PS5. Just so people are aware of the technical specs.
I don't like. Do you mean like as far as like loading? Is that what you're talking about, Omar?
Yeah, loading took a little bit of time. Doing something interesting with the world change. It's just teleportation, nothing else. I didn't feel like even when you go underwater, it's literally a color change.
Yeah, I don't
There
know
was-
if that is because of the SSD or just because that was the design choice. You know, I don't know if that's like a SSD limitation or if that's just what they wanted.
But Omar, we're getting to Hellblade 2.
Yeah, man. Stop disrespecting it right now. We can do that at the allotted time.
Yeah, no, I mean we about to
Right.
we about to segue right into that anyway.
Oh,
So,
okay. All right,
yeah,
cool.
But very quick,
but yeah,
congratulations to PlayStation 5, other numbers, and
Congrats.
another rejection for day and date. And people are crying.
Facts.
Yeah.
Got them upset. They're so upset about that.
You
Trying to make it
guys,
seem
you
like
guys
PlayStation's
covered
stupid.
after what? So you already know day one on that game.
Facts.
But yeah, let's move on.
Yeah, so like you said, everybody, obviously, we're all very happy. We all play a ton of games on a ton of different platforms. But when it comes to PlayStation 5, there's no question. We're all having a ball. We're enjoying it. The haptics are banging. People, you know, the non-believers, you know, they're on the hush mouth now. And, you know, Microsoft is currently working on their own version of a haptic controller, as we've heard. So,
I wonder what that is.
Wait till it comes out, and then they play it with Hellblade. They're gonna say, "Oh, it needed it."
I'm telling you.
Needed it.
Mm-hmm.
It so needed that.
Hey,
Well,
what
you
up,
know,
Laura?
they're always one step behind.
Yeah.
Oh man.
You hook up
That's
a
always-
Series
I mean,
X.
PlayStation's always copying Xbox. What you mean?
But nah, man, it's just it's wild out here, man. That, like I said, that the gimmick, you know, thing and everything, and like you said, you know, obviously we've all played games where it's not implemented the best, but we've also played games where it's implemented phenomenally, and it enhances the experience to the next degree.
Listen,
And like you
No
said,
matter
when it's
what,
not
better-
there,
better
you
something
miss
than
it.
nothing.
You
Yeah.
notice it.
Yeah, it's a
It's like,
heavy miss.
Ugh. Makes your
It's-
control feel like a dead fish in your hand. Just like, ugh.
It's like if you're used to
Like,
playing with your 7.1 surround sound and you play a game
Facts.
without it, you know, you're like, wait a
And you're
minute,
like, oh
something's
god, the
wrong.
audio. What the hell?
Yeah, why is this audio
Speaking
so
of which,
bad?
like-
I'm playing Bramble, and the haptics are pretty good. Like every time I jump or I flash my light and stuff like that, or I get caught and I get killed. Like I got
Exactly.
snapped with a butcher knife earlier. I felt
See?
that shit.
Yeah, the haptics were
Felt
great
that.
in Stellar Blade too. Fucking phenomenal. They did a good job with the haptics. And I can see people, you know, not liking the adaptive triggers as much because sometimes they can get annoying, you know, trying to pull, especially if like it's like you're pulling the arrow back and it can get kind of
They're great
tiresome.
for
Like,
a single player, but if
haptics,
you were
I don't want to
playing,
hear nobody
a
talk
competitive
about
game.
the haptics. The haptics are fantastic.
Agreed.
But,
Like,
but you can
the
turn
way
it
they-
down anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
You can
And it's
adjust them. Yeah.
I think the best thing about the haptics too is that they've got it so tuned that, you know, you can feel it, the textural difference between different things, like the way they're
Yeah.
able to emulate raindrops onto a controller, or to make you feel like you're walking in water, or make you feel like you're walking on sand or stone. Like it's like so like the way they're able
Great. Oh.
to get that granular feeling of every different, you know, texture. Like it's like so like the way they're able to get that granular feeling of every different, you know, texture. Like it's like so like the way they're able to get that granular feeling of every different, you know, texture. Like it's like so like the way they're able to get thing, like every different feeling. It's so crazy. I'm like, yo, how is it that they're making me feel like I'm really getting like blown by the wind right now? It just feels amazing. So shout out to the engineers of the controller, whoever were able to put those motors in the DualSense and able to tweak them like that.
PlayStation
Fantastic.
created a next gen. Simple.
They
Yep.
did. They definitely did.
Xbox feels like the Xbox feels like a Xbox One X Pro.
Oh man, don't say that.
That's what it felt like to me. That's why I didn't get one yet.
I can't wait to see what they do with the PS6. Like I'm excited.
They ain't gonna happen for a while. I think it's gonna be a long gen.
I don't mind it being a long gen. I'm enjoying the hell out of this gen.
I'm enjoying it.
I'm in no rush.
Me either, especially with the Pro and stuff like that. I mean, the best games come 5, 6, 7 years in anyway, so you can maximize that shit.
Death Stranding 2 on the way.
Man, ooh, I completely forgot about Death Stranding 2. Oh my god.
On that
and
Pro.
It looks so fucking good when they showed that shit off, man. All the different biomes in that game. Jesus. Yeah, Kojima be doing the hell out that damn Destiny.
I think PlayStation's best years will be like 26, 27, 28.
Well, I agree. Like I feel like these next 4 years are gonna be fantastic with PlayStation.
Yeah. People are underestimating because it's so good right now. Let's let it be known.
It's so quiet.
But it's good though. Like what we have available. This is the thing I always get on. People talk about PlayStation, and then PlayStation is more than just themselves. And like this is And also I find it funny that people forget this, but part of being good at business is running your own, but also your networking capability and who you're working with, and who you're securing deals with.
Where you getting stuff from? Because if quality parts for this or that or whatever, you don't end up with a good final product.
Exactly. And PlayStation is always been about supporting not only themselves and their devs, but their second party and their third party partners. Like this is this is something that people miss, and it's like while people are worried about or talking about PlayStation, yeah, we're ready for a showcase. We stay on PlayStation's head about that. But we understand and we get the cadence of things and how things are moving, because at the same time, while we're waiting on that, like I said, we just talked about our game of the year. For two of us at the very least is Stellar Blade. And it's like we're still getting that, and Rise of the Ronin, and the rest of these games. Like it's to the point where you're forgetting some, that are coming out, and at the same time you're still securing these other games.
Like, yet I make fun of it, never ending, but still a great game.
Exactly. Like there's so much to offer, and it's like even the stuff that's purely multiplayer.
Still better.
And again, yeah, but that's a perfect example though, right? You're still getting that phenomenal third party support.
But I gotta get some games done. You know what I mean?
Yeah, fucking Helldiver shit.
That's
like another game that I enjoy, but I don't have time to play.
Yeah,
like,
I can't stay stuck on that. So it's like, but at the same time, like we've said, Infinite Wealth, one of his top games, if not his top game.
Wealth, another one. God.
Phenomenal experience that I was able to start. Like that game is crazy. Like this is what I'm saying. Like there's so much, and it's like while you're getting all this other stuff, if PlayStation released 5 games between now and July, we'd be struggling. We already struggling.
I'll be like, please don't.
I still gotta play Rayman. Well, it's not a PlayStation game, but Dogma. Those are 2 games that are gonna be 100 and some hours.
Exactly.
Between exclusivity deals and multiplats, like it's over.
Yep.
It's just so much, yeah.
Yeah,
Nobody
You still got Astrobot, and regardless if you're interested or not, Concord's coming out, and that's just before September.
Exactly.
Like,
by September.
I have yet to play Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. I have yet
Still
to
gotta finish
play
that.
100 Heroes. I have yet to touch the new Yakuza game. Like too many games. Like
I gotta go play the last Yakuza yet. I beat 7 of them. I needed a break, but I need to get back in. You know what I mean?
I didn't beat 7. I'm beating them in the chronological order. I'm at 3 or 4.
He's taking the journey.
I beat 0 through 6. I haven't played like a dragon yet.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
you're in for a treat.
Just too many games to, and also if you're like me, you playing the indies and stuff like that. Like it's never ending.
Hey, Omar.
So
Wara
what I wanna when it comes to Animal, well, I got the platinum. in it. I think 2
Yeah.
weeks ago, it was an amazing game.
See Fresh fucking around in the chat, talking about PlayStation dry as fuck.
Dry as fuck.
Hey, this is but C-Fresh. The actual C-Fresh would never say that. AI, you're exposed.
Nah, man, it's just I don't know, man. It's just such a good time to be a gamer. Obviously, like I said, we
Absolutely.
got a lot of stuff coming next week. But now it's time to move on and segue to Omar's favorite game this year, which is Hellblade 2.
Let's go! 5 hours.
Game of the year.
Game of the year, baby.
Game of the year, you know, absolutely phenomenal review scores. No, I'm just playing. I know how they get in their feelings, but no, I did personally get to experience it myself. To a degree, I have not finished it yet because I was struggling to pack.
Oh yeah, Grand Blue
How?
too. I got
How did you not finish it?
5 hours in that.
Bro, I was so
God
busy.
damn! Change the subject. I'm getting angry.
I know.
That's what you should have been playing. This man went back to Diablo 4. Like, it's what
I
you
You
should
had one job, man. One job.
I know. It's so much going on. I know. And I was supposed to finish it, but I did get far enough to experience like 70% of the game. So, yeah.
Did you beat the first Titan at least?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're giants, Omar. Did you not play the game? Jesus.
Yeah, Giants. Get it right.
Yeah, Giants.
I mean,
but
you
yeah.
can probably
My
finish it on your next lunch break. Come
Yeah,
on now.
I mean that's the
Not
plan.
a lunch break.
That's the plan. to be
Y'all
honest.
disrespectful.
No, that's been that's the running joke. It's like, yo, I had a lunch break, so I finished it up. But
Man.
yeah, I mean, obviously this game came out to divisive opinions. Some people loved it. Some people gave it a 4, which drove a lot of people crazy. But
man.
you know, overall, but my personal, because I'll give mine just first because I'm not done. Personally, the game is just it's okay. It's a neat experience, but to me, personally, when you're spending 5 years in development, I just feel like they could have spent their time better from a development standpoint. I'm just like, compared to what other dev studios are capable of, and the support that Microsoft should have put behind them in enhancing this team and doing all these things, because honestly, if you're not going to help them improve, help them grow, and help them do bigger and better things, in more ways than one. I mean, they did
They never have.
Henry.
I don't know why people were expecting that.
Yeah, they getting on you in the comments.
Yeah, they always get worse.
Yeah, I know. But
It's only 3 YouTube ads long. Yo, try to stop.
I know.
Yo.
Skip.
Right?
Oh man.
But
I said that's including the skip.
yeah, they need to. I don't know, man. I don't know what they're gonna do.
It's all,
going
Hellblade
forward.
only 3.
Yeah, that's what she was talking about.
Oh god.
They definitely need to. They need to curate their time and stuff going forward better in the future. Hopefully, this tech and all this building of the mocap, that they did 10,000 pounds of, will help them create things faster in the future. Hopefully, this was just a setup for them, and they're going to do some other things. We've obviously seen them do Enslaved, Odyssey to the West, Heavenly Sword, and lots of other, games. So hopefully, they're going to do more with that in the future. But yeah.
They did Bleeding Edge last. That was good.
Yeah, that was woof.
They're getting better under Microsoft.
Absolutely.
Yo, you gotta stop.
So
I think they're better off spending their resume writing skills.
Oh my god.
I know. I'm gonna give it.
Yeah, I didn't think a game was gonna bomb worse than Redfall, but man, nobody bought that shit. Like nobody.
Well, yeah, sales wise, but we know,
I
we know
Hey,
the problem
fuck everything. Shut up, both all of you. Me and Morgan, let's talk.
Oh, damn. Oh, he said this is me and Morgan thing. Oh, snap. Gloves off. Okay,
Wait,
ding,
hold
ding,
on,
ding. All right.
wait.
Don't trust them.
Wait.
Don't trust them.
All right,
What the
so
hell happened to Hellblade 2? Where is
Hey
this
yo,
amazing combat
wait.
that we
Before
were
oh,
wait. Before y'all get into this,
the referee.
Omar, did you play the game the right way?
Yeah, let's start off by tell the chat tell the tell the chat exactly how you played the game the first time, Omar. Well, he got quiet. All of a sudden, he don't want to talk no
So
more.
I'm laughing. So I
Yeah.
so
His mic died all of a sudden.
so next topic, please.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, about that. So I was smart enough to think to know that Hellblade was gonna be so easy that I'm gonna do a challenge run. So I beat the game without a single failure.
Oh, that's what it was.
Oh.
Lying.
He's saying it was
I'm
intentional. He did
not.
it with
I
intention.
have the power to block you. We move on. Okay, so I beat the game without knowing there is a fairy button. I was
Yes, my boy
uh,
Omar beat the game and didn't realize that Hellblade had a parry or block button. Y'all, he was like,
I so the thing is I hardly ever look up anything when it comes to tutorials or whatsoever. If it show up, it show up. And I genuinely believed that the game was teaching me on the way, like figure it out yours by yourself. Because I knew 5 hours long. A lot of stuff they cut they don't have, like for example, an actual fucking menu where you can see your character or you can see anything. It's just a screen. Like there is no how many logbook you collected, no anything. It's 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 like they fired the menu guy or the girl. Like they fired the combat person, they fired the menu person, and they fired the story person. Cause 5 hours long.
the funny thing is they got somebody
Well,
from Santa Monica they hired from Santa Monica Studios to do the combat. So
Yeah,
No
I did
well,
hear
way.
you
about
see
that.
what
yeah.
happened was is that Microsoft paid for them to go to Iceland, and they were enjoying their vacation so much that by the end of it, they're like,
So
"Oh
they got
shit, yeah,
Hell
we got to
yeah!
make
Do you
this
see
game."
No,
the
that
director's
is
pictures? That dude was
you're
doing blow every night for like 3 years.
chill.
you're making
Bro, check
fun of
out his Instagram. That dude was having a
you're
ball on Microsoft payroll.
you're making fun of it, but real talk, the rock, yes, it does look nice, but
They were there for like 3 years.
what the fuck
Hmm.
am I supposed to do with the rock when all the rock looks the same? Not
Oh
only that,
man,
you're not doing anything interesting with the rock itself.
he
Like
said I can't pick up the rock.
it's so
I mean, it
frustrating.
serves no
The game
gameplay element.
the
Listen.
game
All
Omar,
right,
no,
them
TikTok.
visuals. All right,
the
they're immaculate.
visuals
Stop hating.
are impressive when you're fighting the titans. Yes, uh, the the giant. Yes, but my biggest issue is outside of the visuals and the voice acting. You have nothing. The story is too short to be called a story,
Hey,
and the ending is so cut off that you're like, that's it.
man. Okay.
Who for someone that is such in control, you're the weakest out of all of them. And
I mean,
that's
that's kind of
it.
the point.
At the first one, just at the first one, the the atmosphere is one of the best I have ever played. Like they do atmosphere justice with this game. And the previous one, all they needed combat. Fix that shit. A story. How your story is this short? Like, what's the point of you creating a video game if you don't want it to be a video game? If you want it to be an interactive movie, I have absolutely zero problem with that. But even those are long. I'm looking at Borderlands, uh, the Borderlands franchise. They made it
On and stuff
interactive.
like that's like 11 to 15 hours.
Like, if this game
Detroit Human
was
Become Human's like 16 to 15 to
if
20.
if this game was 10 to 15 hours long and had actual combat, multiple weapons, skills up the wazoo, this game could have easily been a 90 on my Metascore.
Oh man, so if the game was
Easily.
what Omar wanted it to be, it would
No,
have been
but
a
the
nice.
story,
If the game did
Right,
all the
right,
things that it was
right.
missing, like
the story is so good. It just sucks that there is not enough story. Like
Story enough story.
Okay.
the atmosphere, it's like they didn't like. Imagine if we actually had a freaking explanation to who these characters are, what they're dealing with, instead of a 1 minute not cutscene, storytelling of what they do. I still now, I still have no idea who's the dude that helped me.
Oh, so what you're
And
referring to is a lack of exposition. By the way, that's what the word you're looking for.
yeah,
The dude that helped me. I'm trying to figure out which one you're talking about.
every single character. What's their motivation? Motivations? They give you so little motivation to deal with. They're like, okay, two, two folks have been fighting since so long, and because Senua came in and dealt with something, all of a sudden they are with her. Like, there is zero, what can you call it, room to breathe. This game absolutely needed side content, needed additional bosses to fight. Like, it could have been fun, and I will never forgive them for this one. The slow fucking walking or running, whatever you wanna
Where
call
she's
it.
supposed to be running, but it's like a fake jog run thing.
You
Yeah.
don't even get to fake run. Like, you know when she run, when you're fighting the bosses, then
Oh,
she got
did you not know
her
how to make her walk fast, Omar?
she got her
I feel like Omar. I feel like you didn't know that you can make her walk faster. Do you know that?
yeah, you hold the button.
Oh, okay. I was making sure because you didn't know a lot of moves, so I was just making sure.
I didn't know about one single move. Which
I'm just
yeah,
making sure, Omar.
but again, what frustrates me is
Probably the most essential move of them all. Okay.
and the way I say is this game is have potential. It have one of the best. It could even be the best switching from enemy to enemy animation I have ever experienced. Sadly, you don't get to use these stuff. Like for example, in the animation scene, you actually get to hold on someone's shield and use it to protect yourself. Why couldn't I do this in the main game? Like, why is it so difficult to add fucking gameplay mechanics to make game entertaining? Is it so? Am I asking too much? Like, the fire people, they're difficult to deal with. Before you fight the shield dude, you steal his shield, and now you have a shield to use against the fire people. Is that so difficult to do?
I
Am I
mean,
asking too
but
much?
if you had, if you knew parry and block, you could have dealt with the fire people instead of just, probably rolling into the fire, which is probably what you did. I mean, if you knew those buttons, Omar, it wouldn't have been such a tedious task to deal with the fire people.
So
No,
what you wanted was more emergent gameplay mechanics.
I wanted gameplay. I
Yeah.
wanted gameplay and more story.
Does anybody else love it when Omar gets pissed and ranked?
And another
I
thing
lo-
is why I have seen like Hellblade 2 lacked also in biomes. All you see is rocks and green.
It's
Like
easy to make it look good that way. Why do you think it looks so
I
good?
mean, there was
Nothing
snow.
very
There was snow
normal
as well,
there.
and
I
I
was
but
so happy
but
when
is
I
the
was teleported to quote unquote hell for a bit, because I actually saw red for the first time. But when you and then when you're dealing with the wind, that was cool. But the underwater was so underwhelming. I don't know. I don't want it to be a shit on fest just for the sake of shitting on. Like
oh, that's
this
never stopped
game
you.
could
Go
have
ahead.
easily been a 90 on my meta. I'm not even joking. Like they have the formula. I'm not sure if it's Microsoft not caring about gaming or is it developers not caring about gaming. Apparently, they were gonna hire someone that's gonna make combat amazing. What happened to that? Is it? I swear they could have just wasted all their money on the trip to Iceland. And I'm not even joking about that one right now.
No, I
I
mean it
think
went to the studio, the graphics, and the money was used,
yeah
not just on the trips.
I think they overindulge on the fact that they went to Iceland to make like this accurate
Hmm.
representation of Iceland, and I mean that's a choice.
Oh,
Oh, well,
and
you can complain about the biomes, but that's they wanted to make an accurate representation of Iceland, so that I don't begrudge them
what
for that. But
There was a
accurate
bikini chicks in there. I'm
representation?
just
Hold
saying.
up.
Omar, let me finish. Man, you rude motherfucker today. But they want that's a choice on the make, but they spend a lot of time in making that as realistic as possible, and the mocap, because I can really see they were overindulging in that. There were moments where we were like focusing on her face, and there was nothing happening really, but
Hmm.
they were just going to show, hey, look what we can do. Like and like there was like a section early in the game where you were crawling under some boards, and it has like they focus on her face, and you were going really slow, but there was nothing happening. There was not like there was
I
any
think they wanted
tension.
like we want the best looking game ever, and they're like, to get this, we're gonna have to cut the screen up, all the shit in the game, all of it out, take it all out,
Well,
and then you know what I mean.
But you could.
that's kind of my point, is that they focused, they probably spent all their money on that, and either they
Time
made a
and resources,
very
especially on the Series
very
S.
they Nelson, come on, let me finish. Uh, they either made a very conscious choice there that they want to only focus on that and spend the budget on that, and they said, okay, like then we have to make the game shorter. Or Microsoft at some point said, yeah, we want you to release the game. Yeah, but we just finished, the landscape and the mocap. We didn't really start with the story yet. Yeah, we don't care.
He said, "Wrap it up, please."
But see, that's what I was saying. Like I noticed that even early on, like what you were talking about when she was crawling underneath the thing, and they were overly focusing on her face constantly. And I was like, I
Mhm.
feel like you said, like they overindulged in that specific thing, the accuracy of these rocks and this water
I ain't gonna
flowing over
lie.
everything.
If I
The
did that
rock,
game, I'd make y'all look at them rocks too. Like, bitch, I spent
the
30 hours
the
on them
rock,
damn rocks, yo.
the
Them
rock,
damn rocks.
the rock,
Look
and the
at my rocks,
lighting
bitch. Look at my
under
rocks.
in that cave area. One of
Mhm.
the like the crawling. Oh my god! I never knew gaming could be so slow. I I wanted to literally pull her out from her hair or something like that.
Like,
But
bitch,
The
her
hurry up.
hand,
the
like
the, the torch
so
puzzle was definitely
slow.
annoying, as I said.
Oh
Like
yeah,
And you
they
yeah.
know what? And you wanna
this is kind of the problem. It's not that there are too many of them, but like when they do a section like that, it just goes on and on forever. Like they have no sense of pacing. Like
That
get,
was
they have
the
no
chapter I was
pacing.
talking
I didn't
about
know
where
this
I
for
was like,
sure.
this is so slow.
They
That with
have
the
they
torch
can't
puzzles.
Yeah.
they can't have any pacing because this game would have been less than
It would
5.
have been 2 hours long if they didn't have that shit in
Yeah,
there,
and
though.
yeah,
I'm not joking. You literally beat 3, 4 titans and call it a day, and go giants
yeah
and
that
call it a day.
Yeah,
And
that's that. That's I think. Yeah, because there was criticism that especially that section was padding, and I think that happens not just there. I think the combat as well, because the combat sections I had, like, for me it was like it went on for too long, right? Like you could only fight one opponent at a time, and they were constantly coming. And I even saw instances where the same sort of scripted, cutscene played when somebody grabbed you, and then you had to
Yeah.
struggle through.
Yeah.
I saw the same one happen in the same fight sequence.
What's
Like,
the point of that? It's like
yeah, padding.
Well,
no, I'm talking
yeah, I
about
didn't I
is
didn't
when
like
you
that either. That the
when you
fights were
fight an
scripted, overly
I'm talking
scripted.
about when you fight an enemy and he hit you a few times and you go on the ground and you're struggling, and then at the end only to avoid it. Every single time happened. Like, what's the point?
See,
You're
I think a
literally
lot of it is
time
because
wasting.
everything was like mocapped, right? So like nothing was like. I think that's what the point they were making in their documentaries when they were talking about it, because I was watching a lot of the behind the
Okay,
scenes
so
and stuff.
question.
And
Death Stranding mocap. Is
Mhm.
this game boring?
Death Stranding, is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Is
No,
Death Stranding have amazing rock? Death Stranding have amazing visual? Death Stranding have amazing voice acting and character
It
design
has vehicles and you can move around too.
and so on. But is Death Stranding the gameplay core boring?
Nope.
I guess
It's
to me,
so
no. I mean,
fucking
it depends on some people
addictive.
find it boring.
Depends on how you talk to.
Yeah, but I say some people don't like it.
I
Most
don't
most
care
of those
about
people stopped
those
in the first
Well,
people.
you
45 minutes.
asked.
No, I'm talking to you. I'm asking you because you played
No,
it.
but I mean, I didn't find Hellblade's combat that boring either, though.
Okay.
The way he gave up on me. Okay.
No, I said because no, the reason why I said this because I knew you were with me. You were excited
Yeah,
for
yeah. I wanted
the
a
combat
more
lead
fleshed
designer that
out
was gonna get do
combat.
something about it.
But as soon as they announced that it was basically about to be the same game, I kind of gave up on that dream. I was like, oh,
So
okay.
do you think they had a different visions and something happened?
Like, do I think they wanted it to be bigger and
Yeah.
then something happened?
Like
I think they just needed a long vacation.
no way in hell you're gonna hire someone that you wanted to be the lead designer for combat and then
I think
only to your combat be worse than your previous game.
that they had a vision that, like Weeb said, involved being this graphical masterpiece, showpiece, and then they realized that they couldn't achieve that if they had this intricate, like, depth of a combat. I feel like they were just like, we're gonna have to make some compromises if we want to reach the visuals that we
So
expect to reach. And I think that's kind of how it got scaled back a little bit. They were like, okay, well, we wanted a more in-depth, maybe a skill tree or more weapons, but we're not going to be able to do that and do this photorealistic looking, looks like you're there, looks like she's real type graphics at the same time. So I think compromises were made in order
and what
to
about
achieve
the
that.
puzzles? Some of the what they're bad. They're boring. They're
Yeah, they were
time
definitely
wasting.
easier than the first game. It seems they took the feedback from people and just decided, okay, we're just gonna help them solve it. Like, cause it would like immediately, like, I had the game on hard and it would immediately like go right to where the
Yeah. What
the puzzles answers were. I
yeah,
was just like, oh, okay.
what your thought on the voice is now actually helping you instead of
Um, well, I know people were saying they were more like help, like as far as navigation goes, like, oh, to the right or that way. They were more that than they were in the first game. I still felt like they still had their moments where they were,
sometimes they cause it banter and stuff like that.
yeah, where
But
they were, talking to Senua and telling her she wasn't, she's not good. You're not a good person. You're just doing this for this and blah blah blah. They still had their moments. There were, moments where she had to tell them to shut up. Like, I'm trying to think, shut up. Like, I think they still served as the exposition well. I think they just wanted them to be a little bit more kind of like how Atreus was in God of War. Like, look, I think the answer to the puzzle's over there. like that type of shit. Like I hated that God of War. I was like, yo, that Atreus would give me 5 seconds to solve a puzzle, and if I didn't, he's like, all right, bro, let's go, chop chop, it's over there. But yeah, I didn't mind that, but I did feel like it was a little too much at times, because sometimes, I just want to solve the puzzle by my damn self. Like, let me do. You ain't got to tell me it's over there. Okay, let me look. Let me search. Let me play the game. I think, yeah, they could have pulled back on some of that. But I don't feel like how everybody was just like, that's all they do, because that's not what all they did. They were definitely still, the voice of Senua's lack of confidence in herself, and her feeling like she just wasn't enough, and that she was never going to be what she needed to be. I still feel like they played that role well. And I think the audio design was amazing. Like, even at the beginning of the game, it would go from like one of my ears to the other, to them just talking. It felt like they were behind me for real, just whispering to me, telling me to get up, come on, we have to go, we have to leave. This isn't right, we have to go. Like, it was good. Like, I enjoyed it. It's definitely a game where you have to play with headphones, if not a good stereo Dolby system. But I think they did their thing on that. But yeah, I would have liked it to be a little bit more, because I know your point is a little bit more like the first game, because they were definitely, I don't know what it was. They were definitely more visceral, the voices in the first game, and I like that. But they weren't as visceral in this one. So I do get your point. It wasn't as good as the first game, the voices.
What frustrates me is it could have been so much better, and yet we got what we got. And I genuinely want to see a documentary what happened to the game.
They got like 17 documentaries. What you mean? That's the problem. They have way too many fucking documentaries from Ninja Theory.
No, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about someone like Jason Schreier have an exposure to what actually happened.
I mean, an exposure would mean that something went wrong. If this was their vision, something went wrong.
We know something went terribly wrong.
We don't know that, Omar. You think something went terribly wrong because it's not the game that you wanted to. That's not the same as something going terribly wrong.
When you hire someone that said combat is gonna be completely overhauled whatsoever, and combat gonna be a great aspect of it, and then you get what you get.
They did overhaul. They fuck out of there.
No, that's what the point is, though. They promised that. Hey, again, let me look it up for you.
Oh God, here we go.
They were exactly saying.
Well, no, I mean that's what Morgan stated. We know they promised that, but they didn't. So, I mean, we got the combat we got, and it's
like I said. I think they just realized they just had some compromises had to be made in order to achieve what they wanted to achieve in the visuals, and so it kind of got dialed back. I don't think it's some big conspiracy like somebody had to it was like a sacrifice in the team or something. I don't think it was something crazy like that. Like,
it definitely sounds like their priorities and their main focuses had shifted to different areas than they did in the first game. And like Morgan is saying, because of those shifts, some things were compromised, and it honestly looks like they decided to go for the better graphics, and like they wanted it to be a real showpiece of it felt like they were trying to go for more of a visual immersion rather than the first game, where the immersion was more into what Senua was going through, as in the voices, and not being able to tell, you yourself weren't able to tell what was real and what wasn't. So that's what it kind of.
Then let me ask you this, Kay.
Oh man.
As someone that played God of War and Forbidden West, do you think that they nailed it with Hellblade 2, or do you think playing a game like God of War and Forbidden West had the better formula?
Oh, those are different games. Why are you doing that?
No, I'm talking about.
Are you trying to compare it to Forbidden West and God of War open world games, Omar?
Let me change the
Omar.
question. Did they succeed with making it immersive enough for you when it comes
Okay,
to
that's
the
a better
visual?
question.
Oh my goodness. So one, Omar, God of War and Horizon are definitely more gameplay focused, okay? And before Hellblade 2 even came out, both Morgan and I were saying that the way that Hellblade is, nothing is really going to change. The only thing that might change will be improvements upon what they already have in place. And it sounds like they improved in some places and then they kind of fell short in others. But overall, the game still remains what it was in the first one, which is more of an experience. It just sounds like like they had some compromises. Like in the first one, the puzzles were simple but definitely enjoyable, and people are saying that they kind of dumbed down the puzzles even further in the second one, and then the combat was, it felt like it was there to more drive a point to make you feel scared for your life, as if you were putting yourself in Senua's place. And it wasn't meant to be God of War combat. It's just like everything was driving you into having this experience, and that's really what they were going for. So it just sounds like they drove even harder into it and just ended up making a movie.
Essentially, I was going to say that's a good point I was going to make. I think because people are like, well, the combat, and I'm just like, she didn't have multiple weapons, and she was like, I think the point of what the game is trying to say is like she's just a person, she's a vulnerable person, and going through this psychosis that she has to deal with. And I mean, I'm not trying to I feel like this is like a spoiler. Like, I feel like a lot of this shit's in her head. Okay. I don't feel like half of this stuff that she's even in the second game is real. And I think that's kind of the point. She's fighting her own demons, so she's not going to be this powerful. Yeah, I'm going to do that. She's fighting what she's going through inside of her head. Like all of this is just her trying to triumph through, she's finally kind of letting go of, her lover. And now she feels guilty about, the slavers coming through and, taking her people, and she wants to free her people. And she feels like, she's not enough for that. Like, and, in the voices in her head are the same way. They're telling her she's not enough. Like, you're not strong enough. You can't do it. You don't really want this. You just want this to guilt your conscience. You're not a good person, blah, 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 blah. And so her fighting isn't supposed to be this, she's not supposed to be a Kratos or, or a hero in any type of way. She's just a regular person trying to fight this. And that's why it looks like she's struggling half the time, because she doesn't feel like she's strong enough until like the end, when she kind of conquers her demons a little bit. But most of the game, she feels vulnerable, and that's the emotion that they're trying to get to you, that she's not this, invulnerable person. She's just somebody struggling, and she's looking for answers. And she's trying to work them out in her mind. And I think most of this is in her mind, just like it was in the first game. This is just how she deals with her issues. So, I mean, but again, that doesn't mean that just because that's what it is, that it came off that way to everybody, that it came off well enough, or it was written well enough for people to actually like it, or understand it, or want to actually play it. And that's on Ninja Theory, right? If it didn't translate that well to you, that's on them, right? I can't expect you to be like, well, okay, I get that that's what they're trying to do, but I still didn't like it. Like that I completely understand. That's why I say I completely understand when people gave it like a 6 or a 4 or whatever, because even though I understood what they were trying to do with the story and the combat and everything in this game, I can completely understand why, even though that's what they're trying to convey, that doesn't mean it's going to be interesting for everybody, or that's what everybody wanted So
Yeah.
again,
Right. Like
I gave it an 8.
there are a lot of valid criticisms
Yeah,
about
absolutely.
Hellblade 2. Like, for instance, like when people talk about the combat in Hellblade 2, they didn't feel it was as good as in the first one. I think a lot of them that I've noticed are more talking about the style of the combat, right? So in the first one, you would have multiple enemies and you were free to go after whoever you wanted, and some of them would gang up on you, and then, you know, like Omar was saying about the voice, oh, look behind you, they're behind you, and you'd have to,
Right.
you know, it was more freestyle, right? And you had more control. And then in the second one, a lot of people are complaining because it's like it's more one-on-one. The bad guys are comedically standing in line for their turn.
Yeah.
And then
Oh, and
it's more of
also
a it's
the
hold on, Omar, I'm almost done.
right.
And then the combat is almost more of a QTE type style in a way. Well, definitely more than what the first one was. And so, yeah, that's a valid criticism, as in it might not be like saying it's not God of War Ragnarok combat. That, I don't think that's valid. But when people say, hey, I liked the style of the first one, if they just would have kept that and improved the animations and the impact of the hits, then that improvement would have been a lot better than what it is, what they gave us right here. So yeah.
No, yeah, I agree. I think the big takeaway is like what Morgan said a minute ago. Even if I get, because this is the thing people have done that I can't stand.
You don't get it.
Yeah, exactly. The you don't get it crowd.
I love it when people say that. You don't get
like
it.
motherfuckers was in a space acting like somebody who didn't like it. They were like, no, I get it. I just don't like it. And they were like, yo, how dare you? Like it sounded like motherfuckers like you just can't appreciate
you're
fine
not
art.
you're not smart enough to understand the story. I was like, well, the thing is, you know, a well-written story is something that, you know, most people can grasp around. So if people didn't get it or people didn't click to it, that's on the fault of the writer.
Exactly.
So
I was like,
I mean, I did, but
that.
again, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, well, if you didn't like it, get it. Like, no, it's just not everybody. Even if they got it, it's not gonna resonate with everybody the same way. And, you know, it's gonna take more than just that to get people to like it. Like, you know, Omar wanted some better combat. He wanted improved combat.
Yeah.
So it is what it is.
I think the story also kind of frustrates because, yeah, you know, a lot of it is in our head, but it's kind of inconsistent with it, because in the end you can almost, it could potentially be that everything is in our head, like the entire journey, and that but that would also kind of make it pointless, because it seems like, because it kind of depends what your message is. Either if you want to make it your message, like, yeah, how tragic it is if you have like this dissociative disorder where you don't know what's real or not, and then so basically you could live like an entire, you know, life, or think you're a hero, and basically none of it is real. Or is your point that, you know, despite having this disability, you can still be a hero. You could still be somebody who helps other people, because that's kind of what I thought they were going with.
That's a
Because
good point.
she was helping these other people she met, that even somebody who's basically her enemy at some point. But in the end, like it kind of felt like that they were basically implying that all of this was basically just, you know, in your mind, and that kind of sort of undermines the entire journey, because then it's not really a journey then.
So
Yeah.
what's the point of it being a sequel? I thought she you know, she conquered her quote unquote sickness whatsoever in the first game.
No, she did
I
not.
think the first one where she
You
was,
don't get rid of schizophrenia.
yeah. Yeah, I think it was more so her accepting the fact that Dylan wasn't
Yeah.
coming back. I think that was what the first game was about.
Yeah,
Like her
exactly.
realizing, you know, there's nothing she can do to bring him back to life. She has to let him go. She has to appreciate what he was for her when he was in her life, and, you know, giving her that love and appreciation that nobody else in her life really gave her. And, you know, use that strength that he saw in her to move on. That's basically what that
That's
story was about.
that we can't talk spoilers, right? Because we didn't actually.
Yeah, fuck it, man. It's 5 hours.
Yeah, whatever. It's 5 hours. Yeah, if you haven't finished it by now, you never will. No,
Well,
but
Hero was asking, so that's why I was telling him y'all were speculating. But if
Oh,
you
I'm
wanna,
sorry, Hero. My bad.
yeah, if you wanna do that, I'll just tell him.
great
Yeah, go ahead.
because I kind of want to because why I'm saying like I get it like the where it sort of breaks down for me is the ending because the ending basically implies that the giants were not real, which obviously makes sense because if she has schizophrenia, if she sees things, that would make sense that those sections were not real. But then the characters that she interacts with, they start believing in her because she's able to find a way to defeat those giants. But if those giants were never real, then yeah, what connection does she have with those people? Then you're missing something there where they so what represents the giants then? Like what problem is he solving for his people then for them to
This,
basically worship her, right? And
Mm-hmm.
that's kind of
this
the,
is why
the
I say this game was supposed to be far longer, far
I
bigger.
I think so too. I think that they have sort of condensed that story to a fault where they wanted to tell the story you want to tell, but like in such a condensed story. So you're basically getting Game of Thrones season 8 all over again.
Oh man,
Like
that's season 8.
yeah,
Oh man.
and
Damn.
No, you know
Damn.
what'd be funny though is those people they just start looking at Senua just throwing like spears into like
To the
midair
air.
and that's
yeah,
like, yo, what the fuck
Like,
is
what is
she
she doing?
doing?
But it's like, yeah, that's the thing. It's like because they saw the giants too, right? They were running from them. They were, helping
yeah,
to throw
exactly.
spears at it.
That's
So it's
kind of
just like,
and the thing is like I can still sort of get because when you face the first giant which first emerged like a volcano erupts and I can kind of understand what they thought the volcano erupting
yeah,
is
yeah.
because of the giants, but
Mm-hmm.
then you still have to explain sort of okay what did she do that convinced them she defeated the giants, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's sort of yeah, I mean they obviously they had their own religion, so they believe in these things. They thought that these natural
I mean,
phenomena were caused by giants, but
Right.
and still like you kind of missing something there because yeah, like so what did she do? Did she just sit there in meditation and say, yeah, I've defeated the giant and
I did
okay,
it,
oh
guys.
she defeated the giant,
She
she's
took a
a
lap
hero.
around the island and came back. It's like I did
Yeah,
it.
I mean, okay. Do you think maybe that those people weren't even real? Because, like, at the very beginning, she, in a way, feels guilty that those people died on that ship, like almost like survivor's guilt. And even the
Mm-hmm.
voices are like, "Oh, look, this is your fault," this and
Right.
that. And so it's like, what if her psychosis had conjured these people to try, in a way, to redeem herself by
that
saving these people?
That that
Yeah.
that that basically the only conclusion that makes sense in the end. Because if those people were real, then their reactions makes no sense unless you have to sort of think that yeah these people were real, but actually they just thought she was crazy and all their positive responses they had were her just imagining it. But that's again like I don't really know and what your message is because I had the impression that they want to give sort of mental illness a sort of a positive representation that even
Mm-hmm.
despite the fact that you're suffering from you can still sort of function, you can still do good, you can still help people, and it's kind of undermines the fact that if everything is basically in her mind. Like on one hand, it would be very. I mean, don't even want to call it like daring because in the end, like it's basically a variation of oh, it was a dream all along. Basically, that's kind of what then the ending would be, and that's kind of yeah. I hope that's not what we're supposed to think, but I think that Omar is right that it probably would have. It probably the plan was to make it a longer game where this would have made more sense. And now it seems like it sort of cut short. Like I had this feeling like even when they sort of like I thought, okay, so we're gonna go around the entire island and defeating giants. Like there were way more giants. Like they even literally said that than the ones you defeated. And then you're basically three, basically two even, because you didn't even fight the third one. Because but that's kind of the problem is there that it feels like the story they wanted to tell, they couldn't tell because they weren't given the time that I needed. I definitely think Microsoft at some point said, like, guys, you need to release this game. Like we're not gonna write checks anymore. And I think they also probably were overly ambitious to the point that they said, okay, like we want to make it bigger and better, like we want to go all in on the, recreating Iceland and the mocap, and then probably
I think they
Microsoft
wasted
but
money.
I mean I think they
No.
probably in tested.
There are little videos of them partying all the time.
Well, yeah, I
All
mean,
the
we went over that. We get that.
But see,
Yeah.
I think I agree with Weeb. I think they got overly ambitious. And Microsoft kind of pushed them on the time, because you have to remember I think they recently came out and said that that the showing, the first initial showing of Hellblade 2, they had to just they didn't have anything. Remember, they didn't have the
exactly.
game done. So I think because it was the show title for the Series X and S, like that was their showpiece. Like, this is a Series X, and look what it can do, Hellblade 2, and it had that little mocap of her like doing a little yelling and screaming and shit. Like, I think because of that, and people knowing it exists, gamers and the board, everybody started putting pressure on Ninja Theory. Like, okay, like it's been a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Okay, you got to wrap this up. Like, we showed you off at the beginning of the generation, and we're still not seeing anything. So I feel like we said, it was a lot more ambitious, but unfortunately, Microsoft, they were like, all right, chop, chop, let's go. You guys got to wrap this up. Like, we've been taking you out trips on Iceland, back and forth. We got you this new studio, state-of-the-art mocap studio. You're using the latest of Unreal Engine 5 tech. Like, we're spending a lot of money on you. You got to wrap this up and get this out. Like, this is,
I think also people think this is like a $15 or $20 million game like the first one, and it's not. They got 4 times the people, much longer time, and way more money in mocap. There's probably $60 to $100 million wrapped up in this game, and that bitch probably didn't break $2 million.
Yeah.
You know what?
What are they going to stretch it up to
be
150
curious.
million and hope to make 10 back? I mean,
Yeah, I would be curious to see how much was spent on their overall vacation versus how much they made selling the game.
Yeah,
I bet
I don't know.
Didn't make more than a couple million back.
It just sounds like they got in over their head.
$50 to $100 million budget.
It sounds like they got in over their head. They had to eventually put out a product, as you do at the end of the day. I mean, we've heard plenty of stories of game development, people getting overzealous with certain tech, getting tunnel vision. I mean, we've seen it. Games have come out and we're like, how did y'all even play this game? Not in their particular thing, but other devs that we've come across, and we're like, did y'all play these 2 or 3 mechanics you added? Because why would you think this was fun in the scheme of the game or the design of the game? So I just think,
look at almost like a Callisto Protocol. They're really big on the graphics and trying to wrap it around the same world as Dead Space, and they kind of seem to miss the mark because they but we're gonna use the latest tech though.
Callisto Protocol was another game that they focused on visuals over gameplay.
Yeah.
They finally got it to working after the 17 patches. Like, okay, it's better. The parry's better. This is better.
People are asking
combat's better.
Why did you guys not enjoy Callisto Protocol?
It's like, I enjoyed it for what it was. I didn't think it was a bad game, but it just definitely wasn't. Definitely wasn't Dead Space.
Or nothing, but I thought it was pretty good. It wasn't as good as Dead Space, but I liked it.
Yeah.
So speaking of that controversy, this is a perfect segue to our next segment. Dealing with a game that launched broken as fuck and
man, what game could that be?
And someone in the
Aw,
panel
man.
believes that an injustice was done to this game
Injustice.
with biased reviews, and that it was
Mm.
unfairly judged.
No.
Wait,
Chad,
are we,
Chad,
wait, are
guess
we
who it
still
is?
talking
Guess
about
who it is?
Hellblade 2?
Oh no, boo. We're not talking about Hellblade 2 no more.
No. We segue and we going into Omar's requested topic.
Oh, you're talking about
Mhm.
that.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Which game could that be?
Yeah. So, obviously years later, everyone is seeing it pop up on their timelines as a bunch of PC people are getting a hold of this game, known as Days Gone. And they're all like, why did everybody hate it? What was wrong with this game? I don't understand. This game is great. This and that. And again, hindsight, a lot like Callisto Protocol, which we all played on initial release and complained about several things, which were then fixed later. And now people later are playing the game and they're going, no, this game is great. It's doing all these wonderful things. And I thought it played fine. Are now experiencing the better version of these games. And, it's being brought up quite a lot lately. But Omar, in particular, has some gripes that he wants to bring up, to the panel. One in particular I'm very curious about because he mentioned something about the story in particular in comparison to Cyberpunk, Omar's favorite game to hate, by the way.
Facts.
About something about the
Man.
story not being
Okay,
docked.
let me take
So-
it over.
Yeah,
Go for it.
yeah. Tell us about what the media bias is, Omar. I want to hear about that.
Yeah, so what I asked you off air is, did they hate on Cyberpunk took point of because what they did with Days Gone? Like, for example, when they asked why are the freakers white, and turn out if you play the game you know why they're white, because of the virus. Or for example, when he said ride me like you ride your motorcycle, and people were complaining about that. Did you see that same issue happening with Cyberpunk where something was quote unquote crazy?
Against bad
Yeah.
writing.
Yeah, I was like,
Sorry?
is that what you mean? Like,
Are you asking if there was problems against Cyberpunk for bad writing?
Yeah,
Which
like
is-
not bad writing. It's not
No, so
bad
yeah,
writing.
you agreed. Yeah, bad writing. Yeah, okay.
It's not bad writing. How is it bad writing when it's literally
Well,
the
that-
culture?
Okay,
Wait.
so you're asking, did reviewers
So, hold up.
focus
Let me ask you
on?
this. Watching
Okay, go ahead.
someone at your looking at your partner as is bad writing? Because they complain about that.
No. Okay, wait. Don't mix the Kotakus of the world complaining about nothing.
that's
Yeah,
not
I mean, because
affecting-
you're
Yeah.
complaining about one particular reviewer who said that, and
No, I'm talking about-
and a plethora of tens of reviews, only like one or two people mentioned that, Omar.
Yeah, and for the record, when we mention that particular line that you get hung up on, the whole ride me like you ride your motorcycle thing, we were just laughing because it was cringy. And of course, we know people say stuff like that. Like we're not saying they should remove it or anything. It was still like, okay, that was corny. Like it was a corny moment. Like
Yes, it was corny.
Yeah, it was just corny. Like, but no one docked points because that was corny.
Didn't see it as corny. They thought offensive, and so on.
The girl said
Okay,
it,
but
though.
but
What?
again, though, that's like one review, Omar.
you're
There's tens of
focusing on
reviews.
one
Why?
review.
I don't know
There's no
why
way.
you're focused on that one. In every game that's ever reviewed, there's always somebody that picks out some stupid ass point of the game and docks it for that. But
Yeah.
you can't focus on that and be like, that's the reason people didn't like the game. Like, come
There
on,
was quite
bro.
a few though. There was more than one.
No, I mean,
This is
I
one
can
example.
find you 10
Plus,
articles
I
right
listened to,
now
like-
that
Listen.
complain about
I
Cyberpunk.
last night after
Like that.
you
Oh,
you
yeah.
said those things, I went on Metacritic to find reviews for Days Gone and why people were docking it points. And I'm gonna read some, Omar. Push Square, who gave it a 70, said Days Gone survival horror underbelly gives it just enough identity to set it apart from the dozens of other open worlds already available. A dense selection of overlapping gameplay mechanics makes for entertaining action, even if the title's unremarkable mission design doesn't always make the best of it. Okay, there we go. They're talking about their mission design. Here's IGN. They gave it a 65. Days Gone feels bloated, like a movie that goes on for an hour longer than it's needed, which is what I said. It's
Agreed.
messy and confused, but
You know what's funny though? I listened to 20 different reviews and nobody played it past 10 hours except for Game
See,
Informer.
okay.
Like
They said it's messy and confused, but peppered with genuinely thrilling encounters with rampaging hordes of zombies and occasionally breathless firefights. There's a good game in here somewhere, but it's buried in a basic storyline, repetitive missions, and just too much obligatory stuff to do without an eye on the smaller details that could have given it so much more character. V Games gave it a 65, says Days Gone feels like a medium quality candy wrapped in a very high quality wrapper. It's extremely beautiful and starts off brilliantly, but lacks the ability to maintain the tension and interest over time. With some good combat and lots of content, but a boring story and repetitive gameplay, Days Gone never unlocks its full potential. And there's a bunch of other reviews that I clipped just like that. They're not focusing on the bugs. They're not focusing on the glitches. They're focusing on it being mid.
Let me ask hold on. Can I just bring up an example real quick?
Go ahead.
When you were talking about the color of some of the infected and then the corny lines and all that stuff, right? So let me give you an example. BioShock Infinite got hit pretty hard when people were calling them racist for depicting certain things that came off as racism, and that game still received a score in the 90s.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you can't focus on the little picky ass, because there's always going to be picky ass reviewers who pick something like that nobody is even paying attention to, and they're just like, I didn't like that. I mean, there's tons of survivors out there who, because we all seen the survivor reviews when it comes to PlayStation games, they pick the stupidest points.
Heavy, I wanted to say it as well. What's his name? Henry Heck said it best. Bro, what open world game doesn't have repetitive?
We not doing that. We not doing that because there's Omar. There's a difference between a Ubisoft open world game with its repetitive and annoying ass missions, and then a Horizon.
90 though.
Lady,
Omar. Is there a difference between a Valhalla and a Forbidden West?
Show me a single review.
Okay, you didn't answer my question.
What?
Is there a difference between a Valhalla open world and a Forbidden West open world? The fact that you're quiet answers the question, because we all know Valhalla was repetitive and boring, and most of us didn't finish it.
They got Forbidden West had a lot of boring side quests in between. Amazing
Omar. We're not gonna sit there and say it. So you saying it's on the same level as Valhalla? See, look, you keep getting quiet because you know I'm right. You know I'm right. There are levels to all open worlds are going to be repetitive, but there's levels to it where some repeat. Like, if you can put it in between things that make it interesting, it doesn't get boring. But then there's points where a game is repetitive and you don't even want to fucking play it anymore.
A game where you can literally fight hordes of enemies, like in Days Gone, like that.
Omar, that's not enough, bro. Yeah, there you go. World War Z.
You're focusing on the horde tech that happens 5 times in the whole thing?
No, there is
like 40 hordes.
No, there's not. Not actual hordes. There's not, dude. I'm telling you. I can pull it up. No, there are not. Nigga, hold on. There are not a lot of motherfucking hordes in this fucking game. I have the trophy for killing all them niggas. Like, we not doing this. Like, I'm telling you, there are not a lot of actual hordes.
There's groups, but they're talking about the big hordes, the ones that, like, with hundreds of them and then they're chasing you. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking about the mother. That is the
sawmills. The sawmills type situation.
The sawmills and
that's what I'm telling you. Those are
that's what a horde is. That's the horde.
That's the horde. Like, really? Like, did you got the platinum for this bitch? Like, come on, man.
Yeah, the groups of them, the ones that are in groups of like 10 or 20, that's not a horde. The hordes are the ones that where there's like hundreds, like the 50s
when they
in the
chase you,
sawmill.
it literally says you
Those are the
activated
hordes.
the hive like type shit.
The horde mode,
Yeah,
yeah.
like you get a notification when you set the motherfuckers off. Like,
yeah, that's what he's talking about. Those there weren't that many of those in the game.
Yeah, I'm not saying there's not a lot of zombies. Them motherfuckers is everywhere. Like, they're all in that town next to that stupid bitch that was annoying that I can't stand that fucking camp. Like, they were all over the place, but they're not a horde. That's what I'm talking about. That tech was cool. That was a cool aspect of the game that ran like shit on PS4 for the record, but it was cool. So I'm not taking that away from it. I'm just saying that's not most of what you were doing though. Like, most of what I was doing was a bunch of this is the difference, bunch of overly repetitive missions where in order to just level wait a minute.
He wants to repeat. He didn't hear you.
Repeat, because I only had overly and then
I wasn't done. That's all I got. I said a bunch of overly repetitive missions where I had to repeat constantly just to raise the level of these stupid camps because them bitches leveled so slow, which was a massive balancing issue for the record. And I know because I didn't feel like doing that whole ass shit no more because they leveled so damn slow. And then don't even get me started on the balancing issue with the fucking tank, having to fill that shit up every fucking 5 minutes until you got like the third to last tank. Like, that shit, like I'm saying, there's, again.
It took me forever to unlock the last tank.
You have to remember, yeah, exactly. Like, you have to remember, I like this game just fine, right? Like, it was like a 7.5. Like, it was fine. But there was a lot of balancing and other issues going on with it that got on my last damn nerves. I wouldn't have gave it what I gave it then, but what I was telling you in particular, because your issue a lot of times is the reviews, right? No, I'm not focusing on Nancy Kerrigan that works for the fucking View or wherever the fuck these hoe ass people work from that's talking about him smacking her on the ass. I don't give a fuck about that. Them people don't count. They not reviewing games. They not out here really doing that shit. But if we reviewed this game day one on the PS4 when that shit came out, that shit was literally unfucking playable, bro. That shit was broken. Niggas was falling all through the map. This wasn't some like motherfuckers trying to break the game like they were doing with Spider-Man 2 and all this other hoe ass shit people were doing. The game, I literally encountered like 12 fucking glitches in 30 minutes, bro. Like getting hung up on trees and all kinds of shit that weren't even there in the road, that were like glitching through the fucking road and all kinds of shit. Like,
there's still a glitch in it. When I played it on PS5, where I fell through the world about 5 times. Like, it's still broken.
There are certain things that sadly you can't change for some reason. You can't get rid of, even when going from one platform to another, which I find absolutely insane. That's even acceptable. I agree with you. Like, when Days Gone got released, it released broken. There is no but or it about it. Luckily for me, I never experienced any game-breaking glitches. I experienced.
So wait. Hold on.
That's why he likes it so much.
Wait. Oh, hold on. Stop right now.
Yeah,
what'd you just say? Speaking from my personal experience, I didn't run into anything. Now, what do you love to bring up about Cyberpunk 2077 all the time when I bring up Cyberpunk? Huh?
Hold up. So I am taking absolutely point of from from the glitches and bugs, because I did experience them. I said no game breaking.
Okay,
glitches.
So no game break. So you experienced bugs and glitches, but you didn't experience any game breaking ones.
Yeah,
okay.
like for example, the percentage of how much gasoline I had on my tank was no longer visible. So I had
oh my god.
I don't understand why you didn't take a bunch of points off for that, because that's a mechanic that you really need in this game.
I had to reload my save file, and it was either reload or restart my game. I forgot.
See, this has got to be a bias, because if this was any other game, Omar would have been on their ass.
Omar would
I
be
had to
eviscerating
restart
this
it
game.
10 times to see my gas. Like we would have not heard the end of that shit.
No, but I never said. Why are you acting that I am pretending that Days Gone didn't have glitches or bugs, or I never acknowledged them?
I didn't say you didn't acknowledge it. I'm saying if it was any other game, you would have been on its ass for that. For all these things going wrong,
No,
you would have been. We would have had an hour whole podcast of you ranting about
rant, though, about it during my when I beat it. Like,
so I'm confused as to why you think there's some kind of media bias conspiracy for Days Gone.
It's funny. It's funny, Omar. You picked apart Horizon Forbidden West for tiny little shit.
Yeah, he did.
Days Gone is like, Jesus.
So what is your score for Days Gone, Omar? Because I know you got the platinum. What is your score?
Oh, he's quiet.
My score is okay, so it's a 6 if you don't. Let me explain though.
Okay, we're done.
Let me moving on.
All right, go ahead.
If I'm counting the glitches and stuff like that,
okay.
that I experienced, I would remove it I would lower it down to a 6 because I keep it 100. But if I'm just strictly about the fun factor that I had with the game, then and the uniqueness that it felt for me, I would give it an 8.
Okay, that's not unrealistic. I thought you was gonna say. I was like, if he says anything above an 8, I'm kicking him out. I was like,
oh man. So then the Metacritic score for Days Gone shouldn't be an issue, right?
My issue is why not give Sony Band more First of all, we all know this was on Unity. Which Unity was? 4, I think.
Yeah, I don't remember.
And that shit was atrocious. And now
Unity, Unreal, dude, wasn't it? Fuck, man.
It was Unreal Engine 4.
Unreal.
Yeah.
Unreal. So PlayStation, or rather Sony Band, or rather PlayStation and Band, learned from their fuck up and went to Datum Engine now. So you already know that the next game is gonna be insane.
It's gonna be live service, so I guess we'll see.
Yeah, so that. But my folk, and we just got the information that they're investing 250 million into that game now.
That's a rumor. It's not confirmed.
Okay, rumor, whatever you wanna call it. So my question is this: why not
Make a huge difference,
that
motherfucker.
Wara.
And have it grow bigger?
Omar has his bias take.
What?
Let's make a joke on the word bias.
Yeah, he said he has his bias take. Yo, I'm done. Go ahead, Omar. I'm sorry.
So is your issue that you like the game enough, and you believe it was unfairly judged, and you wish it had a sequel? Is that ultimately your issue?
My issue is they never got a fair treatment.
Wait.
From who? From who though?
Let me explain. What do I mean by that? They were focused. They had to work with a shit engine. They were new.
So let's get something straight. The Unreal Engine 4 is a well-established engine by the time
many games have been made and work well on that game. So we're not about to sit here and blame Unreal.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna blame Unreal on that. So yeah, that's on them. However,
most of third parties Unreal and work perfectly fine on Unreal. Stellar Blade works amazingly on Unreal Engine 4.
Lack of experience. This was their literally first game.
Stellar Blade was Shift Up's first game. Again, excuses.
It wasn't their first game. It had made Siphon Filter. Jesus Christ.
I just told you, Shift Up made Stellar Blade AAA Unreal Engine 4. First AAA game. Flawless. No bugs, no glitches, nothing.
Yeah, 0 bugs.
I'm not trying to hear it's their first game. They did this and that. It was Unreal. They never did it. No. Because we've seen plenty of studios able to do that. They're a PlayStation. There's no excuses when it comes to that. I'm not listening to that. Like that was just them rushing a fucking game.
It was the game. Like,
and whose fault is that?
And the game should have been on PlayStation 5 only.
It's still broken on PlayStation 5 though.
No, but if you develop it from the ground up, a lot of the issues would have been killed.
Omar, that's
Well, they were
bullshit.
developing for the PlayStation 4, so
Yeah, they were. I mean, the
PlayStation
development
5 wasn't gonna
started.
exist.
Yeah, they didn't.
Yeah.
They couldn't start on that.
The
It's way
development
too
started on
early.
PS3,
Yeah, when the game come out, like 2017, 28? I can't remember.
2019.
Yeah, it was
2019?
way ahead of the PlayStation 5. Like,
Yeah,
it was,
so they
it was,
probably started in 2015, 2014.
They started that on the PS4 dev kits, not
Yeah.
even progressed. Like,
Yeah.
Okay, so we've established one part. So to your thing about the story thing, this is why I wanted you to say it in chat, because I was like, I knew it was about to be something crazy. So to the one or two people talking about him smacking her on the ass or whatever the fuck happened, that them people do not matter, and nobody took off points for that whole ass shit. Like, you can tell by the reviews, you can read the reviews, they're still there. Why they docked points from the game.
I got like 9 reviews that are all focusing on the story and the progress and the pacing of the game. That's what their points. None of the reviews that I cut out had anything to do with the bugs or glitches. Nothing like that. They were all just talking about how they just feel like the pacing was off for this game. The writing wasn't good. They didn't like Deacon. Blah 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 blah. Like stuff about the game itself. So this whole people are just focusing on the bugs and glitches. First of all, a review should, because that's the point.
Yeah,
you look at a review because you want to buy a game. You're about to spend money. I want to know if a game is fucking broken before I spend $60 on it. That's something that should be in a review, and they should take points off of it the same way they did with Cyberpunk. It has a 50-7 on Metacritic because the shit was broken at launch. Like, it was just broke. I still bought it because I wanted to play it, and it crashed on me 78 fucking times in that damn game, right? But when they finally fucking fixed it, it was a good game because the actual backbone of the fucking game, the story, the writing, the characters, good. Okay, it just was not there for Days Gone. I'm glad you liked it, but I'm sorry, that game overstayed its fucking welcome. It was too fucking long. I kept saying I thought it was over, and he drove up the mountain. I'm like, okay, the credits are about to roll, right?
I thought it was
That
over before the
motherfucker-
second map came out.
Exactly. I was like, okay, we're driving up the mountain. Okay, credits about to roll on Deacon, right? No, it's a whole nother area. I'm like, what the fuck? Why? Why are we still here?
That's the sequel.
That's the sequel. That's Days Gone 1 and 2 and 1.
Games in one.
In one.
Game.
I was like, yo, I'm
You got
already,
part
I guess.
1 and part 2.
Exactly. And I'm like, I'm already 70% of the way. I might as well fucking finish. And that's how I was. I was just trudging along through that last half. I was like, God, man, I need this shit to be over. It just overstayed its welcome. I'm glad you liked Elmar. There's nothing wrong with not liking it. But to believe that there's some kind of conspiracy going on against Days Gone and people are just unjustly hating on the game is not true. It's just not that good. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I mean, like I
Put
said,
it on the shelf.
you said
It had its place.
You said the game was an 8 for you. I said a 7.5. Like, we're not even that far apart, but like there's issues like that they definitely would have had to fix, and a lot would have had to change into something like a sequel. But am I hurt?
Omar,
No.
it's okay. It's okay to like trash.
Yeah, I don't think a different engine, like even if they made that game on Decima engine, that wouldn't have changed the writing.
It would have changed a lot.
The writing?
No, she said
No,
the
I said it wouldn't. I
No,
said it
no.
wouldn't have changed the writing. Even
I
if this
didn't
game
get
was
that number.
bug and glitch free, the writing is still a problem. The pacing is just not there. It's very repetitive. It gets boring, and it's like there's just some parts of it that just don't click, and it's just that's what a lot of people in the reviews were focusing on. It just gets tiresome after a while.
The thing is, though, I'm genuinely curious where you're gonna stand with the Rebirth then.
With Rebirth? I mean,
Yeah.
I already told you I don't like that fucking game.
The pacing is a
I mean,
problem.
I'm not about to sugarcoat nothing.
You know, if it gets repetitive, listen, I will. I will decimate it because I didn't give a fuck about decimating the first game. I told you I didn't like Remake.
Exactly.
So if I don't like Rebirth, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be like, yo, I liked it at the beginning, but it got too much, so I dinged it. It's a fucking 6 or 7 or whatever I decided to get.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now.
I don't have any
Rebirth-
kind of attachment to Final Fantasy.
Yeah,
I'll be
I don't
honest.
have that attachment to 7. So, Final Fantasy
Me neither.
Rebirth right now, like I said, I still feel like they should have changed the materia system to be more flexible. Like I said, I had an idea to get rid of that, and while maintaining the stuff already, and it took me like 2 minutes to come up with that idea. It was like they just didn't care to make it fluctuatable, which would have, by the way, which would have fixed the issue you ran into when you didn't have the correct materia on them. Because I was saying any materia that was magic based, because that is the problem with this game, trying to limit what you can equip. Is most JRPGs, you have access to your entire arsenal at all times as it pertains to your magic, right? Whatever you learn in the sphere grid or whatever is yours. They should have absorbed those. And then things that were external should have gone in the weapons, like 2 times XP or, you know, all that other shit that those.
Honestly, it just made me want to play Octopath.
Yeah.
To be fair, they already fixed that issue with Omar encountered.
I mean, I'm glad they finally did it. Like, I mean, but that's what I'm saying. Like, little, I mean, at least they're adding quality of life. So I'm not gonna give them shit for that. Like, maybe it'll be completely fixed by the time I play it. But so far for me, it does have severe pacing issues. Also, the system for, what do you call it? The love system or whatever the fuck you want to call it, the dating system.
Oh,
that shit is broken and fucking trash.
No fucking sense whatsoever.
Yeah, people end up going out on dates with people they weren't even trying to go out on dates with, because the answer is,
you trying to go out weird, don't lie.
Yeah, you wild.
I went with Yuffie, and Yuffie was literally the final character for me to be interacting with. I'm like, you're not supposed to be my biggest cheerleader now.
Yeah, and then you ended up going out on a date with her when that wasn't even what you were trying to do. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that shit's weird. So it kind of feels like they sloppily integrated that shit. I almost feel like they tried to do too much at once in the game.
Too much with everything.
Yeah, way too much. I was like, bro, there's 78 mini games in this game. There's a
they
mini
were talking
game
about
for everything.
I because they were talking about how they wanted to use AI more, and Square Enix, I think they use AI to make all these mini games. Or this, I think because there's just so much. There's no way they could have done that. All that, like, I think a lot of it was done with AI. Like,
there's a mini game to pick. There's a mini game to pick a flower or whatever. I'm like, bro, what? Like, why is there a mini game? Yeah, why is there a mini game for that?
A mini game to pick a flower, and it's one of the worst.
Yeah, like, I'm like, why? Like, I don't know. It's excessive. So yeah, trust me. I will drag this game left, right, and center. I don't give a fuck about nobody's feelings when it comes to Final Fantasy VII.
Blood losers. That's all that is.
You're gonna be canceled by the PlayStation community.
Oh man, they're gonna demand you take that JRPG out your name.
Yeah, I know. They think Final Fantasy VII is the ruler of all RPGs or JRPGs, and I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, y'all can think that all y'all want, you know.
Oh man,
but there's plenty of other Final Fantasy characters out here that would beat 90% of them motherfuckers' asses. But that's a whole nother story.
Ooh, yeah, don't disrespect Cloud like that. Don't do that.
But
I'll have the Cloud lovers coming out here.
But
Cloud lovers.
So to your point, Omar, I don't think I get what you were saying about some of the people. I think you were just hyper focused on some of these people who were saying crazy shit. And I mean, ultimately, like I say, I could look up something and find somebody, most likely a Kotaku article, complaining about too many players looking at Panam's ass in Cyberpunk. Like, you're always gonna find some bullshit. So like, but it's not the majority of it. And like I said, the evidence is there. You can look at the reviews and see what they took points off for and what their gripes were, and the majority were valid reasons. And that, like I said, the whether it's game breaking or not, issues, glitches, period, especially if you're encountering a ton of them, are definitely dockable, understandable.
Absolutely.
Feeling that the game is overly repetitive in that particular nature is also something that is obviously very dockable. Like I said, that's the main reason I never got the plat for the game, because I didn't want to sit there and do 50 more missions for the camp just to get it to level 4 or 5 or whatever the hell the max was.
Yeah, like, keep going to the gas station?
Yeah, like just keep going back and forth. And like, I was like, no. Like, I already had to do it a lot just to get the weapon that I needed to go shoot some shit. Like, so, like...
Yeah, because one camp has certain weapons that you like, then
exactly.
You gotta invest in that. But if you invest in a different camp, then they have a different weapon.
Exactly.
So if you're not sure which camp you want to invest in, it could be a crapshoot.
Well, but you went for the platinum. Now, to get the platinum, you got to max all camps.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like that takes like I saw the percentage that that the camps went up each time I did a mission for them. I said, hell to the fucking no. I'm not doing that
Yeah, I
shit.
get you. But back then, I used, well, not back then. You mute the audio and put on podcast and listen to it while grinding.
But
Because
that's
you're
what
not
I'm
doing
saying.
story
When
content.
you have
The
to
fact
do,
that you had to put something else in the
yeah,
background.
when
No,
you
you know, I do that literally with every game.
yeah, I know, but
Oh,
that's what I'm saying.
man.
When you have to do that, like we've criticized JRPGs for this though. We've said a lot of JRPGs need to do better with respecting your time and not making things take longer than they should, like leveling up. Like you shouldn't have to do it. Now, if you want to be over leveled or you want to do something extra on your own, that's fine. But a lot of games need to work on respecting your time better. Like the perfect thing for that should have been most of those camps should have been close to maxing out by the time you were ready to leave them. But they did not pace it that way, and the percentage of reward that you got in EXP for each of the camps was just way too long. The game also again dragged on super freaking long. He also I mean, like Deacon was funny sometimes, but for the most part he had the personality of a plank. So I mean, it was killing me sometimes.
Main characters, a lot of main characters have personality of a plank, sadly.
Yeah, but I mean that's it. Again, when you're looking at writing, character development, and stuff like that, that could be a knock for somebody. Some people are going to be into that aspect way more. So that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of people, I get where they ended up that way. That's why I said I don't think there's an inherent specific bias, but I think if anything, the bias nowadays is that a bunch of people who are playing the game after it was fixed, especially people who are playing the PC version, have an entirely different opinion about the game, who are also not going for the platinum because that's not a thing on PC, and then formulating an entirely different opinion about it. But regardless, I mean, I think everything was pretty balanced. And we did prove, by the way, because like I said, I know you like to get on Cyberpunk, that we also looked up Cyberpunk and that shit got eviscerated on the PS4 version. So we also proved that. So they destroyed that game. So, but anyway, yeah.
I'll give a round of applause that there's not going to be a Days Gone 2. Let's go. Fuck that game. Let's go. Put it on the shelf. Listen, at the end of the day, I get it. It's your baby. But honestly, I'm going to need these writers to stop crying about the fact that there's not going to be one. Because if you listen, make your game good enough or not. It's doggy dog world out here. People only got a certain amount of money. And if you want to be the creme de la creme, you got to bring it. That's what it is. If you want to be a part of the PlayStation echelon, you got to be the best of the best. Okay, nothing else but the best. And if you ain't do it, just be glad you got a second chance. Okay, because there's a lot of studios out here not getting second chances. Okay, let's look at poor fucking Hi-Fi Rush and Tango GameWorks out here, like making a banger and getting like just okay, bye. Thanks for the game. Thanks for the amazing game. You can leave now. Like there's not a lot of studios out here getting second chances once they don't meet expectations. So they should just be grateful that PlayStation's allowing them to make another game and trying again, even though this is fucking live service. God help us. But you know, we're if at first you don't succeed, try again. You know, I will be looking at it. I probably won't play it if I think it's going to be some kind of another Concord. God. But yeah, we'll see. You know, they've been on the grind. They've been quiet. They haven't ever said anything. So that makes me think they're heads down, working hard, trying to get this game ready. So it's nothing now but to wait.
Pretty much.
We'll see.
Or they're on vacation. There's also a possibility.
Yeah, PlayStation send them to Iceland.
Right. Yeah, that would be funny. So, I mean, given that we were talking about the topic of, you know, reviews or bias or not, there was something that we brought up. I'll kind of truncate it so it's not as long, but reviewers, there's a lot of, obviously, controversy with reviews of certain games. We know why, because some people are obviously just inherently biased, when we do know that they make that very obvious all over their Twitter, the way they talk or go about things. But obviously the big recent one being Hellblade 2, you know, where people believing certain scores were unjustified, Despite supporting evidence, by the way, most of, like I haven't really seen
Supporting evidence.
Well, no, I mean they gave points as to why they did it, and it was like, well, we can't determine, how many points someone is allowed to dock that's reviewing a game. If they're like, bro, I hated the combat to death, like Omar did, and Omar's like, this shit's a 4, cool. Like, I mean, you can't like that. It's up to you to choose who you're gonna listen to, where your reviews coming from, and so on and so forth. But because of the controversy that comes out from all of this, most of us know that most of them use some sort of basic review structure: graphics, story, gameplay, sound. Sometimes they'll separate sound for sound design, and then
Sometimes replayability.
Yeah, and then replayability. That's another popular one. So I mean, my question there is not. I wouldn't even ask the bias, because we all know there's bias, right? There's 12 Xbox sites every single time an Xbox game comes out that gives the game between a 95 and 100. Like, I mean, we don't even take them seriously at this point. Like, it's kind of a joke.
I kind of laughed because that was the first 10 reviews on Hellblade.
Yes,
it was all like Xbox
fun.
era, Xbox podcast, Xbox the best, Xbox this. They're all 9s, 9s, 10s, 10. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we wonder why the Order didn't get a 90 or 80 or whatever.
I said, oh, okay.
Yeah, that was funny that those did happen to be the first reviews that went live. I did notice that. But not necessarily inherent bias, but for you guys in particular, I mean, this is such a weird question to ask you guys. I just brought it up because it's constantly asked more in the community. We personally do not give a shit. I know, because we play whatever the fuck we want, when we want.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
That's
and
how
we
it
know what
should.
we like. Yeah, and that's how it should be. But a lot of people clearly don't know what they like.
Nope.
They're clearly
They
still
like
out here
to
trying the waters.
follow other people
Exactly.
when they
So,
play.
like, for you guys, what is, I guess, in this particular instance, what's your ideal review? What's your ideal review? Whether it's magazine, article, or you prefer to hear, the thoughts of the user via like a video. Is them giving a score important? And who do you find it also who reviews it important? So that's 3 questions. Is who reviews it important? Do you care about the score? And what's your ideal review system? Weeb.
Yeah, do I care as in yeah. Of course, I will be skeptical, as you mentioned, if anything has like Xbox in its name, because, you're basically telling us, who's basically paying the bills, right? So, yeah, and that certain outlets have certain biases. It's obvious. You'll have like Kotaku, they will complain about certain things.
Absolutely.
You have probably some more right wing media outlets that will complain about gamers woke, blah blah blah. So you will always have that. So, but you can kind of work with that to the point that you at least understand those biases, and then if somebody gives it a 6, actually it's a 7 or an 8.
Yeah.
How it works. What was the second one? The score?
So is the score? Yeah, is the score important?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it depends, because like if I'm really excited for a game, like if I don't need to see the review score of the next Yakuza game.
Yeah.
I'm buying that day one. So
day one, baby.
I know that. Yeah, I know that's going to be up my alley. I know it's going to be. I'm going to enjoy it. So I don't need any review score to tell me whether or not I'm going to enjoy the game. If it's something new, or if it's from a franchise that may, like if their previous game wasn't good, then it might be an indication. To see, okay, is it going to be worth it, and whether or not do I need to play this day one, or if it has a middling score, okay, maybe I can wait. Like if a game that looks interesting and it gets immediately gets like nines, 8.5s, 10s, whatever, right? Then okay, I need to get on that. If it comes out and gets sixes and sevens, I'm like, okay, maybe I'm gonna wait on this one, right? That's sort of what, but that's based on the fact that there's so much to play and then you have to make choices. But like, if a game gets a seven, that's not going to be a reason for me to not play the game because I've
Mm-hmm.
played plenty of games that had a seven
Mm-hmm.
and I thoroughly enjoyed those games. It just, people keep forgetting a seven is still a good score,
Absolutely.
but
Facts.
we're kind of trained to, only thing that matters is nine or 90 and above, right? That's kind of, and that's, the way the game industry and game journalism itself has sort of trained us, right? So it's
Mm-hmm.
not entirely, our fault. It's just the way they're like they're everything around that, the way they present the score, is sort of geared towards, yeah, if it doesn't have a 90, it shouldn't get your attention. Um, and the third one was, sorry,
So
it's late,
yeah, so
late,
you
so I'm
yeah you did.
good.
Is it who reviews it important? So you did that, and then
Yeah,
you did the other one. The other is
or yeah.
what's your ideal review? So article,
Oh, how to
uh,
review?
yeah, like
Um,
yeah, or
yeah.
video, or
Oh, you mean the medium?
yeah, yeah. How you consume the review. How would you
Oh,
prefer? You know.
yeah. Like if I wanna, uh, yeah, sure. If when the game comes out, you check the Metacritic score and maybe read some. Like, I don't really generally go to the websites most of the
Mm-hmm.
time. When a new game comes out and I just wanna, and I don't necessarily even bother the Metacritic score. I'm just gonna check out, like, okay, I'm seeing an interesting game. Like, I'm gonna look for, like, is it actually good? I'm gonna look for, video review of something that I can reasonably trust. Like, IGN is something that's sort of a last resort because the problem that's the sites like IGN and GameSpot, they're so inconsistent,
They are
or
really
maybe they're
inconsistent.
consistent in the way they're inconsistent, but they
Yeah.
sometimes give really ridiculously high scores for games that actually aren't very good, and vice versa. And like something like Noisy Pixel, for example, I tend to agree with them more often than not. They can be maybe a bit too excited for some games, but like I'd rather have that than, having some hack review a game, like Death Stranding or
Mm-hmm.
even the Yakuza games are constantly they're reviewed by some Australian guy on IGN. I have no idea where he is, but he always gives negative reviews on basically anything that anybody finds enjoyment in. Like, I guess this guy is born with a stick up his ass or something.
But
Um,
they keep giving it to him anyway.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Um, but sort of because I initially thought you meant like how would you like what would be your system if you had to do a review yourself? Because
Mm-hmm.
I have done some reviews myself for a small website. And I kind of, at least I could have got some appreciation, because it's not as fun as you think it is writing a review because
Of
you're getting
course.
the code, but you have to you have a deadline because it has to be there on launch day because otherwise you're losing traffic.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Trying to play a game like the thing is like you don't have the advantage of looking up a guide or anything when you're stuck. You have to keep trying until you figure it out. um, and you also have to keep on, at least that's was my philosophy. I mean, sure, there could be reviewers who don't take it as seriously, but
Mm-hmm.
even though I didn't get paid or anything for it, but I just, I got the review code. But I had to, like, there was like a game where it was sort of like a strange fighting game with particular mechanics, and I couldn't figure it out. Like, it was so fucking frustrating. Like, it but I had to keep trying, and eventually I figured it out. I eventually
Mm-hmm.
figured out how to play it and how to what the game wanted me to do. But but I had to factor it in my review, of course, because the thing is, yeah, if it takes so long for the average gamer to figure out what you want to do, then yeah, that's a detriment to your gameplay design. Then you need to rework that to a point where that becomes easier. Because once you did, it wasn't a bad game. Like, but the thing is, like, if I didn't have to review this game, I would have thrown it away like a long time ago. I wouldn't have wasted my time on that. But I
Yeah.
couldn't do that, right? But I also do like the thing is like I know at like it's always the discussion like should you finish a game before you can review it.
Hmm.
Um, I the thing is like again it depends. It depends on obviously understand that you can finish it because if it's procedural or if it's like a fighting game like when have you finished it, right?
Yeah,
But
because some games you can't even if you're doing like
yeah,
MMOs and stuff.
exactly.
Yeah.
Like what do you what do you consider finishing? Do you have to if there's a ladder, do you have to finish it with every character? Is that finishing it? I mean, I think you could get a pretty good idea once you've tried a few characters. But the
Yeah.
thing is, like with it depends on the game. Like if the game is like fully playable, well is developed and isn't ridiculously padded and stuff like that, and then you should finish the game, like, and if the story is important. But if there's a game that just you know there's nothing particularly interesting, more interesting coming as you go along, and it just goes on and on and on. And like I've had like a game that at some point, yeah, I got stuck. Like I spent hours and hours trying to figure out where to go, and yeah, you could look up anything. So there was no way and you didn't even know. Okay, is this a bug or is this some obtuse gameplay design that just doesn't let you know where you actually have to go? But yeah, you don't know. So that's that point you have to eventually call the quiz, even though yeah, you will continue longer than you would have if if you didn't have to review the game.
Hmm.
Or yes, there was a game where I spent like definitely I think 80 hours or something in it, and at some point it just like uh, so it hit a point where it sort of reset it, where everything you've gained was basically taken away, and not in sort of like, oh yeah, we're pretending that we're doing that, but you get it back in 5 minutes. No, you really have to do everything again. That was sort of the point of the game, and that's like, yeah, I think I've seen enough, right? I've seen enough. Like I don't want to go through all of that again.
Yeah.
So I can kind of understand that. I think again like, and if the game is like unplayable or it sucks, like you have to play enough to at least try to find out. Okay, is it me? Is it going to be fun at some point? And you still have to obviously docket points say yeah, like it's like if the game if it takes me 20 hours into the game for it to become fun, then you just wasted 20 hours of my time basically. That's a critique that you can give the game. But you know at certain points you have to also understand, like, yeah, I mean, I've spent 50 hours in this game, and I don't know when it's going to end, but I cannot recommend this, like. So that's sort of, but on the other hand, like there's so many factors that at least you consider. Like if it's like an indie game and it's a debut game of developer, you keep that in mind. Like you have to be fair to the extent that you can't just say, like, yeah, it sucks, but it's their first game, so please buy it. Like you can do that, but you
Yeah.
can also sort of like, okay, look, it's definitely rough around the edges, right? But I can see potential here. Like probably their next game is going to be more polished, and like I have like I do mention it. Like I did the research. Like, okay, who are these guys? What have they done before? Just to see, okay, like should I at least pay that some mind, so let that keep in mind, this is their first game. It might not be as smooth as if it was an EA game, or something from a big publisher, but yeah, you have to be fair to in general, for the people who pay money for this, you have to be honest whether or not you recommend it and what. But so I did appreciate the um, the challenges you have to do, but it doesn't change the fact that a lot of reviewers, there's so many problems with those. So you have plagiarism issues, you have people who clearly haven't really played anything a significant portion of the game to form an opinion, or put in things that really really don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
And you have obviously divisive games. Like I can certainly imagine that some people, like with Hellblade 2, you have a perfect example where it can be divisive because some people will really enjoy the graphics and the mocap and the atmosphere, etc. And some people will be far more put off by the gameplay aspects, right? So that's obviously a thing that will always play a factor for anybody who reviews a game. But yeah, that's sort of. But yeah, again, that's where like this Metacritic in a sense helps, because you can see if it's divisive, right? You can see that in the review scores. They're all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
That's then the interest. Those are the interesting games, because then you have to figure out, where do I fall into this? Or would I be people who would be annoyed by the
Love it or
things
hate
that
it.
the low scores, etc. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah.
That was well stated. I appreciate it, Weeb.
Thank you.
Um,
Sure.
Kay, how how do you feel when it comes to reviews? Let's start with your preferred way to consume them. So you prefer an article, magazine, or like I said, a video review. What's your preferred preference?
I prefer a video review from YouTubers that I feel like their taste in games fall in line with my own personal taste,
Mm-hmm.
and then going off of their past reviews and seeing that if their thoughts and feelings on those games were similar to my own from my own experience with those games. And so a lot of the smaller channels I find that I end up actually really liking over some of like the bigger ones.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like I definitely like to find somebody that I'm like, okay, they like the same games that I do, and it feels like that they're in the past that they've given reviews that that I agreed with from my own experience, and I'm like, okay, well then I feel like I can trust their word over a lot of the others. But that might be my favorite way to consume it, as in from like some kind of more official capacity. But my ultimate favorite way to the thing that is the deciding factor, well, besides my own observations of, oh, this looks amazing, I gotta
Mm-hmm.
play this, right? So other than that, I would say that I look to my peers and my friends and you guys, and like if you get a game before I do and I haven't pulled the trigger yet, I'm like, hey guys, tell me, is it worth it? Do you
Yeah,
like it? Like, I trust you guys, and like I will hold your word above anybody else's. So
no doubt. Yeah, I'm in the same boat with you right there. I'll be quicker to ask one of y'all about something, especially when a lot of us tend to have the same opinion about quite a few games. So I'm in that boat with you. And you also answered 2-1 because you also answered who is reviewing it, because you said you prefer the smaller review sites, and stuff like that.
yeah.
So I guess the last thing is them having a score. So the score question is like not how important is the score. It's rather so is it important for them to give a score for you at the end of the review, or can you go based on what they stated and like you're good with that? Like is that score, that final thing, is that like the period at the end of a review? Like you need an 8, you need a 9, you need a 7, do you need that, or can that review alone, you kind of confer that from what they've stated?
I would say that I put priority over what they've said about the game and their experience with it.
Mm-hmm.
Because like scores sometimes just aren't the best representative of what that game is, nor will it accurately represent your own experience that you will eventually have with that game. Like for instance, there's been several games, like one off the top of my head, that have won Game of the Year that scored in the 80s, which was also my Game of the Year. It Takes Two, that split screen co-op game.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was absolutely fantastic, and like if I was reviewing it, I would have gave it like a 92. So I would give it a 9.5 around there. So so sometimes that number isn't really indicative of really what
What
that
they've
game
actually
is.
said. Yeah. No, I
So
agree. I've definitely we've all seen like the running jokes where like someone is like gushing about a game and then they're like 6 out of 10, and we're like, wait, what?
yeah,
Yeah.
right.
So I get that. Morgan, what is your preferred way to get your reviews? I know you're a big Game Informer girl, so that's why I'm interested.
Yeah, I do like Game Informer, and I like the magazines. I like looking through them and seeing what other games I'm about to add to my backlog.
Right.
It gets tiring, but yeah, I do like the magazine, but I also really like I'm a big YouTube. Like if something is new, like it's a new IP, and maybe it's from a studio that I haven't really played their games before. I really like looking at a big, wide, like just range of different reviews on YouTube. Because usually that way I can get kind of the medium. Even if you see the extremes of people who really love it and people who really hate it, you're kind of able to grasp, okay, what were the commonalities? What, like, even if somebody gave it like a, I don't know, like a 5 or a 6, and then somebody else gave it like a 9 or a 10, they usually have something in common that they liked and disliked.
Mm-hmm.
So like I usually like pick it out and determine if that's going to be something that I want to play. But first and foremost, usually when I want to play something, I usually defer to you guys, because we all share a lot of similar games. We all play a lot of different games too. So if I know it's something that I haven't played, but I know one of you guys have maybe played from that developer before, and then I ask you like, hey, do you think this would be something I like? Like, what do they make? What is it about? I trust you guys. So I usually, you guys are the first ones I usually look to if I know that you've played
nice,
something.
Though, too. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
It's also really nice that that even though we do like separate games, we also know each other well enough to be like, hey, I don't think you'll like this one. I mean, I enjoyed it, but yeah, no, like I would not recommend, like Enotria to like you, and especially Nate or Priscilla. I'd be like, okay, you guys would just be like, like 5 minutes in, you're like, I'm done.
Exactly. Like we know, like, there's certain genres that we're just like, kind of pass on that. I'm glad you like it, but it's not for me. So it's like, I'll definitely, defer to you guys if like I want to try something out, and they'll be like, you think it'll have some aspects of it that I like? Like, what kind of other games have they made? Is there another game that they made that I should try first to see if I, because it'll be similar to this game, and maybe I can like, get my foot in the door and see if I like it. So then I'll know if I, want to spend that full 60 or 70 or whatever it's going to cost to get this other game, So usually you guys are the first I do. And then if, none of you are played from them or don't know, that's when I go to like YouTube or sites and try to kind of get a idea of what the game's about and whether it be something that I would like. And like you guys said, I do have like reviewers who I trust, who kind of we don't always agree on every single game. Obviously, everybody's different, but they're for the most part, I fall in line with the way that they score games. Like, okay, they really like this game, and I really like that game, or they really didn't like that game, and I also didn't really like that game, and they have a track record of us being kind of similar on our views. So, got the tried and true that I'll go to and listen to and see how they liked it, what points, what made them give it a good score or a bad score, and even if they give it something bad, I'm like, oh, well, the points that they took off is something I like about games. Like, oh, maybe they don't like that it was, more story oriented or something. And I'm like, oh, I don't mind that. That's something I like about games. So I'll, I can just try it. I'll try it anyway. It'll be
an experience.
So yeah, exactly. So that's kind of the method I do. I tend to do a lot of research when it comes to games, especially when it's new. Yeah, like I'll look up the developers. I'll watch their if they have documentaries on their game. I like to do that. I like to watch like maybe if somebody had early access to a game, I like to watch some early access gameplay. See if let me see if I like the gameplay or see if I can see if I fuck with this or not. Yeah, I really like, especially if a game just looks really good to me. Like I'll look up any and everything about the game. Like I get kind of obsessed with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, as you should.
But I wish
you're
more
about to
games
spend
put
some
out
money.
demos.
Yeah, exactly. I think that would help so much is if it became like a standard again for games to put out demos. But see, I know a lot of devs are kind of against that because either they don't really have faith in their game or they just don't feel like people will get it in the allotted time that the demo. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, yeah, we give you like the first hour, but it really doesn't make sense until you get to like hour 2 and it kind of wraps up. And it's just like, so I mean, I get it both ways, but I just think I just love a great demo. I'm all for a great demo.
There have been demos that absolutely took me from this looks good, but I'm not sure to okay, day one.
Facts. Facts.
So.
They're afraid of that.
With Octopath.
They're afraid of that opposite effect, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, they're definitely afraid that it's gonna be like somebody will be like, I think I'm gonna get this. Oh, they have a demo. Let me try it out. And they're like, oh God, no, never mind. I don't want it.
Have to worry about it.
Exactly. That's the truth. Like if they made the demo the right way, then because that's kind of what happened with me with Forspoken. Like I was like, okay, I think I'm gonna get this game, and then I tried the demo. I was like, oh,
yeah,
nah, I'm good. But yeah, I was just like that demo ain't doing it for me. But
there was people that said they loved the demo. So like,
that's the opposite effect, right?
I love the demo.
Yeah.
Of course you did, Omar. Of course, Omar as did.
I swear I got addicted to
I know you did. I believe you 100%.
You played the shit out that demo.
Yeah, like
and there's
power.
Yeah, and there's demos that seal the deal for me, like Octopath Traveler 2. I was in on that as soon as I played Oswald. I was like, oh, the drama. Okay, okay, we're getting set up. All right, I love this. Okay, what's happening next? I was like, oh yeah, I need to get this. I don't even know what happens next.
Yeah, that was fun to watch. I was sucked into that one.
Yeah, I was like, oh my goodness, this is great. And also the same way with Stellar Blade.
When that progression you've made in the demo transfers.
Yes, that's a needed thing. If you're gonna have a demo, I gotta be able to carry that over to the final game. Like, I don't necessarily want to replay that again, but yeah, I definitely need that. But yeah, that's kind of what I look for when it comes to reviews. What was your other questions?
The last one is really just, does the score matter? Because you answered the other two. The other two are kind of a compound question, and you answered them.
Right.
So does the score matter specifically to you? Like, obviously, we know it matters to outlets and stuff, to the devs, because sometimes they get bonuses based on that stuff. But to you, when you're listening to someone, like you said, if you ask me, I'm typically not going to tell you a score on a game I'm still playing, but you might be like,
Mhm.
how are you liking it so far? And if I sound crazy ecstatic and it's a game you're already interested in, you're not going to be like, all right, so give me a score. Like, so that's what I'm saying. Like, in a review specifically, where someone has completed the game and it's not someone you know, is that score very important? Or do you prefer, like Kay said, you pay attention more to the context of what they're saying in that review?
Yes. Yeah, I pay attention more to the context. And if it's a game that I'm already set on getting, like I've either tried the demo or I've watched enough of like maybe they had some like early gameplay showing or they talked about what it's about and I'm already set in getting it, I don't really care. Like Uden Chronicles, like I was already, day one on that. It came out, it was like what, 70 something? I didn't give a shit. I was like, I don't care.
Maybe
I'm
is it
still
because you're surrounded with the innate and stuff like that? Because
Mhm.
he is excited for the Uden.
Yes and no. Like, yeah, I like because he likes. I mean, we share a lot of similarity in games, but he also likes some games that I don't really care for. But it's just the way it looked. It just reminded me so much of Octopath, and he was just like, if you like that, you'll like this. And I was like, okay, it's like my game of the year from last year. Absolutely, I'm day one. Like, like I'm. It just looks. I just love the art style, the way it looked. The story sounded good. The fact that it's like 100 heroes or whatever sounded intriguing. So all of those factors.
Me and Omar have a similar relationship. We both like Metroidvania, but then we differ in opinion because he likes trash.
You enjoyed the definition of trash.
Yeah, and it's just like it kind of just checked all my boxes for me. Like I was just like, ooh, another kind of pixel art looking game that's a turn-based JRPG. Okay, I'm all in on that. And so like the reviews came out and it was like I said, like a 70 something. I didn't care. Like I don't care. I'm already day one. I don't care what the Metacritic or the reviewers say. And I'm like that with a lot of games, especially if it's like from a developer that I already know, or it's like a sequel to something, or I'm familiar with their work and like I already know that maybe it's like a genre or a story or something that's just not for everybody. So I already know it's probably gonna get like lower. I already know I'm gonna get it. Like I don't care. Like the only time I really care. Exactly. Like it's just certain type of games that don't click with everybody, and that's okay. Like I'm not gonna fault people for that. Like every game is not for everybody. That's why we have a plethora of different genres, right? So, but I know what I like, so I don't care. But the only time Metacritic matters for me is if like I'm really looking forward to a game and I can't wait. And then like the reviews are like maybe in the 50s or lower, then I'm like, okay, wait,
something's wrong.
That's something where I gotta wait. I gotta see, like, is it broken? Or like was it like bugs or glitches? Like, if it's that low, then okay, then there's some kind of red flag that I gotta like see. Like maybe it's just something like tedious they just didn't like that I can like overlook. Like, oh, okay, they just marked it off for that or something like that. Because there's plenty of 60 games that I like the Order 1886, like
absolutely
low score, but I love that game. So there's like some stuff that I can overlook. I'm just like, okay, they mark it off because of like story or some like I said, tedious. It doesn't really matter. But if it's like 60 something and it's because it's like broken, like the game is like broke or it's like got crazy bugs or it's crashed on me or something just something just like this, the combat is just not completely like it's overhauled, it's completely fucked up, or just something that's over the top wrong with the game that it just did not turn out well, then that's when I pay attention. But if it's just like 70s 80s whatever, I'm going for it. I don't care. Like I'm good. I don't need. I've never really looked at. I mean, I didn't know about Metacritic until I came into the gaming community. Like
same.
The only time that I really saw scores
you never
was
knew about Metacritic before.
Nope.
No, I won't say I didn't know about it. I'll say like because I knew about rating systems and I knew
about
that,
ratings, but not Metacritic specifically.
Yeah, I didn't know about Metacritic. Like I would see rating systems like I'd go on YouTube and see somebody gave the game like an 8 or a 9 or something like that. But I didn't know there was like this culmination site that kind of added them all into an aggregate and put the average out there. Like I wasn't looking for that. Like I would see maybe like I said, I subscribe to Gaming Informer. So of course, I used to see reviews all the time on games. Like, go through the magazine, they break it down. We gave it, 4 out of 10 for replayability. We gave it this for combat. We gave it this for story, and then they'd have like add it all up and have a score.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's how I saw reviews on that. I'm like, okay, cool. That sounds like something I would like. Like, I like the way they broke that down because it was different categories, different parts of the game that they broke down and explained why they gave it different points for each section of the game. Like, we gave the story 8, gameplay a 7, replayability a 3, blah blah blah, and they broke it down. I like that. And then I came into the game community.
Always been clutch.
Yeah, and then I came into the gaming community in like 2020 or 2019, like right before the PlayStation 5 launched. And that's when I saw people start talking about Metacritic. I was like, what the fuck is Metacritic? And I look it up, I'm like, oh shit, they have like all the reviews over here. Okay, that's crazy. And then I would see like some of the reviews of the guy. I started looking up games that I played and saw the reviews, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of different than what I thought it was. Like, I'd have like a really high score for a game, and it'd be like a 72 on Metacritic, and that's when I learned, okay, this is going to be way different than how I review games. So I just never really bothered me. Like, some people like really identify with these games so hard that when any reviewer gives it something that they don't deem as worthy, they go on a tirade. Like, it's crazy. Like, when IGN gave Starfield a 7, which 7 is good, like we've said, 7 is a good score.
Yep.
People just flip. Oh my god! I'm like, what? The 7 is not bad. Why are you guys mad? That's a decent score. 7 that means it's good. But they just, anything lower than an 8 is deemed as like this horrible game. It means it's crap. It means nobody wants to play it. And I'm like, y'all attach way too much to these scores. Like, are you excited about Starfield? Then who gives a fuck? Like, IGN has to say about it. Just play the damn game.
Yeah, but we know they're playing a different game, right?
Oh yeah, you're right. They're trying to beat the PlayStation game. That's what it is. They're just trying to outscore, and they want to be part of that quality conversation, game of the year conversation. And it's just like, yes, that's something you should want from the publisher that you're spending your money on, and you should definitely strive. You should want them to strive for excellence. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's about what you want and about the games that you want to play. Are you excited for it? Because if you are, then no random reviewer should kill your excitement. Like, who gives a fuck? Like, I'm gonna play what I'm gonna play. So, like, I don't take any credence from them. Like I said, like, we were all excited for Horizon Forbidden West, and I just laughed when I saw that Survivor review. What, they gave it like a 6. I was just like, okay.
The reviews were basically just for posterity's sake.
Yeah,
like, we were already
motherfuckers were talking about shit. Oh man, it's a dead game because Elden Ring's right there, bro. Who cares? La la la, talking all that shit. I didn't give a fuck. I was posting it all that entire like 2 or 3 weeks I was playing. I was gameplay screenshots. I don't care what nobody said. I didn't care that they were trying to put it down. Like, why you keep talking about it? Nobody cares. Like, nigga, I care. I don't like. Right. It's me. I play what I want to play. I don't care about anybody's opinions. Nobody's gonna sway my opinion. Nobody's gonna tell me that a game that I don't like is like it's the greatest thing. Cool. I'm glad you like it. It's not for me. But if I do love a game, nobody's gonna tell me that it's bad or it's unworthy of my attention. Like, listen, I play what I want.
Exactly.
And it's always that way. So that's me personally. At the end of the day, I do not care about review scores. Like I said, unless it's something crazy low, where then I gotta look it up to see, okay, why did they give it that? Like, But other than that, no, I don't give a shit about Metacritic.
Again,
unless it's to piss off fanboys, then it's funny.
Yeah, that's always funny.
But other than that,
yeah. I mean, mine is short, so I'll go before I call on Omar real quick. I pretty much agree with what the rest of y'all said. Obviously, me and Morgan are almost playing the same games half the time. So yeah, I mean, with me playing some like odd stuff here and there, you could ask me if I know the Metacritic score for half the games I bought. I probably don't. I don't even care. Like, I know what I like.
Right.
I've been playing too long, and I get it. Some people just don't got it. Some people, like, it's like cooking, you know what I'm saying? Some people are going to turn into Gordon Ramsays one day. You know, where like, because I was impressed. This is a relevant thing because Morgan was explaining to me. This is funny how this worked when we were watching the cooking show for Gordon Ramsay's, that this motherfucker could tell the temperature of a steak by like, while he's not even the person cooking it. Like some crazy shit. Like he can like eye the steak and tell if it's cooked inside or not. Like crazy shit.
Oh
Like,
yeah, some people are that good.
yeah, like it's insane. And I'm like, that's just how it is for me in my selection of games. Like I'm like, I see some shit, I'm like, oh, that's fire. That's day one. Like I already know, like off rip. So if it comes out and it's like a bunch of sevens, or it's, you know, it's aggregate scores of 73, I don't care. I'm not even looking at that. I already know where I'm at. So, and then like you said, unless something comes out and it's like it's a 2 across the board. Okay, what the fuck happened?
Yeah, I'm like, oh, hold up, something happened.
Yeah, like whoa, you know. Okay, so no, don't like. Is it exploding PlayStations? Like something is happening here. Like, and I need to find out. Like that's an emergency signal right there. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, video reviews. Like I said, if I need one, most of the time I don't, because y'all all actually play games. So I don't really need them niggas. So that's really where it is. The one person I will say that I typically like, I do not, which is funny because I don't really watch this person. It's really, I just watch him from like I watched him for some of the more controversial stuff, because that's really where it's funny. When, like you said, the more divisive stuff. Skill Up's review for Final Fantasy 16 I thought was phenomenal.
I stopped watching him.
Yeah, but I mean, just regard. I don't even watch him. I haven't watched a single other review from him in like the past 2 years. But his review for Final Fantasy 16 was phenomenal, because even people who disliked that he disliked it were like, "Nah, that's fair." Because I mean, the amount of evidence this man
That's
provided,
fair, I guess.
yeah, like the amount of evidence this man presented was like a court case. Like they were just like, you know, that's okay. Yeah, I get it. I get why you didn't like it. Like it's just, like no. Eventually, like when you could tell who actually watched the review and who just was bitching about the review, because everybody who, even if they really loved the game, they were like, nah, but I get why he didn't like it, you know. And like that's the kind of stuff I like. I like that level of detail if I am looking for a review for something. Like that was excruciating levels of detail with a lot of explanation, especially because it was pertaining specifically to the genre, so it was really specific. So like a lot of
He
times,
said, "Where's the RPG in this RPG?"
yes, where's the RPG in this RPG? Exactly.
Where is it?
In the same way that I would go to like some of the people that play like nothing but racing games, when like this racing game comes out, if something is weird or with the scores or something, and then it's like, oh, that's because they're missing, you know, half the car manufacturers or something. Like I wouldn't expect like normal reviewers to know that. You know what I mean? Like it's got to be somebody who's like really, really into it. But yeah, I mean, like I said, short for me. You guys are pretty much 100% on point. Omar, just same thing for you.
Yeah.
Do you
So,
care? And do you care who and your preferred method of consuming reviews if you are going to look at any reviews?
So, I used to not. So, I went into almost like not per se dilemma, but like change. I used to trust my view like my life depends on it. Mostly because when you don't have a lot of money, you gonna look at what's the quote unquote best game to play
Mm-hmm.
and stuff like that. I actually missed out on what's that game name? The Order,
Yeah.
because of the reviews. I never played that game. And I was actually, real talk, not to no lie, I was gonna not play Day Gone, Day One,
Yeah.
because of the reviews. But when I was watching, what's his name? Not Skill Up. Sick Humor playing Days Gone. All I could look at is like, why am I not playing this game? This game looks amazing. This game looks fantastic to be played. Why am I not playing it? Because of reviews? But it's opinionated.
Yeah.
So I started to open up. And the more I opened up, the more I played more and more and more games that were things that I would never play. But then I got super excited for a game called Biomutant. I was so invested in that game that when the reviews came out, I was like, no way in hell this game is that bad.
Yeah.
And I actually watched talking about him skill up reviews, and
Yeah.
he broke it down why it was bad, and I didn't believe him. And the game is there is a moment in the game they literally ask you if you want to continue play the game or everyone surrender and you win. I'm not joking. Like the developer,
No, Omar, I played it too. And I'm laughing because, yeah, that
the
was
game was so bad that
ridiculous.
even developers knew, yeah, that shit is trash and
Oh
we
man.
should respect people. Uh, I mean, they found a way to make a boomerang doll. Like that's how you know you screwed up.
Yeah.
So yeah, at the end of the day, I agreed with the review for Biomutant. Does that mean that Biomutant? Does that mean that Metacritic is correct? Not per se. It just means that you gotta trust your own opinion, your own eyes. That's what
Yeah.
I do. Like for example, you were showing it to Priscilla, and you put a few what you call it Metrovania game. What happened to me? I was like excited.
Yeah.
A lot of the games on like day one, which I played Biogun. That was literally from that video that you were supposed to tell me, and you never sent me, dude. So at the end of
You
the
mean
day,
I did send it to you, by the way.
I never got it, but okay.
It's in your
It's
it's in your messages.
Discord or
No, Twitter.
oh, I will look it up later. But I think I actually found it on YouTube myself. Um, at the end of the day, we, the quote unquote gamers, we know what we like, and also when you're surrounding yourself with genuine gamers, you gonna see their excitement, and that's gonna go into your excitement. And I got you gonna have you try something different, even if the Metacritic score for it is quote unquote trash.
Yeah.
But the thing with Metacritic, can it work? Yes, but the issue is gaming is like almost like politics now, where certain games get certain preferences, certain reviewers get certain are not being factual or glance over situations just because they're afraid of getting what you call it
Blackballed.
yeah blacklisted, and that affects the reviewer, the gamers. Like um, you can name so many games that came broken, and you would think this game would be in the 30, but like no, we're in the 80. A lot of stuff is not making because they want patches gonna quote unquote fix it only for it to not fix it, and then yeah, we we got the money, we got the clicks, we don't care about everyone else. That's
Yeah.
basically it. That made me stop trusting reviews altogether. Just trust your own gaming preference and keep it and you know what you like, what you don't like.
Understandable.
Also, YouTube exists. Like, how hard is it to look up on YouTube? Oh, this game is looking good. Then I wanna play it.
Yeah. No, I get that. Well, I mean, one more thing, just real quick. Just we'll rapid fire these because these are easy. Because one, we have no idea what to expect, and the other, we know exactly what we thought. So, real quick, I'll just give it rapid fire. So, we talked about it. Everybody and their grandmother has talked about it. It wasn't really that long, and it wasn't really that impressive. So
That's what she
yeah.
said.
Oh God. I hope she did not say that. I hope she did not say that. Lord have mercy. Yeah, that is not the kind of review you want as a man. Um, but not. So state of play. Real quick, I'm just gonna be like your highlight of the state of play and your score. So what was your highlight of it, and then your score. Omar, go. Highlight and your score.
Oh, highlight, Astro. We knew it's gonna come, but even then, when you see it on the screen, you're like, let's go,
Absolutely.
Astro.
And your score.
My score is a 3.
Cool. Okay.
It's so low
wait.
because
I mean, you can explain it. I mean, but
yeah, no, their focus is not what I want, but
Cool.
that's about it.
That makes sense. Okay, I don't know if you've seen it. Did you see it? The state of play?
Yeah,
The whole thing?
I watched it.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I mean, I didn't watch it live, but
Oh, yeah,
I did
that's fine.
watch it.
So what was your highlight and what is your score?
Let's see. I only have like maybe one sentence for just a couple of these games. So Concord looks like Overwatch and Guardians had a baby.
Yeah.
Facts. That's what we said.
Thank you.
And
A very ugly baby.
Oh.
A very
like an
boring baby.
unnecessary, oversaturated market to be having a baby in.
Yep.
So, oh yeah, Infinity Nikki is my goatee. Just kidding.
Oh, the little dress up little game.
So I was actually on board with that game until the dress.
That's why Oma gave it a 3.
What was its rating? Like, was it E for everyone or something? Because if it is, I might have Audrey look at that. She might be interested in something like that, but not me.
Look it up.
The
Speed,
VR
P
games.
for PDFO.
Oh my gosh.
The VR games were pretty cool looking. I mean, they didn't show much for Alien, but I mean, I like the idea. Where Winds Meet, that was like that Souls-like. It looks cool, but it's not like having me go, oh, I need that. Until Dawn is fucking unnecessary. So.
I mean, they want to put it on PC, that's why.
Man. But yeah, no, I feel like that's time that could have been spent somewhere else. But anyways, Path of Exile 2 looks badass. I think the cross progression is really huge when it comes to the co-op play. And then Silent, 2 more, which one of them is my highlight. Silent Hill 2, I don't know what it is, but it feels and looks like a PS3 game.
Oh, it's because it's fucking made by Blooper Team, the same motherfuckers who made the Medium. That's why.
Medium, that's why.
Yeah, like I don't know, like it looks like
I agree.
Silent
it doesn't.
Hill, like Silent Hill feels like it should be a AAA game, but it looks like a lesser quality of a
one more A. They missed out on one more A.
Yeah. And then Astrobot was my highlight, and my whole family is excited about that. So.
Did you know about it?
Do what?
Did you know about its existence?
Astrobot?
Yeah.
The new one. He's saying, did you know beforehand?
Before I watched the State of Play?
Yeah.
Yeah, like it was leaked, I thought. Or no, maybe it wasn't part of the leak. But no, I watched, like I said, I didn't watch it live, but so therefore I did hear about it before I actually watched the State of Play. So like the reveal wasn't a surprise because I knew it was coming, but when I did see that it was coming, before I watched it, I was like, oh shit, and I immediately went and watched the trailer by itself. But yeah, I'm super excited about that. The State of Play overall score. Oh man. Dang. Like, oh man, it's
a 2.
I mean, if you can't think of one, I mean, it's fine. It's just if you have a score, then
like if you were to take Astrobot out,
that'd be
I
dangerous.
would get if you took
Mm-hmm.
Astrobot out of the show or State of Play, I would give it a 2
Yeah.
for sure.
Okay.
Agreed.
But with Acrobat, it's like a 6. I get you. The game is that good.
It does look really good. Morgan, your highlight and your score.
Yeah, I mean, just like everybody else, Astrobot was definitely the highlight. I mean, we were all like, besides Kay, we were all in the live together. We heard each other's sighs of contempt at this state of play. Just every time, oh, PlayStation logo. Oh no. Oh God, it's Concord. Oh, PlayStation logo. Oh God, it's something else. Like it's nothing we wanted. I was just like, every game that came by, we were just like, damn. Oh, there's 15 minutes left. Oh, there's 10 minutes left. Oh fuck, there's only 5 minutes left. It's just like, where were the games? And so it's just like, again, Astro, like if everybody else was the highlight. I mean, it wasn't just, a little title screen and we like, oh, okay, cool, Astro platform's coming. No, it was
off PlayStation
they
style.
showed it out.
Yeah.
PlayStation style, exactly how it should be, like showing the different, biomes, the different bosses, the different types of Easter eggs we'll see, the different platforming techniques that we'll be doing in the game. Like it just looked so fun. The music in the background, everything about it just looked like it was just, pure PS2, PS3 era, that fun, quirky PlayStation, that we missed a lot of. And just nostalgia in a game, and I love that. It looks flipping fan fucking tastic. It looks like Asobi really put their heart into it and tried to really to give us a great game. And I know so many people that say the Astro VR game is one of their favorite games. Like it's highly rated. Like people gush over it.
I can play it.
I know you do. And then of course we all played Astro's Playroom, loved it, fantastic game. And ever since we played Astro Playroom, all of us in here have asked for a full-fledged Astro game. Like, man, it would be so great if they made this into a full-fledged game. And so it seems like Asobi, took that feedback from everybody and was like, all right, we got you. Here's a full-fledged Astrobot game, and it's coming out in a few months. Like, yes, like we don't have to wait too long. It's right around the corner in September. I'm so flipping excited. Another game to add. That's going to be day one for me. But yeah, it's just, I am, other than that though, largely disappointed in this state of play because, it's been a minute since PlayStation has given us that show-stopping, jaw-dropping type show. And, I'm not expecting a showcase level from a state of play. Like, I like, there's a lot of people who go into a state of play expecting them to show, like, Ghost of Tsushima. And I'm like, bro, come on, bro. Like, y'all being ridiculous with some of your expectations. Like, where was Ghost? Where was Benz? Where was Naughty Dog's next game? I'm like, y'all really expect that in a state of play? Like, let's keep our expectations in check. But even if it is a state of play, I expected it to be a good state of play. Like, I want to see some of the other third party, like where's Pragmata at? Like I was expecting that, maybe.
I was definitely expecting Pragmata.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more of Death Stranding too. Like I know we saw a lot, but maybe a little bit more. Maybe some more of. I was hoping to see Little Devil Inside. Where the hell is that game? You know, I'm like, there's so many other partners that they have that people are excited about, right? And people maybe want to see more, get a date or some more information. Like there's so many other third party and second party partners that they have of games that excite people, and it just seems like they picked like the lowest of the low. Like at the end of the day, I was like, yo, this could have been like a tweet, like, hey, these are the games to look forward to in the next, this year. That it could have came out in a tweet, bro.
Yeah,
like exactly. Like I'm like, yo, this is a state. I see why y'all just announced this the day before because y'all knew this one about to be shit. But Astro to come through and save the day, and he started off with Concord. He started off with a story CGI trailer for God knows whatever reasons. Took up like 5 minutes.
They should have just skipped that whole shit. Like I was like, bro.
Yeah, I think they're trying to expound upon the fact that it's different than the other type of hero shooters because there's going to be when you come in weekly, there's going to be like or monthly, there's going to be like a update, cutscene update, a story to keep you intrigued with the characters and intrigued with the story building of the world. Like, it's going to be different than other hero shooters where Overwatch is just kind of like, you get a little background on the characters and you play. But this game, you're going to get updates and there's going to be a story involved, that kind of PlayStation-ish kind of style for it. But even with that, I still don't care. Like, you should have made this, like, if you want to care, you should have made this a co-op game or something. Like,
you know what I say? I say watch those cutscenes on YouTube. And
there you go. Because it's just like, and then they say there's going to be like an alpha or a beta or whatever, and that's cool. But then you can only play it if you pre-order the game. I'm like, okay, you already starting off bad. Like at least with fucking Suicide Squad, there was a damn closed alpha you just sign up for. You need to pre-order anything.
From that.
Like, maybe they're trying to lock people in, but regardless, I'm like, that's not a good way. In this game, I'm guessing it's gonna be like a full $70 or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know why they tied it to the purchase. I thought that was a bust.
That's a bad idea. If you want people to come into an IP that's new, that nobody knows about, and you want people to get excited and play the game, you should give them access to try it for free. This is a live service game that's probably going to be full price. Nobody knows how it's going to play, what it's going to be like, how good is it. But the only way you can try it out is if you fucking put a payment down on it. Like, no, yeah. That's not gonna get anybody intrigued. And it's just, I don't know. I feel like the high price for this is also gonna keep it from doing well, because the price of entry seems kind of high.
Yeah.
for a game with of this type of, because how much is Overwatch? Is Overwatch free to play? I can't remember.
Or is it? It's changed so much because it dropped so bad that it might have gone that, but I can't remember. But it didn't start that way.
I know it's not like a crazy high price though for it to be, and it's just like, I don't know. It's like, did they not learn nothing from the All Stars thing where they had to make it to PS Plus to get people to get on it, and then still people didn't want to play it?
What problem is they don't let from other developers fuck up?
I'm just like, you're a little too too late on this whole hero shooter type stuff. But maybe they'll impress some people. Maybe it'll have something different that it offers to people, and it'll take off, and then other people will jump on, and it'll be a phenomenon like Helldivers 2. Yeah. I'm not really thinking that, like, because even when Helldivers 2 was shown, I instantly was like, oh my god, like, I was like, what is this? It looks fantastic. Like, it hooked me immediately, and I was like, man, I can't. They kept showing more. I was like, man, I can't wait. I'm getting this day one.
Helldivers also differentiated itself from everybody else.
Yeah, so. It wasn't the samey old, over the shoulder first person, FPS type shooter. It was a PvE or whatever, and it's just. It was a goofy game. You're with your comrades. You could kill people on your team, and it's just, you're this goofy old soldier trying to save the universe from bugs and machines. So there was some fun aspect to it, but this looks like a copy paste of every other live service that has gone on and failed. So I mean, I wish them the best. I'm not trying to shit on their game because I haven't played it. But it's nothing about it that's intriguing to me. I was just getting madder and madder as the time was going on in the state of play, and they kept talking about it, because I was like, there's only 30 minutes, and you guys are taking up 10 minutes talking about this game that I do not care about. So it was just,
they're banking on it to do something.
Yeah, I mean, I get PlayStation's thinking when it comes to these live service games, they're looking for that game that can give them a constant flow of income. To be able to fund these big single player games that we like. They're looking for that game that'll help ease the burden.
Missing on Call of Duty now.
Yeah, I mean, they'll still get the 30% that they always did. It's just they won't get the marketing. And that really won't matter, because people are still gonna predominantly play this shit on PlayStation anyway. But it's just, like I said, I get it. I mean, and we see that they learned quickly when they literally slashed half of the games that they were going to release, the live service games. They decided to cancel half of them, because I think they realized, all right, okay, we kind of put way too many eggs in the live service basket, and I think spending all this money on these games is not a good idea, and most of them won't pan out. So let's kind of ease it back a little bit. And I think that these games that are coming out are the ones that they picked out of all of the games that they had planned. And they were like, okay, I guess these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are the best of the ones that we had planned coming out. So we'll see how that pans out for them. I wish Concord the best. I hope they do well, but honestly, it just looks like it's going to be another dud. I don't think they're gonna. I think they're trying to capitalize on the Helldivers thing. Like I said, they're trying to get them another one, but this time something they can monetize. Because the thing about Helldivers is, it's great, it's fun, people are on it, but there's not many ways to monetize the game because most of the stuff can be earned. And so unless they add more, more monetization later down the road, it's not making that consistent flow of money that PlayStation wants. It's not making that in-game currency. They're not getting that really because people can earn that shit in-game. So I guess now they're looking for that live service game that they're gonna probably monetize day one. I'm guessing it'll have battle passes and shit like that in this game. Yeah. And they want people to buy into it and consistently buy upgrades, maps, battle passes, what have you for this game. And like I said, I wish them the best. I don't care for it. Whatever. There's people excited for it. Cool. I hope it lasts longer than a year for you guys and they don't shut these servers down. But I'm not really seeing it. It's nothing. It looks unoriginal to me. Looks like Kay said, a mixture of Overwatch and Guardians of the Galaxy. And because that's I was like, that's the vibe I was getting from the group. I was like, they're doing that kind of off comedy, that kind of rapport between the characters that the Guardians do. Like, where it's got that hate love relationship they have for each other. Yeah. Like, okay. I was like, okay, you're trying to riff that off. Okay, cool. But like I said, nothing.
The same character types.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like the character,
the Drax, the goofy leader who's obsessed with his hot sauce, and then the girl who's like making fun of him, but probably secretly loves him. I guess I don't know. That whole dynamic. That we've seen before. Nothing original, but yeah, it's just I'm just like I'm not it. But like I said. Astro came through, saved the day, looked phenomenal. And at the end, I'm sorry, it was kind of long-winded. I apologize, but I give the state of play like 4. Like Astro is all of that 4 for me. Yeah. Like it's entirely that. Really, the only thing I cared about. I mean, Monster Hunter looked good. It looked good, but unfortunately for Monster Hunter, it was in a state of play that was surrounded by lackluster IPs, so it didn't really shine for me like Astro did. So yeah, there we go.
I feel you. Weeb.
Highlight obviously Astro. Mm-hmm. Score. I think even 2 or something. Yeah. I mean, there wasn't really anything else. I mean, they showed free-to-play Souls games, a mobile game, the horrible blooper.
Free-to-play that they didn't even show in the beginning with.
It was free-to-play when I was like, what?
The ballad game, yeah. I'm super pissed about that.
Which game?
I have a question for you. Do you think they can redeem themselves at Summerfest? Because apparently they're coming in strong as well.
I think they're going to show the Horizon Lego game.
Mm-hmm. I would I wouldn't expect, keep your expectations low. I'd say they will reveal something. They will keep something back for Summerfest, but don't expect them to make up for this.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
They are definitely not. Yeah. Mm-mm. They're definitely going to have something for Summerfest, but like you said, it's not going to be anything to make up for this. I think what I said, Omar, is I think they'll show off the Horizon Lego game that that's rumored to be happening. I think that's going to be what's going to be shown. I think I honestly think it's a good idea. I think it's another good kind of grouping with Astrobot, that kind of kid-friendly, family-friendly game that everybody can play, right? Even though, kids like Audrey love Horizon, I think this is even more of a cool idea. Oh, yeah. I think it would be funny because Legos are always funny to me, especially like the Lego movies and stuff, and just like the overly comedic ways that, especially with the partnership they have with Star Wars, it's always like The Lego Star Wars games are always hilarious to me, and they're good. And so I think a Lego universe for Horizon would be like a funny little and fun game, and that would be like a good pairing with Astrobot for them to get that kind of family friendly games to add to the PlayStation variety. And if it comes out this year, that'd be even better.
Yeah.
But my bad, Weeb, I cut you off.
Yeah.
No, all right. Yeah, and I have the same feeling about Concord as everybody else does. I mean, what's the point of this? This is definitely a rival.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing like I told them, because I mean some of them are excited for it in the chat, is like I've seen a little excitement for it afterwards that I thought I wouldn't see. Mainly a lot of people looking at it, talking about the gunplay. Looks like Destiny 2 and stuff, but again, I don't think any one thing is going to carry this game, because I don't think any one thing carries any game. So I'm interested to see.
We still have Destiny 2.
No, but that's what I was telling him when they were saying that, and I was like, well, that's not the only thing that drew me to Destiny 2. And most people, it's like the PvE and all the other shit you do in the game, and then the other stuff is an event within the game. It's not all of the game. So I was like, I mean, this game has got to have a lot going for it if you're talking about having some legs.
And the new Destiny expansion about to come out.
Yeah, the final shape literally comes out in like 3 days. So I was like, and they're going crazy over that. So I'm like, if that's a hit, like,
and apparently that shit is leaked, so
yeah. So I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
like
I mean, I haven't seen any.
Someone's gonna give me one of the people I'm cool with on Twitter is gonna give me one of their beta codes when they pre-order the game.
Yeah, let us know how you like. They give you the beta code for Concord, right? So let us know how that goes.
Yeah, he was like, look, wait, I think, he goes, you played Destiny. He goes, I really think you're gonna like it. And I was like, all right, man, if you're gonna give me a code, I'll try it, bro. I can at least promise you that I'll give it a fair shot. I hope I'm wrong. Like you said, we wish it well. You know what I'm saying? We want it to do good, but I'm like, I don't see the market, but I'm willing to be proven wrong.
Yeah.
The show overall for me was like, I gave it like a 0.5 because I looked at it, some of the stuff again. So up from what I gave it. So
okay.
Yeah, not a
0.5.
Yeah, my bad.
It's a little more than a 0. I give it a 0.5.
Yeah, up from. Yeah, so 4.5 because Path of Exile.
Got you.
Path of Exile 2 did look really, really fucking good, and I did not expect to see that. So it does look really good. That is really expansive. It looked phenomenal. And yes, Omar, it does look way better than Diablo 4 because I was playing that recently. So yes, it does look way better. I did like what I saw with the VR stuff. Again, I ain't got the money for all that right now. So it looked okay, but I was like, I don't know when that's gonna get purchased is the problem. So like, as
they're putting some VR games in PS Plus or the premium.
Like that.
So
kind of
you'll
stuff
you'll have some games coming.
Yeah, I'll have some new stuff. So I'll work through that stuff. But I thought they at least looked good, so I'll give them that. Obviously, Monster Hunter looked good, but honestly, Monster Hunter is like a weird spot for me. Like the last time I bought a Monster Hunter I actually completed was God knows how long. Like it was so long ago. Like I'm talking like PSP. Like I always buy them, but I never complete them, and it turns into a chore of like item management for me. And they don't click. They look cool, and I want to do all the really dope looking stuff that Sunni Legend does on that shit, but I ain't got the time for that. Like I'm just like, I'm not putting in
Sunni
that
Legend
kind
be
of
making
time.
these games look like a fucking movie. I'd be like, damn.
Yeah, he'd be like, he'd be like swoop low with the telephoto, hit the slow mo. I'll be like, that shit look fire.
It'd be blowing up behind him as he's walking away slow. I was like, damn.
Yeah, like.
Yeah.
He be making it look good, but it just ain't my jam. But it did look good.
Make it look easy. Meanwhile, I try that and I get hit one time and I'm dead. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, you trying to be fancy and shit and die.
Let me do that little combo. Nope. Insta kill. I'm like, okay.
But yeah, of course, same thing for me. Highlight of the show was the Astrobot. That shit looked crazy good. And that is, anyone who knows me knows that's a huge compliment because I literally
Yes, this man
Oh,
hates
yeah.
platformers. So the fact that
You're-
Nate was
you're-
enamored by this game is crazy because he does not like platformers.
Outside of Fist, I haven't really
I'm
been
not saying
you're allergic to
into a platformer in fucking forever.
Yeah, so
you're
that's
allergic
what I'm
to
saying. So
platforming.
yeah, like it's just not my thing, and it hasn't been since like Aladdin and fucking
Not Aladdin, fucking PS1,
yeah. Nah, fucking Sega.
Sega, yeah.
Nah,
Shit.
but to be fair, Little Big Planet, original Little Big Planet is probably the last time I really loved like a platformer. So it has been a long time.
And yet you disrespected Sackboy Adventure.
Little
That's
Big
crazy.
Planet is
I was
different
gonna
than
say, what
Sackboy.
about Sackboy?
Yo, trying to make
Sackboy
this
was
man play
fire.
Sackboy with us. You remember that, Kay? He was not feeling
Sure.
playing Sackboy with us. He was all quiet in the chat, didn't want to talk. I was like, yo, come on, we gotta go. And he just trudging along his character. He was so quiet. He was not doing shit. I was like, oh, he hates this. He
How
hates this
dare
so
he
much.
disrespect the goat?
I'm singing Britney Spears Toxic in the background. He just all quiet. I'm like, wow.
You were saying that.
I loved Sackboy. It was so
Mhm.
fun.
Yeah,
So good.
That boy is amazing.
Oh, I gotta finish that too. That was $60 too. Everyone thinks Astrobot's gonna be 50. I'm like, bro, fucking
Nah,
Sackboy was
that's
$60.
That's 70.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I think Sackboy.
I do.
Unless it's like
And I will
10
pay,
hours long.
and I'll pay full fucking price for that
Yeah, I
shit
think
too.
that's full price.
Oh, my kids is gonna make me get the ultra fucking season goddamn lifetime pass.
Yep.
$149.99. Waiting for it.
Yep.
But yeah, so 4.5 out of 10 for me. Yeah, they got to do better than that. But yeah,
Yeah, they're gonna have to come up with it and with the actual showcase. Like
they
PlayStation
really-
has a lot to
are.
make up for, and I know they have the capability of doing so. I mean, our big hitters that we want to see. I know Ghost 2, whenever that gets shown, I know that's gonna blow people away.
Absolutely.
Like Sucker Punch is about to bring it.
question. Are we asking
Yes,
too
Omar.
much from PlayStation?
I wasn't expecting none of
Absolutely
that, so
not.
I wasn't depressed like y'all.
Yeah, absolutely not.
You said, are we
Yeah.
asking too much from them?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I have been
No.
down with these people for 25 plus years. I know exactly what they're capable of. It's when they put everything into a showcase like they know they're supposed to. We ain't asking for more. I ain't asking
Yeah,
for more.
I mean,
than
we've
they've ever given me.
seen like Nate said, we've seen them at their best. So is it wrong for us to want them to deliver that again?
Yeah.
I think they know after
Um,
last year they can't come half stepping either.
Should we quote
Exactly.
unquote let them
I actually
quit?
said, remember what I said earlier when they like closed London and shit like that? I guarantee they were going around getting ready for the showcase and they're like, all right, what do you got? And they look like, no, you ain't, no.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like I've been very upfront about what I was at. I was like, all right, let's see what you got. You got something ready to show? What's it? No. We're not doing this no more.
Yeah. lower the
Exactly.
Operating costs. But yeah, no,
Yeah, they gotta.
Like no, you've had 4. Like we should be showing at least a trailer right now, and this, what you know what I mean? That's what I think happened. But
Yeah, and it's not like there's not like it's one thing if everybody already showed everything they got and there's nothing to show. But we know that we need to see something from Sucker Punch. We know we
know
need to
a
see
lot of
something from Bend. We know
game
we
in the
need to see
next 2
something
years.
from Naughty
Fire
Dog,
Sprite?
what they're working on. Yeah,
Exactly. Like
Fire
all
Sprite.
the-
we
all
know
the
we need to
Fire
see something
Springs.
Corey's game that he's been working on since Ragnarok. When
in the next 2
he-
years. I
yeah.
mean, they better hope they don't 2026 or they're gonna fucking kill themselves.
Yeah, there's plenty of
they're-
games from the first party that we know that are currently being worked on. So it's not like they don't have anything. They've already all released their games and there's nothing. People are still at the drawing board. Like there's people, these studios have been working for a few years now and they should have at least a trailer or something to show by now. So it's at the
Yeah.
point where it's time to put up or shut up, right? Like Jim Ryan said,
Exactly.
like in
Mid-
2020, that
2020,
everybody
enough
has
with
quoted.
the-
should be a
Gotta let the games do the
handful of
talking.
games.
So what you're telling me is enough with the let them cook.
Yeah,
No,
I mean,
right?
it's once the upcoming
No, they
show.
can still cook. They
can
just
still
need to.
cook.
I just
We
want
just
them
need
to
to
invite
see.
me in the kitchen and let me taste it a little bit. Like, can I see what
Let
you
me
make?
see what you cooking. That's all. You
Yeah,
need.
I just want to walk in the kitchen and see. Can I look in the oven
I
really
want to see
quick?
if shit smells good.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. Let me smell a little bit. Like, I'm not. I have no. I don't expect them all to come out like this year or next year. Like, you know, they're still gonna be working on them, but I just expect to see it. Like, I want to see it. Tell me what it is. Let me know what you've been doing this entire time. Let me get excited for it. Let me build. You know, I want that E3. Like, because I mean,
you gotta show me the whole meal. Either just show me 2 years. Like,
yeah,
what's coming up for entrees? You know what I'm saying?
exactly. And it's like
we don't even have.
You can say dessert. That can be a surprise. It's good.
We don't even have any idea on any of the concepts really, except for like, I mean, we think maybe Ghost Tsushima 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and but
which might not even be the same character, same island, or fighting style. You don't know.
Exactly. We don't know.
We also got Blue Point.
It could be a different time period.
Oh, I forgot about Blue Point too. That's another one.
Yeah,
they didn't.
And then the studio that did Returnal that was recently acquired.
Oh yeah, Housemarque. Yeah.
I think they'll be there a couple years out. You might see a splash screen or something, but I think they at least.
Yo, the way everybody got mad when they had that little announcement, it was just that comic. They were like, "Oh, we got something to show," and it was that partnership with Dark Horse Comics. People were so pissed.
I didn't know why people thought they were gonna just announce a game out of the blue.
Oh my god, is this Returnal 2? Just a DLC?
My god, I was expecting another game. Like, what?
I was like, yeah, it's definitely only been like 2 years.
You knew it was gonna be something stupid.
But it's just like I said, it's at the culmination point of like all these studios. You know, like I said, I don't expect them all to release right now, but I expect them to have something to show. And just like back when most of our favorite E3,
the next 18 months or so too.
Yeah, most of our favorite E3 was E3 2016, right? When they showed off what was coming in 2018 was God of War, Spider-Man. Like they showed off so many games that E3 that was, you know, it was still 2 years away, but they got everybody hyped. People were like, "What the fuck?" Like it was just crazy, and I just want that again. Like I don't. You know, like I said, I don't expect anything will ever be as crazy as E3 was, because that's like a moment in time, and like when developers and publishers had to show out because they were competing with every other publisher that was there, so they had to be the one to impress everybody and make people want to buy their games. They're competing with 15, 20, 30 other developers and publishers at that event. So they're trying to be the one that shows off the coolest stuff so that at the end of E3, everybody's talking about their games. And that's why PlayStation showed out so hard, because they're having to compete against Xbox, Nintendo, and Ubisoft, and everybody else all at the same time, right? But now the E3's gone. Everybody has their own show dedicated to whenever the fuck they feel like it. So they're not really competing with one another. Like the way they
also, X-Dev's got working on some second-party games too, because we basically know all the second-party games that have been coming up and coming out. We don't know the next couple years. I mean, there's a lot they could show. There's a lot they could hold too. But I mean, I'm not that concerned about it.
No, for sure. Okay. Yeah. So last but not least, I'll just make this one quick because we're on the edge of time.
Wait, there is another thing?
Yes. There's
man, you're getting like Omar. Oh man. One more thing. Okay.
Nah.
Hey.
I mean, this was This isn't made up. This was in the. This was in the. This is a show.
Omar calling you out. Omar calling you out. Yeah. He said what happened to being done by dinner.
We would be on topic 3 if you was hosting. So how to?
Oh damn. Oh damn. Fight.
2 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever happened.
That's true.
Yeah, like we're covering everything and stuff we didn't cover before.
We're covering like fucking May right now.
Yeah, and the reason we're covering it all is because we know next week is going to be an explosion of news and reveals. So I mean,
no, that's another thing.
Yeah.
There could be. You know what would really make me happy? Because there's a lot of games at the state of play that I want that's coming up. I know like there's plenty of games. I'm not worried about it. I do want to see what's coming next year though, and I knew I was gonna have to wait. I've been saying this for a month. People thought I was on drugs or something like that. Like I don't think they're showing nothing big till September because they want to show it off that pro. Like look at this. Let's see here. Look over here. Look good, right? Look at this.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna.
They know what the hell they're doing. They're
dumb. Absolutely.
They're not dumb.
I'm gonna make this last one is short. The Summer Games Fest is obviously next week, along with Microsoft's event, Ubisoft's event, ton of events.
Microsoft's like a third-party event, so we can find out what's coming from them for us too.
Yeah, it's a ton of stuff.
I don't think they'll show it that day, but all their games get eventually coming over. So
eventually, So my question for y'all: one game. What's one game that you hope that you see at the Summer Games Fest or any of the shows taking place next week? Morgan, go.
One game?
Yeah, just
Oh
one
man,
game.
there's so many other games. So many
Okay.
games I want to see.
If people, well, I say one.
I want to see Little Devil Inside. Damn it.
Okay, I mean, you can.
Where are you?
I said one because I know some people over-explain it.
Like restart that
So-
game.
Oh, you know what I really want to see? I want to see Replaced.
So give me three. Give me
Yeah, I
three
do too.
then.
Replaced.
Give me
I want to see Little Devil Inside.
Mhm.
I want to see. I want to see Replaced,
Okay.
and I want to see Plucky Squire.
Okay, bet. Weeb, what you got next week? What you want to see? Give me
Not
three.
bad. 3?
Yeah, three.
Uh,
If you got three.
yeah, I think. Yeah. Insomniac's Venom DLC.
Oh damn! I forgot about that. Damn it!
Yeah.
Fuck you,
I
Weeb.
think Venom's a standalone game, isn't it? I think they're gonna
Yeah,
Whatever it is,
we
give it to
don't
me.
know.
Carnage.
Yeah, that's cool. I
Or
didn't
doesn't
even
matter.
think of that. That was a
Want
good
to
one.
see it?
That's what I'm really think they're holding out on because I'm like they should have DLC at least
Damn,
the
pick a
first
good one,
episode
Weeb.
or so done. So I think that could be a summer fall like part 1 and 2.
Kids going wild. I love it.
Mhm. Alright.
Other than that, man, what else is still out there?
I mean, if that's your one, I mean, it could be your one. That's
Yeah, I
cool.
mean, the thing is like, yeah, I know there's stuff still coming this year, but like, why, whether I want to play or already pre-ordered if it's already available. So
Okay.
it's not like I need to see more of that.
Cool. That is totally fair.
Yeah.
Okay. If you got three, give them to me next week.
The 3 games I want to see next week are Avowed, Fable, and Blade.
Not Blade.
Oh, okay.
no.
She going Xbox. Okay, I see you.
You ain't gonna see that till the next Xbox if there is one. That might be a PS5 exclusive.
I can see definitely Avowed coming because it's supposed to come this year, so I can see that.
Yeah,
I don't
see
know
that.
about Blade. They'd probably wait till like next year with that one.
Avowed, for the love of God, I hope that looks better than it has because that looks like a
But they
really
switched to
bad
Unreal Engine
VR game.
5.
I don't give a fuck. That looked like a $15 VR game.
It kind of did. It
Not
really
even a
did
good
like a
one.
VR game. I'm not even gonna lie.
No.
What was the other one? You
wanna
said
see
Avowed.
Hi-Fi Rush 2.
My real answer.
Oh, I want to see
is-
Fable too, though.
My real answer is something that would be a little bit more realistic. I would love to see a release date for Flintlock.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
How about
that's
that one?
a solid Flintlock. Looks good.
Yeah.
That looks pretty good too, yeah.
Well, to be fair, if we're talking about release dates, I do want to get a formal release date for East 10, because we don't
Okay.
have one yet.
I thought it was September. Oh no, it's hinted for September. Never mind. I want that too.
Yeah, I know East is one of your top franchises, so that makes sense.
It was already released in Japan, right?
It is already released in Japan, yes, Omar.
Oh man.
It hasn't?
He said yes, it has.
Oh, it has. Okay, yeah. I was wondering.
All right, Omar.
Why-
Gotta get that Japanese PlayStation account.
Mm-hmm. All right, Omar. If you got three, give them to me.
So, Midnight Sun?
Wait, what?
Wait, that already came out.
No, I always make that mistake. The one with the Xbox IP. The one with the...
You're talking about the one from Louisiana.
Yeah, the one with the music.
Oh. I was like Midnight Sun. You mean the Marvel game? But yeah, you talking about I know what you're talking about. We were talking about the other
we
day.
literally talked about it the other day. And then
Oh yeah, because I said I wanted to see that too, Omar.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
who's
Fuck, what
making
the hell
it?
is it called?
Compulsion Games.
Compulsion, yeah.
Yeah, so that.
Out of Midnight.
South of Midnight. Thank you, Weeb.
Yeah,
South of Midnight.
Thank you very much. Gear 6. I want to see what the fuss is about.
Okay.
Okay.
Gear 6 is doing something amazing, so let's go with
What,
it.
Gear 6? Really?
Yeah, apparently they're working on it, and it's going to be
Did-
amazing.
Omar, did you play any of the other Gears games?
I played everything except 5, so I should go back and play 5.
Okay.
That's fair.
Um,
Your PC can play it.
Just checking.
No,
Gotta play
so
High,
wait,
gotta play
no,
High
no, no,
Busters
no.
too.
So I played the first one. I couldn't play either the second one or the third one because it was on Xbox only. It's not on PC. That's why.
Okay.
So yeah. Other than that, I'm looking forward to see. You said it, the Squire game.
Plucky
Like that
Squire.
is excited. Yeah, that is
Yeah,
excited. Um, my indie games, I don't think they're gonna be there. Like for example, Grind 2. Show me something.
What
Uh,
about that what about Hollow Knight? I know you like
I
that,
don't
right?
know. I am one of the few people that actually don't care
What?
about Hollow Knight
Yeah,
that much.
Wow,
Really?
that's surprising.
no,
Very
I was
surprising.
shocked when I mentioned Hollow Knight, and he was like, "I don't really like that game," and I was like, "Huh?"
Oh shit! One that I really want. I'm sorry, I forgot about this. Hades. I want a console release date for Hades too. I know we're not gonna get
Oh
one,
yeah.
but
Oh yeah.
that's what I want. Like they're probably gonna release it for PC first, like they did for the first one. But I
Yeah,
would really
so
love
that
it if they did a
game,
a console release and give us the date. I want Hades 2, please, please.
other than that, yeah, like a lot of indies that I care about, I don't think we're gonna see anything on of. Like for example, Eternal Noxus second game. What happened to that? We know
Yeah.
it's gonna come out this year. Apparently, it should come out this year, but we haven't seen anything of it.
Which one?
Time Spinner 2.
Oh, Time Spinner 2. Yeah.
That's another.
Didn't they can that studio?
Sorry?
Didn't they close that studio?
No, because Time Spinner.
Yeah, they did.
No, Time.
He said, yeah, they did.
Hold up. Time Spinner is indie game.
Stop trying to make Omar cry. Come on, man.
Live tears on the stream.
There is a game like something called Time Something, which is close to the game. So yeah, what else? Yeah, I don't surprise me.
Okay.
Who did
Me.
No, it's difficult to think what else because a lot of the games that we're excited about they are already released. I don't recall.
that's fine. It's just
That's fair.
The only
It's just
games that
what were you excited about?
I got one. Metroid
Okay.
Prime 4.
Oh,
Yeah. Damn.
The only
I
thing
forgot about that.
Is Metaphor, but we already got so much.
Yeah.
oh yeah. We got a release. We got a good combat deep dive. We got a release date, so I'm good on
Yeah.
Metaphor.
I'm good. Just give me Metaphor at this point.
Yeah.
Well, it ain't
Just give it to me.
too, because I was right. They closed them down in December.
Oh damn! They did close it.
Yeah, December 11th.
Omar, what?
What did they close? What did they close?
I knew I wasn't crazy.
The
Is
studio?
dead. Freelance. They canned their ass in December.
No, then the game that
I think you were thinking of some other time.
The game that I'm talking about is Nighttime Peninsula. It's something else. It's an indie game where you use your time. Not the one with the gun. It has same. My problem is my phone is broken.
Yeah, that's fine. You can think about it later.
Of the game, I'm going to share it later.
Yeah.
Hold on.
What's up?
It's Time Spinner 2 is still on Steam though.
No,
Yeah, but the developer's dead. They got Embracer.
yeah,
I'm not embracer. Why is that a verb now?
Time Spinner. Wait.
I think you're confused with Time Splitters though.
Omar is always confused with the name of some game, man. I'm
No,
not
no,
surprised.
I think Nelson is confused
I think
because
the
he's
man just
talking
needs
about.
I think he's
He's
just
talking
confused with
about
the
Time
time.
Spinners, which is a Metroidvania game.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Time Spinners
Versus
Oh,
Time
nobody know what the hell that
Splitter.
is.
Yeah.
I don't
Oh,
I
okay,
know what it
gotcha.
is. Excuse me, sir. I know what it is.
Yeah.
Who said excuse you?
Shut up and sit down.
Yeah, you can sit down. Sit your ass down, Nelson.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, calm down, Negroes. Calm down. Damn. All right. Let me get my 3 so we get the fuck up out of here. All right.
Oh, damn.
So, Fable 2, Stalker 2,
Oh yeah.
and
What's Fable 2?
You mean Fable?
or Fable the
Stalker
reboot.
2?
Fable the reboot. Yes.
The
Fable the
reboot.
reboot. Yeah. Stalker 2 and Replaced.
Yeah, where the hell is Stalker 2?
There we
I thought
go.
we already
Okay.
had 3 Fable games.
Yeah, I forgot that's not 2. I was just saying 2 too much. But yeah, that's it. We're about to get out of here. Kay, where can the people find you?
You can find me on Twitter at Kaylee1103.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate you. Nelson, where can the people find you?
Nelson Gaming 12, pretty much everywhere.
Sounds like a plan to me. Weeb, where can the people find you?
Everywhere or nowhere. But you can find me on Twitter as a Weeb Sheriff at Infinite Rhizome, and well, Xbox sucks ass and Other Nation.
Otter Nation.
Otter Nation.
No doubt. Omar, where can the people find you?
So shout out to everyone that came through. Great show. Great conversation. 4:30. I see. Shout out to Clay for being able to join. That was fantastic.
Yeah, that was an awesome surprise.
You can find me
Yay.
at Caravan Sports Up on Twitter, and Vitamin D podcast every Monday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. It's a like button and check the stream out. Also, what your thoughts on the Hot Takeover? You want more of it? Let us know. In the comment section below.
Do you want more
Omar funny,
hostile
man.
takeovers?
Yeah, more hostile
Just like you said,
takeovers.
let us know. Omar funny as fuck, man.
Morgan, where can the people find you?
You can find me on Twitter also at Chill Bandit. Talking about games. Hopefully, chopping at this backlog one day at a time. Maybe I'll complete it this year.
Mhm.
But yeah, thanks everybody for coming through. Okay. Yeah, it was a good discussion. Always had fun with you guys, and yeah, I was so happy to see Kay come through. It's always a nice surprise.
Well,
But yeah.
I had to come for the Days Gone slander. And
Oh yeah. Oh man, we all have to find more slander to do against Omar to get you to do more. But yeah, Otter Nation, let's go.
Otter Nation.
Other Nation.
Otter Nation.
And yeah, I am your host this week, the real Innate. Again, you can find me out here in these streets actually playing games, unlike most of these frauds on Twitter.
Don't believe you.
Yeah, as they say in these streets, on here, Otter Nation, and we out.